I know that we all
I
love
mean-
ocean spray.
I mean, I like cranberry juice, so I'm not just saying that because of the
Cranberry
thumbnail.
juice is
Oh, don't
okay.
worry.
I liked it a lot more as a kid, but I feel like now it's just.
It's all gonna make sense, right?
Do you prefer cranberry juice or cran apple?
I'm sick of cranberries getting involved with other fruits. I just want them to be themselves. I'm sick of this.
Really? And
sick of this.
I'm not.
This trans fruitness is getting. I'm sick of this.
I say yes to trans fruitness. I think the fruits should meet and mingle, and they should make the fruits should the fruit should get together. Like like
just
cranberry,
be yourself,
pomegranate,
cranberry.
Cran cherry. No, don't be afraid to mingle. You can't be afraid. And these
next thing you know, they're gonna mix with pork chops. We're gonna have cran chops. It's gonna be out of control.
Ugh.
Don't knock until you try the cran chop.
Imagine seeing the 64 fluid ounce bottle of ocean spray cran chops, and it's got this like reddish pinkish color to it, but it's really like cloudy because it's half pork chop. Oh my goodness!
On that
it's
note,
like Thanksgiving in a bottle.
Welcome.
No, that would be cranberry and turkey.
To the
cranky. Sorry, I keep cutting off Mo.
Turkran.
Okay. You guys have got Turkrans to talk about, and that's fine. I'll just continue to, I'll just sit here. It's fine. It's fine. Right.
No, it's fine. I just want to say shout out to Ocean Spray, sponsor of this EFAP, sponsor of EFAP 273. Go to allthatpower.oceanspray.com/EFAP and put in the code EFAP to get 15% off your first 12.
You'll never believe that sponsorship. We got it thanks to Quib Gift. They had in one of the slots there was an ocean spray thing in there, and we were like, "Wait, you guys work with them?" And they were like, "Yeah, we can get you the number."
Yeah, Quib Gift and Ocean Spray is it's the team up of the century.
Well, I say it like it's news, but most people think of both whenever they think of one. It's that popular.
Kind
of cool.
Whenever you open up a Quib Gift and you get that little, because Ocean Spray, they make those little like taster bottles like they do for the little tiny liquor bottles. They do that for all the different Ocean Sprays. They do it for cranberry original, cran apple, cranberry pomegranate, cran cherry, cran chop.
Cran chop. That's
yeah.
It's really good. Where it's at.
And now
there's always someone who starts that video.
Cosmo cocktail mixer, rum punch, strawberry.
I've legitimately never used this before, so I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Yeah, don't hit play.
I didn't hit play. I was trying to change my name.
Okay, don't hit play anyone else either.
All right.
Oh,
I can't actually do it as a meme because I actually have my name as my thing, so then it'll say
you can't get away with it.
Or I could just do it and say, Fringy, why'd you do that? Didn't you hear him?
I mean, you could, but then it would say rag, so that would ruin everything.
See, and then he did it, and then Fringy did it, and then he tried to blame me.
That's crazy. It said rags paused. How about that?
No, it didn't.
It actually did.
It didn't. It says user Orly. User Orly.
One of the critical errors in your plan.
I'll tell you what. I'm not even going to change my name. I'm just going to let you guys handle that. I have no idea how this website works.
Utter chaos.
It's really simple. All you have to do is, as Fringy just demonstrated, you just have to press the little triangle down at the bottom left. Don't press the actual image, but if you press the little play pause at the bottom left, it play pauses it for everyone else.
Yeah.
So I'm not even going to bother changing my name. I'll just be whoever. It doesn't matter.
I mean, I've never bothered ever, so yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay, so as you may or may not be aware, gentle viewer, a steaming Sony Sludge torrent has dropped furiously all over us, meaning the internet, I suppose, or culture as a whole, and many are discussing the sheer power of the Webster, Madame herself, the Webinator.
Mademoiselle Webbington.
Everyone knows her so well from basically everything she's been in, be it comics or TV shows, animated, and all the movies she's been in before. That this is pretty exciting to see her Sony movie debut of 2024. That's the one everyone's been looking for, and it finally released. But before we break it down, tell you what happened, and wonder if you'll actually believe us, because we're in that particular sort of world of film yet again, I wanted to instead first go over some of the things they've done in the marketing that are rather amusing. And so
you're trying to build up that hype.
No,
I like it. I like it.
I don't know what the opposite would be. I'm
hype?
like degrading, bringing the hype down, like crashing it down.
The escalation.
Mahler, you've already made the thumbnail, so we're already in hype.
Everyone's already I gotta see the context.
I am so ready. I see Madam Web on that ocean spray bottle, and I'm psyched up. I'm ready to go. I am aroused.
Now, I don't want you to see the whole trailer again. For anybody who has or hasn't, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to a particular part, so you have context for something we see later. But this is the famous meme part of the trailer. That's what we're playing for you at home, all right? Get ready. You're not ready, but here it is.
Not how it works.
I've seen that man before.
So who is he?
Ezekiel Sims. He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died.
Wait a second. That line, I don't think
that line is not in the movie.
No,
it's not in the movie.
That's probably worth saying now, I guess. No. Yes. Sorry, chat. You will not see that mentioned in the movie at all. That line, they've cut it out. It's gone. I guess they knew.
There's all the really overly wordy dialogue in this movie anyway.
Oh,
so.
yeah, the dialogue.
To replace
we have so many lines to talk about that are much funnier than the one in the fucking trailer anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting that they took it out.
I missed the line. Which one was it? Because I have 2 sets of headphones, and that one went through the wrong one. Which line was it?
It's the.
Oh my God, are you Mark the Cyborg?
No, I have editing headphones and then streaming headphones, and I had that one went through editing headphones.
Okay, yeah.
It's okay.
Why do you have 2 different headphones?
Because one is closed and one is open.
Oh, okay.
We can.
Which one do you use for which? Do you edit with your closed or open?
Closed headphones. Open. The open ones are for streaming, so I can hear what's going on.
So everyone else can hear what you're streaming. Okay, that's true. Very true.
So I apologize.
Using the power of Watch Together, I can show you it again so you can appreciate it. And for anyone in chat who may have missed it.
I've seen that man before.
So who is he?
Ezekiel Sims. He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died.
It's funny. It's just a funny
It's
line.
incredibly clunky and hilarious and delivered like with such
all of these.
I mean,
wait, are all of these gun people? They're not in the movie, are they?
No, they weren't.
All of this isn't in the movie.
Rags, it's a modern superhero movie. It's the trailer's not the movie.
Okay.
Those are 2 different things.
It's just weird to see lines and visuals from things that they clearly shot and got ready, put in the trailer, and then the movie rolls around and it's just not present. This will be the extended edition.
Yeah, they reshot a shit ton of this. So
they unshot a lot of things.
Unshot apparently. So.
Right. So
this trailer was
if only
really
they had
bad.
predictive powers like Madam Web, they would have known to just shut it down.
This trailer essentially doomed the film to being memed.
And yeah, it was
already
slammed
on that trajectory.
Yeah.
But yeah, this trailer doomed it. It basically made people go like, "Oh, this is the new Morbius."
Then, not long after the trailer came out, Dakota Johnson left WME and got a new representation at CAA for acting, obviously.
Wait, what do these letters mean? WME and CAA?
Those are like 2 of the... I don't know what they mean, but they're
just agencies.
Unions or guilds?
No, CAA is like the top Hollywood agency, though.
Yeah, they're just agencies for... Yeah.
Okay, meaning that there's speculation. I don't think we've got any definitive confirmation, but the speculation is her agent got her into what they told her was a Marvel connected movie, right? Which is all the hype for all the actors. And I think there's even a quote. It's not a part of this selection we've got, but that she saw. I can't remember if it was Elizabeth Olsen, I think.
She bumped into Elizabeth Olsen and asked for advice on how to do Marvel stuff, which is funny.
Because as much as you could even say being a part of, let's say, Echo is not really a part of the MCU, but being a part of Madam Web is hugely not a part of the MCU. This is very far away, and she...
the thing is, it's like, oh, well, it's a Marvel movie. It's a Marvel movie. Yeah, it's a Marvel movie. Yeah, it is.
Well, I mean, in terms of
quality, it's a Marvel movie.
Technically, that's not a lie. It is a Marvel character. All they had to say was, it's in a Marvel-connected universe. They didn't tell her which one it was, though.
Well, I mean, it is a Marvel movie. It is.
And
it's just not a Marvel Studios movie.
Just of the bottom of the barrel C-list and D-list characters.
This is like the grimy floor that the barrel sits on top of.
Well, yeah, I think that's how that went. She eventually realized, and then the agent was like, "Oh shit, okay, wait."
Oh, sorry, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Damn. Oh, it's a bad thing I'm your agent. Oh.
And then it would have dawned on him quite quickly that she was promoted now as being a part of a movie that's just a fucking joke that no one cares about, which is infinitely funny. Let's be honest.
Mhm.
I really wish that when that revelation kind of occurred, that she was able to have enough time to really chew the scenery, make it super hammy, because that could have potentially saved this movie as an experience. If
Well,
we
Her web connects them all.
We will get to opinions on the film after we're done with this section. Don't you worry. But yes, these are the started promotional like posters for her. And, it's just her face in all of them. It's exactly the same.
It has a funny expression.
It has this blank, flat. This is what you look like when you're distracted and you're supposed to be looking at something else. I think
These are literally all the same picture.
Yeah,
That's why.
Yeah,
and it's so black.
Like looking at all four of them, they're
This is
not
the best
even.
one.
They just photoshopped her head onto different. Oh no, she's wearing the same outfit in all of them too.
Her web connects them all.
Yeah, that's her best
same
outfit.
every time. And every time there's a web, because get it, web. Also maybe Spider-Man, but no.
She doesn't wear
not Spider-Man.
that red undershirt, that red shirt she's wearing. I don't believe that makes an
Well,
appearance in
at
the
the end of the
That's the
film.
actual
Yeah.
costume
Maybe at
that
the very
they
end.
show at the very,
Yeah.
very, very end.
Yeah, we'll get to all. I just find these posters very
That's
amusing.
weapon costume.
These are really good. This makes me want to see the movie again.
Speaking of her costume, and the image for this EFAP, this was how people got the full reveal of her costume.
I find that so.
I mean,
It doesn't even look like her. That's not her. That doesn't look. That's not her.
I think it might
It's a
be her
solid
with
tie-in,
loads of
I mean-
Photoshop in. I think.
That's a different human being.
It's a solid tie-in. I mean,
It's a
clearly the color of the
It looks like-
costume was cranberry red. They were like, "What can we do for some advertisement here? We'll get Ocean
Ooh,
Spray."
that's a
on
good
show."
superhero name. Cranberry Red.
Cranberry red. There
Ooh.
you go.
That's a good superhero.
Oh.
I'd watch
Dude,
Cranberry
I mean,
Red.
You say so.
Yeah. Cranberry Red's great.
Okay.
Delicious.
I
What-
do
what
find
is
it really
Cranberry
funny.
Red's
You know what's
powers,
nuts?
though?
She's
To
tart
provide
but sweet.
affordable
There are-
and delicious fruit-flavored beverages.
There are
to all at the
absolutely-
supermarket.
Gonna be webtards out there who are like, "This is the best fucking thing that's ever happened," and holy shit, look at how they revealed it. That's so cool that it's on like a Ocean Spray.
How many of those people
a
do you
Japanese
think exist?
exclusive Ocean
7,
Spray.
maybe 6, and they're from the same
You know what?
family.
It's not often that I apologize to other countries on behalf of my own, but I feel like it might be warranted with Madam Web.
Maybe we all owe an apology just to
I
the
can't think of
cosmos.
anything else. As an American, I can't think of anything else to apologize to Japan for.
Oh yeah,
but
there's absolutely nothing.
that's right. But to be fair, we actually started this one, so I apologize for Madam Web.
We didn't mean
Honestly,
it.
the worst thing to happen to Japan from America is just this influx of weeaboos that go over there every year, expecting to like.
Or this
create a
image.
new
Yeah.
life. Or
that one
image
is
right
really funny.
It
Why?
just doesn't
Why?
look- It looks
Why?
like a fake. It looks like an
Why?
AI-generated person.
But why is she saying stop?
She's
That-
stopping
because-
you from
Oh, she's
living.
trying to warn us. Her premonitions. She's trying to warn us to change.
Yeah, that's
fate.
at the that's at the
gotta
back
be-
of the Ocean Spray bottle. She's telling you not
I,
to litter.
I think the reason why
at the bottom of the Ocean Spray
I think
bottle.
why-
As
I
you
think the
drink it,
reason
you
why
look
this one
down
is
and
really
she's under
funny
there.
Talk
is
to the
because-
hand.
you see the other one where it's like, oh, so they specifically made one with your hand up, like right at the camera for some reason, saying like stop.
Stop buying that.
Hold,
ticket.
hold
Don't
it
do
right there, crime. I'm gonna get you.
They definitely that hand is definitely photoshopped in there. Like that's
Yeah, it's fake.
yeah,
I think the person is everything's Photoshop. It's a Photoshop.
It looks like
That's
those little emoji memes with. Let me see. I'll just type in gun. There's got to be one in here. Yeah, like Jay's got one. I've got one for like my little Gooba peepos. It's just really
This
shitty.
would make a good emoji for the EFAP Discord. Whenever someone says something cringe, you just have Madam Web.
Stop
come
right
stop.
there.
Stop
You're
right there.
posting cringe.
I
You
am-
stop that.
I'm
I have
Cassie
seen
Webb.
where your cringe leads, and I don't like it. Stop.
I'm Madam Web, and I'm telling you to stop.
Yeah, this is what I compare it to. See this little peepo with his gun. It's the same level of effort. But you know what? Does it not just get you so ready for a movie? You're like, yeah, I want to see what this girl gets up to.
I haven't seen Captain America on an ocean spray bottle. I haven't seen Thanos on an
Now,
ocean spray bottle. So
where we shall go next? To be fair, this is all stuff I found out thanks to at NovaMania17's account collecting it. These images. There's some more stuff, but I would ask because I don't think we need the watch together now. I would put it in there with Twitter videos and stuff, but it gets all complicated. So instead, you open up this little thread that I am graciously providing you. You must scroll down to things that if you can have this is you guys specifically in the call. If you go to the GIFs, there's 4 promotional GIFs.
Oh yes, yeah.
I'll just show that for the people at home. These.
Oh god, that looks. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, these are high quality. These are high quality right here.
Oh, these are great. Wow.
It's so
funny. Oh my goodness.
What?
They zoom in and then they zoom out and then they zoom in.
What's interesting is that after you've seen the movie though, the context of these being gifts that they made seems all the more like you're lying.
Yeah,
you know, it's a bit of a ruse, isn't it? Because this is just not the film. Like, even though it's cringe in its own way, this is not like a part of the film.
These are lies. This isn't. Well, I mean, they're in the film.
This is to remind you that it is a superhero film, even like very aggressively. even though you only see these costumes for maybe like a minute total. And not even in reality, in like mental flashback dreams. Or flash forwards, I guess.
I find that all very amusing, but then it should be easy to follow. Next up we've got Dakota Johnson promoting the film on some site, but if we'll sync it up for you guys in the call as well. So if you go on 0.
I'm there.
Ready?
Yep.
I didn't hear 2 more yeps.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
What are we doing?
Go to the 25-second Dakota Johnson little
promo video.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, we're gonna watch it together.
It's gonna be great
on Twitter.
Yeah, because this is the easiest way I can get this done. But Dog Hour, you ready as well?
I am ready. I was actually going already. I just rewound it again.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, go.
So, while my character in the movie may be able to see the future, I also can. And I know what the future brings. I know that when you see Madam Web, you're gonna love it. In fact, I think you're gonna see it twice.
That's weird.
God, that was terrible.
She seems
what is
so
that?
uninterested.
That's weird.
My favorite.
I love the little like. Why does she want my dick?
Well, you gotta get into that theater.
That was the first take off a teleprompter. 100%.
Well, yeah, she would have recorded like probably 15 of those in a row. That's how this works, right? With these sorts of videos.
Yeah, but that was definitely the first take. That was probably the only one she was willing to do. That's my guess.
I mean, probably, yeah. You probably want to go home at 5, you know? It's like, don't want to be working overtime for Madam Web.
So this next one, if you can sync on that ready as well, is a sponsored video, and I don't know how AI voices, not even, like, I shouldn't even say AI, but, like Microsoft Sam shit, I don't know how that gets into these videos, but if you ever wondered if they would ever do that, here you go. I'll try and be careful with copyright music here and there as well.
It's the next one down? It's the
next
one
one
below
down.
it?
Ready?
Yep.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go.
What if you could see the future?
Come on, let's go.
What if you could see the future?
Oh, man.
Just wait for it. You get another one as well.
What if you had the power to change it?
Oh, my God. Really? They couldn't just pay someone to
No, I don't know. Like,
record a line?
they paid so many money for this. What's wrong with you?
What if you could see the future?
Why didn't
Yeah,
they
that's
just
that's really
someone?
bad.
Yeah.
Just say it. It's just 2 little lines.
If you
The
skip
Stephen
to
Have Dakota
the
Johnson say it.
skip to the next video, and then we will have to provide a bit more context for those at home with this one. It's been said already, but the you have Madam Web and then 3 spider ladies, and they're all going to be, working through this movie, and you're like, oh, so anything could happen. It's like, well, in reality, as was said, no instances of them, the 3 spider ladies, gaining their powers or building their suits and wearing them and doing things in them. You only get a future Flash. 2 of them. Yeah. And they're both like in the context of things you have yet to see or understand the context of. So there are no Spider Girls in this really at all. Not even really Madam Web in her like Madam Webbiness right until the end. You get to see like a snippet. So with that in mind, check out this next clip. Is everyone ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
One of the comic drawings that I saw of Julia was always upside down, feet together, very ballet aerialist moves. So I begged and begged and begged to have my character drop from the ceiling because that's just what Julia would have done. I have a lot of photos of me just hanging upside down, just waiting for action.
Like,
I feel bad for her.
I do too. She was like, I went to the comics and I looked at my character and I wanted to have some connection between this movie's portrayal and the, and the inspiration for it and the way that the posing was and the look and with the hair hanging down and to have that kind of, I feel bad.
Well, she broke the first rule that they tell them all. She went and researched the character.
Yeah, that was a dumb move. That probably is why she had like less screen time or something by being familiar with the source. But it's so funny to use that to promote it when she's in the movie as that for what? 10 seconds?
And like unironically, about 10 seconds. The rest of her is just girl.
Yeah, might have been about 10, 15 seconds.
I would go as far as to say that's a bit unfair.
I have a question. I do have a question for everybody, though. At what point did you realize? Yes, I think that's without a given. But at what point did you realize, like, how far into the movie were you before you realized they weren't going to get their suits and powers? Like, what was the moment? Like,
I think when they were in the forest.
Yeah, I think at the forest, because at the forest we've got a huge chunk of the film is done. We have no person to there's no mentor character, there's no costume character, there's nothing to introduce that into the film at all. Nothing has been set up.
Well, I mean, they essentially get introduced as characters proper, maybe over a third of the way through. So at that point, it's just like you don't have the time. You don't.
For me, I don't remember I remember it was about like an hour 20 in, which is probably right toward the end of the sequence you guys are talking about, and I was just like, I had nobody to complain to. I was the only one in the theater. I was like, "This is bullshit." Like I was just like, I couldn't believe that it was at that moment. I when you've been baited and switched, and that was exactly when I felt it.
I suppose I find it really funny because I guess the logic is, well, we're biding our time, right? We'll set them up. This is the setup for those characters for the next movie.
Which even in that context, this movie does a really bad job of doing.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons why it took me so long to realize was because it was hard for me with the pacing of it, with the her powers, replaying scenes. I never knew how far into the movie I was. Like I was just like, okay, well, I've seen this scene multiple times now. And then after a while, I was like, no, I've been sitting here for quite a while. Like they should have at least mentioned something about their powers or something, and it never got to that point, and I was like, yeah,
because they don't have powers.
Yeah, well, I was saying that. That's what I'm saying. Is that was when, I was saying that was when I realized it.
You wait for that moment, and it just never comes because the girls do not have powers. They don't get costumes. They don't get powers. They're just 3 girls. That's it. One of them is hungry.
Annoying high school stereotypes.
Yeah, one of them is hungry.
Wait, stop! You guys are talking too much about the movie. I haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, whoops! I'm sorry. I was really excited about Madam Web.
Exactly.
I just really want to,
But yeah, point being with that one, it's practically misinformation / marketing lies. Like, especially knowing how much people are invested these days with actually caring about sources. Like, that's become a big talking point. I think that's a bit slimy to use, especially for her too, because she was very probably genuine when she said that. With the scenes that she was able to influence them in that way, got it to happen. But hey, is everyone synced on the next one? This is
let me scroll down. Hold on. Which
this
one's
is
that
Dakota
movie?
Johnson
The SNL one?
on SNL.
On Saturday
yes.
Night Live.
Give me
Okay.
just a second here. Okay, Dakota Johnson. All right, yes.
3,
I'm there.
2, 1, go.
I have a new movie coming out. It's called Madam Web.
Woo! Yeah, all
In the
right.
Marvel Universe, and it also stars Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah.
So kind of like
Tits!
if AI generated your boyfriend's perfect movie.
Such a weird comment.
AI generation.
I'm just like, I'm gonna be honest. You can't wear that and expect me to not be distracted. I'm sorry.
That's your
I
input.
mean-
All right, fair enough. You did mention Sydney
No,
Sweeney, and
no.
I assume that's all people know about her as well.
Yes, I actually. I love to say that she's known for exactly two things, and neither of them are her acting ability. So.
Well, that wouldn't have changed based on watching Madam Web. I'll be honest with you.
No,
Kind of
not
like
close.
So then,
AI.
what's next year that's super interesting is, as they point out, IMAX, 4DX, and ScreenX posters for the film release, so they are easily the best posters we've got. I was just like, well, wait, hang on, these are like cool.
Well, the thing is,
very avant-garde.
it's kind of like the lame trend. A lot of films, there will be these alternate cool posters, but unfortunately, the main theatrical one is the one where they throw every single character, every single actor onto the poster and arrange them in size order from top billing, down. But then you get occasionally these really cool posters that are like minimalistic or.
Oh, so
Fringy, look at how good the poster. We just covered all of the posters. And they're really,
Those other
really good.
images, yeah, like holy shit.
Yeah, these are really good though.
Yeah, I think Friggy, I think you're talking about the Hildebrandt style, where it's like almost like the Star Wars posters, where it builds down. Is like the one that you were referring to?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about the old Star Wars ones, those are way better than like the ones that you see a lot now.
Well, no, I'm
because
saying
those
like, but like
have-
you were saying like where it has the main character at the top and builds down, the Hildebrandt poster style.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I assume, without going
I'm
that
just
far,
talking
just
about,
the
like-
heads. Everyone's heads are always
Yeah,
the heads, heads.
because like for instance, you see with Dune 2,
Yeah.
like that there are these really cool posters, but they're not the main one. The main one is the one where you've got like 10 actors on the poster arranged in size order.
Honestly, out of context, the IMAX one is a really cool poster. Like out of context with the eyes, I like that. But
Yeah.
No.
But nobody's seen
They
those
are better
really.
than- Yeah.
Yes, this is
Yeah,
what-
like
So
that's the main
lame.
one.
It's so lame.
Meanwhile,
So
if you look
fucking
at-
lame.
Usually, it's so lame. Usually, the teaser like poster, the one that comes before, is really cool because it has like some kind of specific art direction going for it, like some idea. You remember the Ant-Man ones? Like how it was just Ant-Man, but
Yeah.
really small in the middle of like a big
Well, you
white
can just-
poster.
Because the book is fairly old, there's been all kinds of
Yeah, but
opportunities
the
to
problem is
make
that
crazy cool
it's just
posters.
baked into Hollywood. Is like, well, you got to make
Yep.
sure that you get the actors' faces on there. It's probably like stipulated.
I'm assuming you guys saw the article or the headline of that they banned the Dune popcorn bucket from being taken into Madam Web.
What?
Why? Wait, what? Why?
Wait,
I mean,
wait.
Just to be clear,
Does everyone here know about the Dune popcorn bucket?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do.
no, I don't know. What's going on?
Oh my god.
You liar.
Is there a worm inside of the popcorn that like?
I think
What?
that's what they were worried about, was there would be one if people were watching this, which I don't know how, but
What's going on?
so I mean, just go look up what it looks like and you'll figure out what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
is
I
it
don't wanna-
literally just a? I thought there was like a story. Dune popcorn bucket.
They just banned it because
Images.
yeah. There you go.
Oh no!
So,
Oh no!
for those who
Oh,
don't know, I guess this is the
no.
promotional Dune popcorn.
Oh no!
Sorry to derail from this fantastic
No,
Madam Web.
I'm
but-
so glad that I think I'm glad that I saw this. Oh
So
no!
they were afraid that this would be used for other things besides popcorn if taken into Madam Web, so they banned
But
it.
like,
like,
when
would
they-
stick their
theaters.
dick in that though.
Someone's
there's
done it for a
tiny
meme.
Things sticking.
Someone's
I
done it.
wouldn't. Yeah,
that-
maybe for a meme. I would for a meme, but not, like really. Not, for the purposes of, It looks really bad. Don't do this.
Is that a sandworm in your bucket? That's a great.
Oh no. Reach in and grab my Muad'Dib.
Anyway, have you got the next video ready?
Back to real cinema.
Which is
next one's ready.
Yeah, so
the
I guess
interview.
I was going to say it's just more promotional sort of stuff, but she has asked a question about a certain moment, which I'm sure everybody remembers that we went over. Let's get Dakota Johnson's opinion on it. So, 3, 2, 1, go.
Where there was a line from the trailer that went sort of viral. Do you remember that?
What was it?
It was the line that says, "He was in the Amazon with my mum when she was researching spiders right before she died." Do you remember that going viral?
Why did that go viral?
I think it went viral because out of context, people were just
poor
like,
interviewer.
What does this mean? Did you catch that at all?
No. Somebody brought this up and I have no idea what it's about.
There were lots of memes because I think people were like, "What is?" Just out of the context of it, it was just a very.
But isn't any sentence out of context out of context?
Yeah, very true.
What a silly
This is
thing.
the greatest interview I've ever
And do you know what I mean?
He was in the Amazon researching spiders. Seems like a basic storyline.
Seems like a basic storyline. True, very true.
The best part about that interview is at first you feel bad for the interviewer because like he's trying to coax something out of
like
her.
a meme, yeah.
No, it's because he trapped himself.
But that's what
she
I say, then
asked
he
why.
trapped
Why
himself,
was that
yeah.
a meme? And then he has to like explain it, but he can't be like because it sounds fucking retarded.
Yeah, you can't
Like,
say
can't
that,
say that for
so-
the interview.
But then it flips back on itself, and now you feel bad for Dakota because all she's saying is like, yeah, of course it's out of context. Anything is stupid, and now you feel bad for her at the end because she can't say like there's nothing she can say. Like she has to recall
this whole
line.
thing is fascinating. It's like performance art or something. It's like it's really funny.
Oh yeah, this is a really it's like a weird skit. Yeah.
Well, and so I feel like after what we've seen now, she just doesn't care. Like, what is even all this stuff? Like, no, or just like that. Does that even sound like it's like why does that get memed? It's like I don't know, whatever. Because once you see it in the trailer and the causes, I think you could definitely guess it. But explaining it to her and like, oh, your mother, the Amazon was killed by the guy or whatever. She's just sort of like, yeah. What? That doesn't sound particularly meaningful when you say it the way that he did, but then, like Rag said, it's like he would have to explain, like, oh, it sounded really cringy and stupid. That's why people found it funny. What do you think? It's like, I'm promoting the movie, man.
Yeah,
like what do you want to do?
I don't really know exactly what he expected her to say. That's the thing. Like, yeah, I really hated that line. Like, I don't know. Like, you're here for.
He was just trying to get something. He was trying to get something.
Because he was hoping to get some meme value, but like, I don't know. You're right. What is she gonna say to that? Like, ha ha.
What's she
Yeah,
gonna
that's
say?
great.
Yeah, that was a really funny meme. Madam Web shit. Like, she's not gonna say that.
Yeah.
All right, you guys ready on the skip the next one? Go to the helicopter one.
Oh, it's always great for the helicopter.
Helicopter.
A Madam Web helicopter. I want to make that clear. A Madam Web helicopter.
A Madam
is
Web
displayed.
helicopter?
Yes.
Oh, maybe it's the one they used in the film. Okay.
They got this is part of the marketing that in India there is a Madam Web helicopter. This, by the way, helps explain how there's such a huge marketing budget. Where does it go? Well, let's have a look. See, shall we? Is everyone ready?
My helicopter.
Yeah, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Why?
It broke
It's
too.
got sparks. Oh wait, that's not part of the thing.
No.
Is
Oh,
that,
I
is
thought
it
it was
broken.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was supposed to be.
But then
why?
But why is there a Madam Web helicopter? What? What the fuck?
Yeah, I thought they were like building it at first. I don't know what the hell that was about.
I
thought that was part of the thing.
Why?
I thought that was supposed to do that.
Why?
But why?
Why
There is
is
a
there a Madam
helicopter
Web
in the movie,
helicopter?
but Madam Web helicopter? Like what?
They're still welding it together here too. They are actually welding the propellers at the top.
I just don't understand how the decision was made somewhere at Sony. Part of the marketing, let's allot a budget to a helicopter with Madam Web on it.
That'll get people
And
to
it's
see
like,
the
oh,
movie.
is it flying around? No, it's just sitting in front of a cinema.
I wouldn't be
Okay.
shocked if this thing doesn't actually function.
It's not. It's probably not a real helicopter.
No, it's
No, probably not. But that's.
I mean, we already know it didn't perform its actual function and like sell tickets from the movie.
Yeah.
So.
That still kicks the can down the road of a decision was made to have a fake, non-functional helicopter with Madam Web stuff on it sitting in front of a cinema.
This is such a display of why this movie is already a catastrophe, and we haven't even looked at what it's about. So next one is a video from the at Madam Web movie TikTok profiles. Everyone ready on that one? 10 seconds.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It says, "When you're single on Valentine's Day." 3, 2, 1, go.
You don't think this is weird?
It's honestly like the least weird thing that's happened all day.
Oh.
Thanks, Madam Web movie.
That awkward, cutting them out, and then just that the idea is we got to do memes with our product.
Memes for the Zoomers, TikTok memes for the Zoomers and the children. This is what they love.
Corporate memes,
was rough.
They belong in hell. Corporate memes is so gross.
Geez. That was
the
really
awkward
bad.
pause in between dialogue.
Yeah.
Horrific. And then a video was posted on Instagram from, I'm guessing, the official account. Again, more examples of what they spend money on in marketing. Everyone ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, this song, man. Oh, I don't like it. What is this?
I don't know.
It's like a dating profile?
Yeah, I'll let it play on repeat. I've just muted it now.
Icons
But it's
are like the same footage. It's like a second that reverses and.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be alter ego, Facebook pages, myweb.com. It's like, oh, look at that. Oh, crazy. Because
if you have spider powers, you can join this website.
I think it's supposed to be cool. It's not, though.
I'm reading I'm reading Madam Web's details. Let's see. She starts off, "I'm a New York City EMT who prefers to be alone." All right, that's her about me. And then, "Here for because I have to be." All right. Relationship status, happily single. All right. Well, she wouldn't be on myweb.com if she was happily single. Hobbies are eating Chinese food. That's a fun hobby. Currently listening to Sirens.
Because
like
she's
EMT, I thought that was like a band, Sirens, but it's actually just like the EMT, ambulances. Now, Madam Web, about me. "If you want to live, you have to trust me." So that's good dating material there. "Here for my spider girls." Okay. Relationship status, madame, not madam.
Okay.
Okay. Hobbies are seeing the future. That's useful, right? You might get hungry because you lost your other hobby. But currently listening to my inner voice. Okie dokie. Well,
yeah, I guess because it's implying that she was, she's narrating there. So.
Wow.
I get this is her profile, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
she made her profile.
I wonder if this is a real website.
I want to know how much they charge to make that, like the marketing people.
They hired someone to.
We'll get you this,
bullshit,
but you got to pay, of course. Like, this is big potatoes. This is going to get a lot of people drawn in to see the movie.
Okay, so I typed in myweb.com just to see if this took you anywhere, and it literally just says, "Looks like you've landed nowhere."
Oh, you killed Jay Longbow by mentioning that.
Cringe.
Oh my god. Oh man, that's my fault. I'm sorry. I'll leave the website.
I feel like we were about to play one of the best ones, and we can't do that without her being here. Damn it.
This one's a really good meme.
Well, I guess we'll give her a few seconds, but for now we could just talk about how the nature of all of this is obviously to highlight this is not the only movie that does this. There's a reason why everything is falling apart. There's the amount of budgets that are ballooned by marketing, movies that are already reshot and spent a bazillion on. All this costs money. All this insane nonsense costs money.
The overarching thought is, how did these decisions get made? How did any of this materialize? Why wasn't there someone who said, we probably don't need to spend money on the helicopter, or probably don't need to spend money on this weird, early 2000s internet, ad thing. We probably should you know, maybe not like release this picture of her holding her hands up to the camera.
It seems regrettable, yeah.
Who approved these decisions, or is this just something that just happens? It just happens, and the money gets spent in ways that end up drastically damaging the film.
It's got to be that they pass money on to a group of people who are like, we know how to market a movie. Okay, we've been doing this for years, like, right? And then they got a list, and it's like Madam Copter, Madam Poster with a handbag,
Madam Copter,
Madam Ocean Spray. Like, yeah, this is all the normal stuff. It's like, it doesn't work. It's like, it does work. We've been marketing movies for years. I think it's just a matter of marketing generally works with all the major stuff, and then just start throwing things in, and because of the fact that nobody has yet sort of noticed which is really working, which isn't.
Right. That you end up with these things that probably you didn't need to spend all this money on something that when you know, a trailer and running ads on TV, you know, or putting some on a bus is probably more than enough to let people know that the film actually exists.
Yeah, and
at this point, like, the internet feels like the main thing. Does anybody not know that Deadpool and Wolverine is a film that exists, really?
Exactly.
Is anybody going to be shocked when they find out that film exists? Probably not.
Yeah, like marketing, if marketing is... Yeah, if it's telling me something I already know, like if it's telling me about a movie I'm already like aware of, it's lost most of its potency.
Well, because we all talk about marketing budget, but I don't think we really generally that much explore the marketing beyond trailers, typically. Like,
no, because there's a lot of dumb shit. If you look at a lot of movies, there's a lot of like weird things that get money spent on, you know?
Yeah, it's...
One of the weirder ones I've seen in my life, so this wasn't for a movie, I can't even remember what game it was, but I used to go to a game convention, Penny Arcade Expo East, and they had, I forget which game it was, but they literally had like a Ferrari just driving around the convention center for 4 days. And I was like, you know, everybody's going in the building where you have a demo. That's good enough. You don't need to have this hyper expensive car driving around in circles.
That's reminding me of when Xbox, when they announced a new Forza game, like at E3, they would lift up like a thing at the back of the stage and reveal like the main car for that game. And it's always just, why? Like,
I don't even. But if I recall correctly, because this has got to be like 6 years ago at this point, but it wasn't even for a racing game. It was something else. I was like, it doesn't make sense. What are you doing? So it's it's likely that these marketing firms just have these catch-all things that they just throw at stuff, and this is one of them.
Well, yeah, I know that one of them that I find interesting is you know how like those 3D billboards that you see, like sometimes you see videos at like Times Square or equivalent places in other countries with like 3D billboards. I always wonder about that. Like if you spend a bunch of money to make a billboard that's only gonna play in Times Square, I mean, who is that? You know what I mean? Like, is that worth it? If you spend like $2-3 million on that, is that actually worth it? For like the people who are going through
the thing about Times Square, though, Fringy, is that they actually, all companies that advertise in Times Square realize that is going to be a loss specifically just for that advertisement. But they want it there for like New Year's, so that way when it gets, you know, all the video, like for the ball drop, it's there. But there's a lot of people in Times Square at all times. You know,
there are a lot of people at Times Square at all times. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, I wonder, you know, if you have to make something specifically that's only going to play in one location, even if it's a really popular one, is that a great investment compared to just release a trailer on the internet, which is
probably not. I just know that like almost every restaurant and stuff in Times Square operates at a loss because they're just there for like a stagnant standard advertising area. That's all it is. So
the only reason I bring it up is because I feel like it's all these little things add up eventually, right? Of all these things of maybe that's not absolutely worth it. Maybe that's not absolutely worth it. Maybe that's not absolutely worth it. And then you pile them up and you realize, oh shit, we probably didn't need to spend as much money as we did on this marketing. You gotta show that meme.
Of course. The webinator, she's getting there.
Why is it 2016 though?
Well, because Jeb, that was 2016.
Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah.
Jeb was going to take the country by storm.
She's predicting the 2024 box office numbers for Madam Web. Well, let's give a...
This isn't accurate, Rags. This is the amount of people that actually went in each country. Sorry, each state. Like...
How many people went in my state? Oh, she's covering it up. I hope it wasn't that many.
Hold on, let me see. Where's my 14 people went in mine, apparently.
It makes so much sense to me that
you're in...
29 Floridians went to see it.
I mean, I'll just tell...
No,
Rags,
I have to look. No, I'm not looking.
Go ahead, fine.
14.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah, yeah. God, it's so fucking hard to find it. Oh,
No,
you're in New Jersey. You're on the little numbers on the right. Okay, you're in New Jersey.
Bada
Oh,
bing.
you must have loved this movie because it's really close to you.
Oh, trust me. That when we
just
get to
down the
that,
road. Madam Web is. You can go in a car and you can visit Madam Web.
when we get to that, don't worry. I got plenty to say about that.
Jersey.
You know, we don't all sound like that, right?
Yeah, I think you do.
We don't, though.
I'm
Do
glad
I
you're
sound like
putting
that
on-
right now?
You're putting on an accent for the sake of the podcast, which I appreciate, but it's not necessary. You don't have to.
Someone said they can't wait for EFAP
Like
to get
Fringy.
their own promotional Fringy-copter.
Fringy-copter.
Oh my god, that would be great.
We're working on it, goddammit.
Fringy-copter.
And then it
He's
crashes
just leaning out of the window,
Like,
throwing
oh,
glue
God.
at people.
Well, no, now I'm just thinking
the
about
cockpit is the
helicopter
nose,
frigate.
and the
crashes.
windows are the yellow eyes. I love it. I love the idea.
Anyway,
Sure, it comes out and crashes to his yard.
I'm afraid
that was a good job.
it is not
Anyway.
clear on when Jay Longbone will rejoin us. Her power's gone out, unfortunately. So we will soldier on because it is time for everyone to see one of the best pieces of marketing. Yes, Dakota Johnson has asked if she can name 3 Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. Some people may have seen this before, but if you haven't, is everybody synced?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Rags is muted, that fuck. What do I do? Just carry on?
His ass off at this one.
That's
I
what I
think
mean.
he said he was doing something. He ran off.
What are we looking at here?
He ran
Seconds or
off.
minutes?
I figure it's quick. Maybe he's just going to.
He's a dog. He saw a car go by. He ran after it. We don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Come on, Rags. This is the best. This might be the best one.
Oh, you saw this one already?
Oh yeah, I've seen
This
this.
one's
This
famous.
has got to be some. This has got to be some of the dumbest things I've ever heard someone say.
Dumbest.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't go that direction with it. I understand why you might have said that, but like we're gonna have to just watch it. I think. Like I'm sorry, Rags. Sorry, Jay Longbone, but you know the show must go on, as is said. So you guys ready? You two ready?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Can you name the 3 Spider-Man Tom Holland movies?
Yeah.
Should I just go on faith?
Yeah.
Oh.
Spider-Man, here he comes.
Here he comes.
That's number 1.
Yep.
Spider-Man, and he's back. And the other one, the last one is the Goblet of Spider-Man.
Need a vacation.
Harry, Spider-Man, and the Goblet of Man.
So the impression I got from this was that she's just like, fuck you, whatever. I don't know.
Fuck around.
Goblet of
They're like-
Spider-Man.
They're like smart dumb. They're like she clearly doesn't know them, so she's just gonna fuck with the guy basically. But she had to come up with them on the spot. So it's.
Yeah, I think so. Some people might interpret this as she was like caught in a lie. I think she was in on the joke from the get-go. She was already preparing to say stupid Spider-Man names for films.
Yeah, like as soon as she said yeah with that grin, it's just like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, we're just fucking
I wish
around
she
here.
would have just said. I really wish she would have just said 1, 2, and 3, and then that would have been it.
I gotta watch the clip. I'm sorry. I went to get a drink while Jay Longbone was gone, and then I knocked over my thing and ice got everywhere, and it was really stressful. It was really stressful. But I took care of it because you can't leave it because then you'll come back later and you'll be
And
like,
then
oh
it'll
my
be
god,
about the water.
this is
It'll
water.
have changed states
oh, no,
of matter.
what have I
It's true.
done?
It would have been water out of
Who's
nowhere.
responsible for this?
Yeah, technically it was already water on the floor.
That is true.
Wow. Well,
That's very true.
we can play it one more time for good old Rags.
Please,
And people,
please.
what I want everyone to pay attention to is her like tonality. What do you think she's doing in this clip? All right, we'll go with that. So, ready?
All right. Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Can you name the 3 Spider-Man Tom Holland movies?
Yeah.
Should I just go on faith?
Yeah.
Oh.
Spider-Man, here he comes.
Here he comes.
That's number one.
Yep.
Spider-Man, and he's back. And the other one, the last one is the Goblet of Spider-Man.
What the fuck?
Harry, Spider-Man, and the Goblet of Man.
So
that was kind of amusing. That was amusing.
It's a good meme.
Me,
It's a good, yeah.
I find it fine. I think it's chill. Like
Spider-Man, here he comes.
We're building like a
first,
profile of Dakota Johnson in our heads. I feel like this matches her whole like I don't care. Like I'm here for I have to be here. So yeah, whatever.
I honestly think she was briefed on them ahead of time and forgot them. That's the body language I'm getting off of her.
That could have happened.
I think what people
Because the
need
first
to
one
understand is that sometimes even the actors don't really give a shit about like any of the like they don't know anything about these movies and they don't know anything about the comics or the characters, and you think like, wait, but I mean you're working on them, so like presumably you know more than just people on the internet. Nope, not necessarily.
Nope.
Sometimes they don't know what they don't care.
The reason why I say it though is because a lot of times with these interviews, they're told the questions ahead of time, especially these like kind of feel good sort of interviews like this. So it really looks to me now that I've watched it like probably about 4 times, it almost like she has an answer. She says yeah, and then she's like, shit, I don't remember what they told me. Like it's almost like a terror comes over her face that she forgot it, so she tries to turn it into a joke.
Honestly, this guy probably knew. He was like, she's probably forgotten. So, I give her an out. I can take it on faith that of course, yeah. Like, that was her out, but then she was like, no, let's just fucking do it. This will be funny.
Because the first one,
funny.
I thought it was
the first
funny.
one, like, here he comes, like, I can because it's Homecoming is the first one. So, like, I could see her in her mind, like, formulating this sentence and, like, oh, it was something coming, and then, like, all of a sudden she's like, here he comes. There we go. That sounds right. And then it was just off the rails from that point.
Spider-Man.
I don't know. I don't have the same read. I have the read as soon as she said yes, that it was going to be a meme.
Yeah, it looked like there's a smile on her face, like she's prepared to do
she
some
did
memes.
say.
I mean,
she was ready to
kind of go either
But
way,
wasn't it to an extent? Like I think she's probably too young to go too far with the don't give a fuck sort of stuff. But like wasn't Harrison Ford asked whether or not he was a Force ghost in Rise of Skywalker, and he said, "What the fuck is even a Force ghost?" Like,
she is a second generation Hollywood actress, so she might have that like feeling of like I could just not give a shit. Like my dad was famous, I'm famous. Like it's like.
Well, yeah, and remember, she switched agencies very likely because of this film. So promoting it well after you've filmed it and known this is like a joke. Sort of this stuff is just like, yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, Spider-Man and the Goblet of Man.
If anything, it might be a big brain move of if I'm in on the meme, if I'm really in on the meme, then I can insulate myself from the damage that this film could cause.
That's probably the way to go. It's to chew the scenery. It's to play it off and be like, lol, this movie's a joke. And like, we're all here for memes. And, Spider-Man, here he comes. Ha. That's probably the way to go.
I can see why you would get like. I just rewatched it again, just for.
Oh my god!
See where you're going. Yeah, I know. I'm a masochist like that.
Wait, the movie or the meme?
No, just this clip. But
okay, that's not that.
No, but I could see where Fringy is coming from. Where it could be that she was in on it. Her body language could kind of go either way. It's either she forgot it or she forgot the joke, because that could be it too. She was like, well, what was I supposed to say? What was the meme that I was supposed to do for this? So it could.
I don't know. I guess the thing is that I wonder sometimes with because I remember there was like a thing. I remember it was something that I saw. It was like an interview where she was saying something along the lines of that it was crazy shooting the film because of all the blue screen stuff. And I remember that there was something in there as well where she said something along the lines of like, I put so much faith in the director. And I look at that and I'm like, if depending, that could be really clever. It's like, I put so much faith in her, I'm not used to doing it like this, so I put faith in her, so it's her fault if the film's not good, not mine. That kind of thing. I'm not sure if that's like, it could just be totally innocuous, but in the context of broader memeage,
it's tough to tell. I don't have enough information on her as a character to really know for certain.
Well, next up we have the actress who played. The funny thing is, I didn't even know their names after seeing the film. So one of the Spider Girls, she posts a meme about Madam Web. It says, "Roses are red, our fates are tied. He was in the Amazon with my mum researching spiders right before she died."
The thing is, I guess in her case, she's fine. She's gonna be in the DCU, so she don't need this one, I guess.
It's just
so she can just buy into the memes.
It's so funny because I think someone could be like, "What are you doing, making fun of the movie?" It's like, "Oh, the movie's fucked. Let's just have fun."
It's
like,
fun. Just have fun with it,
yeah,
and then move on.
Yeah. Then Dakota Johnson says that she hasn't seen Madam Web and doesn't know when she'll see it. Maybe someday. Now, a lot of people point out, hey, it's perfectly normal for actors and actresses to not watch the movies they're in. It's like, yeah, but it's not perfectly normal for them to announce that to people or to answer the question that way.
When the film is coming out.
Nobody does this. What they're supposed to do is say, like, of course I'm going to see it. It's going to be incredible. And the work that everyone did on it is amazing.
You know, I never watch my films because I don't want to see my own performance consistently.
Yeah.
Some people say.
It's so blandly said as well. Just like, oof. So, next up, if you're ready on the next video, is Raven Simone helps promote the film with a very unserious video posted on Instagram and TikTok. So this is paid for as a promotion for Madam Web.
Oh, she has a PSP.
Yes.
Is
so
that a PSP?
top tech.
Oh, wow.
Well, so
okay.
The thing is, watch this and then we can talk about whether or not we think the person who made this really took this job seriously, right? This is a paid promotion. So 3, 2, 1, go.
These sound effects, wow.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, I just turned around thinking
Hi,
that
John
something
from
was
the Madam Web
playing
marketing
Mario
team.
behind me.
And yes, I would love to make a video for you.
Whoa. How did you know I was calling you to ask you that?
Because I can gaze into the future.
Oh boy. That one's rough.
That's pretty horrific.
That one's pretty rough.
It costs money. That costs lots of money.
I don't know what Raven Simone's doing these days, but look, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. That trailer, that was not very Raven at all.
Raven Simone
that was totally not Raven.
She's sabotaging the movie. Like, what are you doing? Why are you making
that's
so
so not Raven.
No, it's not.
Lately, she's mostly like telling people that working for Disney sucked. That was essentially what she's been doing recently.
Ugh, helped promote the film.
That was rough.
And,
that was bad.
Yes. Lastly, Madam Web director S.J. Clarkson explains why she didn't really have the Spider Women in the movie at all, and that she felt it was too greedy to try and tell the origin story of the 4 heroes. So she says, quote, "Well, I thought it would be a bit greedy to do 4... No. I thought it would be a bit greedy to do 4 origin stories," Clarkson explained. "That's not really fair, is it? I've got to share it. Come on, I mean, first and foremost, it's Madam Web, right? But I hope the exciting thing about it is, this is a tease. And I think the origin story of the girls we're given, hopefully a hint of the spirit of who they are. We've tried to stick to the spirit from the comic books, and draw from that, and find out who they are and get a little bit of their sass, and a little bit of their character coming through. But that's a lot of story to tell, I think, in one movie. And I think it wouldn't do any of them any justice to try and sort of crowbar or cram them all into one movie. So I think it's Madam Web's, and here's kind of the development of something else underneath it. But yeah, I thought that was probably too greedy. They'd be like, get out.
So after seeing... This is interesting now that I've seen the movie, and we'll obviously talk about how incredibly well characterized everyone is in the film.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess we'll keep this in mind for when we talk. Keep this in mind for when we talk about it later. In fact, I'm going to save this in a new tab just so that it's handy for later.
So there's basically there's no reason why this film wouldn't do several billion, I think.
You know, it's starting off slow, 24 million across, I think, a 6-day opening weekend. You know,
that's
starting
pretty
slow, but
bad.
It can ramp up.
Just wait till it hits India. They did such marketing there with
That's
helicopter.
right, the helicopter. Yeah.
Once it hits the India market, this thing's gonna skyrocket. Just wait.
To be fair, I saw it at an Indian theater, and they no, I did. That's funny.
You probably had more. If you saw it in India, you probably had more people in your theater than I did, and I saw it in real life. So,
On
a real
Valentine's
life
Day,
theater.
did you go? On Valentine's
Yes,
Day?
yes, I did. It was
Did you take your girlfriend with you?
no, no, no.
No.
I just took
That's
myself, and
oh, that's I mean,
I
all things
asked them. I
considered,
asked
it's
them for
fine.
a Dune popcorn bucket. They said no. It was.
No, they said they're too crusty. We have to clean them off.
I wouldn't want to
But
be
there was
that
nobody in my
service.
theater, which I'm getting used to that now at this point. It's kind of I always think that I'm in a some sort of strange horror movie or something where when I'm in a theater alone, I'm like, what's gonna happen here? Like, but I'm just realizing more and more people are just not bothering to see movies
Well,
because they all suck.
I think with the enthusiasm behind this film, it's an inevitability that we can expect certain sequels to arrive. I have a feeling that
Madam, oh yes.
the universe is getting bigger. You know, more and more amazing characters getting involved.
Well, I guess it's funny because someone would be like, "Oh, so they're not making another Madam Web film?" It's like, almost certainly no. But they're never going to stop making like Spider-Man / Spider-Man adjacent movies. Sony will never stop. They'll just keep doing it because they have to in order to
At this
retain
point,
the
I feel
right.
like I feel like they're just making the movies so that way they never lose the license.
Well, let's put it this way. You know, when you've got Spider-Man No Way Home having a total box office gross of about $2 billion, you can afford to lose some money on a few other movies, you know? You can afford to do that as long as it all helps you keep the rights to Spider-Man. Why would they ever give it up? I see people say Sony should sell them. It's like, why? It's worth more if they hold them perpetually. Spider-Man is worth
Because
so
you
much.
ain't getting them back ever. You're
No,
never getting them
probably
back.
not. I don't know if there's even a price that you could. I don't know. Maybe like I don't know what price they would accept.
You'll have to get to like public domain shit before you get it back, and at that point, it's just like everyone has it then.
At this point, now had this been like right after Endgame, and like you were saying, like what would the price be? I would say that Disney could probably afford it, but there's no way now. There's Sony.
It wouldn't be for sale.
Spider-Man No Way Home made twice as much as their most successful film, which was Multiverse of Madness. It made twice that. And then you compare it to a lot of other Marvel films that have been coming out recently. They've been doing really badly. And the thing is, you make Spider-Man 4, it'll make $1 billion, you know? It'll make more than that. It's the one that's going to make money. And Venom 3 is probably going to make money too, because Venom 1 and 2 were successful. And Sony doesn't spend as much money on these films as Marvel spends on their films. Madam Web cost $80 million, which is still too high, but that's less than half of what the Marvels cost to make. So, you know, let's see how much, which one is the bigger box office bomb, right? Is it going to be Madam Web or is it going to be the Marvels, which cost over twice as much money to make and therefore needs to make over twice as much money as Madam Web does to be more profitable?
Yeah, and also with Spider-Man, it's as a license, they make money off of other things like, you know, the video games, just the merch in general that they can make for the things.
I thought merchant, because I thought the nature of it was that it was specifically film rights and all the merchandise and all of that.
They also
stuff.
have the
and that
rights and stuff. So
do they? I thought that was a licensing agreement that they had with Marvel for the Spider-Man games on PS4.
I mean, that's a possibility, but they, as of right now, they pretty much control all aspects of it. There's no reason for them to let it go. But on top of that, it's like it created like so. One thing I've been looking at recently is like it essentially created the template, right, that everybody's building off of. But it got swallowed up by this the concept of the connected universe, which is where we find ourselves now with it. And I'm just wondering how many more of these are they going to attempt before they like just my mic is low apparently. I can
hear you fine. I can hear you just fine.
Yeah. Someone said in the chat that my mic is low. And because I read that, now I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, guys.
You're talking about how Madam Web's how her web connects all in the MCU.
The thing is that when Venom, because the first Venom cost I think it was like $100 million and it made $800 million, and the second one cost about that much and it made something like $500-600 million. Why would they?
Well, basically, where I was,
you can keep making these films. And you can have a Morbius and you can have a Madam Web, but even as long as Venom keeps making money, it's probably worth it.
Well, I kind of lost my train of thought, but like basically what I was heading toward was how many more of these are they going to make before they eventually try to do this big crossover film that they're heading toward?
I don't think they have a plan.
The Web
I think they're
Avengers,
just
you
fucking
mean?
making movies. I don't think so. I think they're just.
Yeah, I had
movies.
more of a thought in there, but the fact that I thought no one could hear me threw me off there for a second.
Oh, we can hear you.
We can hear you. Yeah.
It's just
everyone's telling people in the chat were telling me they couldn't hear me. So
don't listen to chat. Don't pretend they're not even there. Pretend everyone in chat is naked or in their underwear or whatever.
And also, do me a favor and stay the same distance from your microphones at all times so that I don't have to lift you or lower you. Someone else is going to bring up there's a quote from Dakota Johnson relatively recently, I guess, in relation to the production of this film. She said, it's really fucking bleak. Oh, sorry, it's really fucking bleak in this industry. It's majorly disheartening. The people who run streaming platforms don't trust creative people or artists to know what's going on and what's going to work, and that's just going to make us implode. It's really heartbreaking. It's just fucking, it's so fucking hard. It's so hard to get anything made. Everyone who makes decisions is afraid. They want to do the safe thing, and the safe thing is really boring. Interesting comment.
That was a well-timed comment, wasn't it?
Well, and I think you got thinking about that, and what's her name? Numi Rapace said that she doesn't want to play like strong or interesting women. She wants to play real characters. She's tired already of like some of the scripts she's been passed of what's been going on, and I guess like the implosion is ready to happen, or is happening, I suppose we should say, of just like this shower of shit movies that people have very much noticed at this point. And like even the actors and actresses and stuff, they're pointing it out very publicly. And I think that Madame Web's promotional stuff is almost evidence that we're reaching a critical point where even like it's like you could imagine there would have been an interview where she looks around and she's like, what are we doing? Why are we even doing this? So it would to me, I don't know, just evidence that things will probably change sooner rather than later.
Probably.
And isn't it ironic too that it's like this is considered safe? Like it happens because of because of that mindset, but that it's actually not safe at all. This is a very unsafe thing to do for making money.
This was a really bad idea from the start. Not just because the film ended up being bad, but Madame Web, really? Like if you own the rights to Sony, like if you own the rights to Spider-Man and all of his characters, Madame Web, you would pick Madame Web over many, 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 many other characters that you could make a movie about.
Well, how come this movie wasn't made during like the height of everyone being super excited over Spider-Man? You know,
arguably Sony, it was, right? I think Sony doesn't have a plan. They just don't. They were just sort of figuring it out as they go along. I mean, it's reflected in that Morbius post-credit scene of just having vultures show up. There's no plan. They don't know what they're doing. They're just making films,
but
and
people
trying
like
to figure
Vulture.
it out as they go along. Yeah, so throw them in there and say like, "Oh, we're gonna go get Spider-Man."
Yeah. I'm trying to think like who else they could have thrown, because Venom was obviously the smartest one they could have.
I don't know, Black Cat or something.
Black Cat could work. I could see that. Yeah. I'm trying to think like
how about a
Lizard
Lizard origin story or something? Our main character is Lizard, and it's just him going on Lizard adventures.
Not against it.
I'm not against that either.
Also, welcome back.
Honestly, I'm real. Oh, hello.
Hooray.
You missed
out
on
really
some
like.
I am. I'm trying this through my phone for now.
All right.
Oh.
Okay. Anyway, carry on.
I was just saying that I like the concept of a possible Black Cat movie, but I mean, we've seen what happened when they tried to make a Catwoman movie.
Well, this is the same rhetoric. We've seen what happens when they make any movie at this point. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah. Someone in chat just pointed this out, and actually, I've thought about this in the past. Why not lean on the Ben Reilly idea, like that? Because then you could have Spider-Man without having Spider-Man. You just Scarlet Spider.
I don't know. I think they're scared of. I think they might even be a little scared of doing other Spider-Man. You know, like to some extent.
Clearly not, because they had not Spider-Man in this one, so that's Ezekiel's. They took a character that has no spider powers at all from.
Well, you can roll around.
Like here. Yeah, but
I can crawl around.
Yeah,
not on ceilings, baby. I know you want to. They point this out in the movie excessively. Okay, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah, they
take a chance of you miss that.
one of many hilarious jokes in this movie, I might add.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the hits don't fucking stop. It's just banger after banger. Oh, my face hurt after this movie. After I watched this movie, just all of me was in pain. I was just in pain.
I'm sure
There
it
was
did.
just a lot of pain was happening.
Well, since we're already an hour in, we should probably start talking about what happens in the film. Because,
yeah, I guess so.
A lot of people may have assumed we've already done that. We have not. We've talked about everything around it, which is kind of funny because it's awful, everything around it. But, like, at least if the film is good, right? That's something. Or just okay. Or maybe even bad, but not terrible, right?
There are people who said, I got a few conflicting reports about this movie before I saw it.
I've seen someone who liked it. Isn't that crazy?
No, they were memeing.
Maybe.
They weren't being serious.
They
couldn't
have
have been.
seeing it.
But I heard a couple things. Some people said that the movie was so bad it's really funny, and some people said that the movie is really bad and it's like it's so like it's not miserable. And it wasn't a so bad it's good. I wouldn't recommend that people go see the movie if they're looking for a so bad it's good movie. It has its moments. But it does have stretches of being kind of boring, not really much happening. This movie feels like a movie that came out like 20 years too late. This is like a time vortex movie.
Well, we could do that sort of like opening statements maybe, and since you've gone there, I'll just go from right to left from my screen, which would be me next, and I'm gonna go ahead and agree on feels like a movie that was made about 20 years ago, but I'm gonna disagree on it being boring. Actually, the time flew by for me. I was so amused and interested by all of the little flares of the writing and directing. I couldn't get over how bad everything was, to the point where it was surprising me. And some stuff wasn't like surprising, but it was still fun to just see it. Such normal incompetence when it comes to storytelling. I would indeed call it a so bad it's good, but I would never, ever say you should pay money to see this. So, make of that what you will. And if you have a chance to see it with friends, possibly with substances, maybe that's something you could explore in Minecraft. But like, it's something to consider. I will make this argument across probably this whole stream. I think this is a very funny movie, absolutely unintentionally and highly incompetently. But I'm kind of glad it exists in some ways.
Okay, all right.
Lauren, what you got?
I guess I would say it's so bad it's good, but there were parts where it was just, it was a little boring. I found myself like drifting off a few times because I was just like, can you just get powers already? Any of you, like, it's just like a couple girls running around and running away. So, I think it could have the potential to be so bad it's good all across the board if they just, I don't know, like bullshitted their way into getting their powers earlier in the film. But yeah, there is a huge chunk of this movie that's just hilarious. There's like lines of dialogue. Like there's this one part, where Ezekiel Sims, I guess his name is, he's talking to his sidekick. She said something about she said something about finding the girl. And he was like, "Look, I feel the so you couldn't get this job done.
Hey, Jay Longbone,
get it done better or some shit."
I don't know. I didn't catch a lot of that. Yeah, I didn't catch a lot of that because of the phone.
And super unfortunately, I think you're on your phone because you haven't got power back yet. I think you were saying, right? Maybe her power's back and she's switching. I'm not sure, but Fergie, do you want to go next?
I mean, it's terrible, but it is pretty funny. I cackled a few times. It's funny at times because it's fascinating to look at as just this amalgamation of a lot of really, really, really bad writing and filmmaking, and the fact that the very film's existence is a meme in and of itself, so that contributes to it being funny. Something that I guess I would add is I don't this film is terrible, but so like every Marvel film that's come out in the last few years, they're all really bad. So I find it really funny that Madam Web is the one that's like, yeah, this is the worst. It's like, is it? It's terrible. Is it worse than Ant-Man? Like, is it worse than Quantumania? You know, is it
was
that
more
much worse than
entertaining than
any of these
Ant-Man and the
other
Wasp:
films?
I feel
Quantumania.
like the MOM and Quantumanias of the world are a different breed of bad than this. This goes back to the 2000s bad, where I'm like,
So
yeah, this is old
I
school
agree.
bad.
I
Yeah.
agree. But I guess the point would be that I think that what happens is that the Sony Marvel films, or like a lot of superhero films that come out from anybody except for Marvel Studios, essentially get rated accurately for their quality of being rated accurately as dog shit. Whereas for some reason, Marvel films will get like an extra 2-3 points in like, you know, mainstream reviews. This film sucks, but yeah, it is classic good old fashioned bad. And it's pretty funny at times. It's a funny movie. It is.
like I said, I'm hoping to
And
convince.
it flies by. It really does fly by. Like, I was surprised by how quickly the film was going. Where it's like, holy shit, it's been an hour? Really?
Yeah, no, when we
movies.
had hit like a sort of several scenes in this film, there were just moments of like, oh fuck, we've got like barely anything left. Like,
Yep.
and I think what it is like maybe a lot of the boringer parts. I sort of was just thinking about what I'd just experienced, and so the boringer parts
Yeah.
weren't noticed.
Well, the thing is that even in the midst of the boring parts, you get some funny lines and memes and just funny examples of bad storytelling. It is throughout. There is no scene that just slides by without being a goober scene.
It is,
Obviously,
yeah.
like seriously though, like I do hope that these films stop getting made. Like this shit is terrible for just art in the
Yeah,
industry in general.
when you think about all the work that has to go into making a film and the
Yeah.
fact that it all went to this. I mean, we've been laughing at all the promotional material, you know, for the first hour of this episode, but that's all work. That's all money. People get hired to do all that stuff. They made a helicopter. All of that. All in service of this.
I would way prefer that $80 million got funneled into one or many good films rather than
$8-10
a
million
funny bad
projects
movie
go.
this. Yeah, but this is a funny movie. It is. It's funny. It's terrible, but it is funny.
And for anybody
It's
who
weird,
thought it
as-
was not funny at all, I will try and explain myself. So don't worry. Some people said I'm mad. It's like, don't worry, I'll explain it. I swear. And oh yes, of course. Sorry, the one thing I haven't done yet is introduce because it just felt so natural. Dark Hour is our guest, and he's not been on EFAP
Hello.
before. You may know him
Yes.
from such other industry giants as the Critical Drinkers Open Bar, or, and I'm getting this right when I say this right, the Movie Cynic and Little Platoons podcast, B-Sup, the best stream in the universe.
Best show in the universe, probably.
There you go. So, welcome, of course. But yeah, we've just got so much to talk about. You know, I rushed right past it. We got so many memes.
It's fine. It just felt natural. You know, I just love being here.
Well, and now
I'm just happy to be here. That's
you
all.
can let us know what's your overall thoughts of this wonderful film?
So I won't touch too much. You guys all pretty much nailed it on the writing pretty well. But one thing that, first of all, it did feel like it went really fast. But at the same time, I got so annoyed with the repetitive nature of the movie. So not only does her powers, like the 30-second jumps, you know, for the first like 4 of them that she does, she doesn't even deviate from what's going on. So she'll like envision this and it'll happen exactly the same way that she envisioned it. So I have to watch the same scene twice. And then the repetitive nature of she has to continuously save these girls. It's like the same story 3 times or 4 times. I don't remember how many times she does it. And that started to get really, really annoying to me. I don't know if I'm also getting jaded at this point, but I don't find a lot of like the terrible writing to be funny anymore. I used to laugh at that kind of stuff. Now I'm just like,
I get you. The thing that gets at me is always going to be if I feel the person who's delivering this stuff earnestly thought it was cool or funny or interesting. I'm always just like, God, that's just funny in and of itself. But I get what you say, like in the wider context of the industry, it's like, well, this is almost normal, isn't it? Like, I guess so.
Yeah.
I still watch good movies every once in a while. I watched a few recently, actually, that were neat new ones. I would recommend everyone see The Holdovers and American Fiction and Maestro. They're all very, 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 very good films. enjoyable
yeah,
as hell.
that's my
But then,
my general feeling of it was that, like, I know that there was a lot of reshoots, but that's probably my favorite thing. I hope we get into that about how they couldn't place this in the continuity because they had no idea where to put it. But it just it seems like it was a movie that was made by people who have literally no idea what the hell they're doing.
No
So,
passion, no
yeah.
anything.
Well, there's no research, no passion. The
There was
editing
research in the
sucked.
Amazon.
Well, yes, there was research on spiders in the Amazon. The cuts, like the jump cuts of from in certain scenes, to like they didn't even do that right because usually that's to like hide bad camera work and stuff, and it's still not. You can still see that shit. So overall, I can't. I can see why you guys would laugh at the terrible nature of this. Like I said, maybe I'm just jaded at this point. I've seen so many bad movies that I don't even think it's funny anymore.
all right,
That's
well,
my general take.
in that case,
It's funnier. I have a much better like time, and I think I find it funnier talking about it after the fact. In the moment, though, I wasn't really particularly amused. I guess.
I mean, yeah, it's not that it doesn't make sense. It's just that I guess I was in the right mood for it, at least for that kind of experience. Because I don't know. This is another interesting like fact. I don't think I'd be mad at this film. I think it's just so kind of pathetic. Like it's just trying and failing so miserably. There are films that make me really mad.
I was only really mad about it because of the bait and switch nature of the powers and all that stuff we
Yeah,
touched
that's
on
fair.
already. I wasn't like sitting there like, they killed my girl. Like, Madam Web's such a great character. How dare they destroy this important lore? Like, I wasn't like that, but like, I just felt really angry when I was like, I was promised something that I didn't get here, and that's even if it's on such a weird level of.
Well, even the director described it as a tease.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so, but that's the thing that ticked me off was I don't like that kind of stuff. So that was where I it lost me. As soon as I realized that however much remaining in the movie I had, I was just checked out completely.
Well, would you guys like to deep dive into Madam's Web?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see
Madam's Web.
why not. So we start in... Well, actually, you know what? Before even the film starts, it lets you know that Columbia Pictures are experiencing their centennial, you'd call it, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
I would call it that. Yeah.
That's awkward. to
It
be
is so
on
awkward.
Madam
This
Web.
is the first film. The first
That's
film
actually her name.
Celebrated 100 years.
The woman there with the torch and that's Madam Web right there.
That's what it was
No, it's
referenced to.
not.
Yeah. It was
Yeah, that's Madam
they
Web.
foresaw where they would be in 100 years, and that's what they wanted to make sure
It
everyone
was
knew.
all up to Madam Web. In 1924, when Columbia Pictures was founded, they said, you know what? Actually, they said it a little bit different. They said, hey, you know what? One of these days, gonna be Madam Web 100 years from now.
People are gonna
So
love
that's
it.
how they talked in 1920. Yeah.
It is sad though. 100 years of filmmaking, and this is where we're at. Like, what happened? You're like,
It was
it's too
all
hard to
building up to
explain.
this.
Okay.
It was the same last year as well, because it was Disney and Warner Brothers last year, and it's like, oh, what do we get for it? What do we get for Warner Brothers 100 year? 4 massive superhero flops.
It does seem
films just getting like absolutely
Catastrophic loss
locked
of
up
money.
forever to never be seen again. And
It
of
does
course, on
seem
Disney's
like
side, what, 2 profitable films last year? Maybe at most, like 2 profitable films out of 10. Jeez.
it does seem like whenever they have one of these like tribute intros, I guess we'll call it, like, or like at the beginning, it's always attached to something that it shouldn't be every time. Whether it be for a anniversary or like one example I always love to point out is that the Stan Lee one is attached to Captain Marvel
yeah.
forever. And like it every time they do one of these, it just ends up in the wrong
Thank you,
film.
Kevin.
Which one's the? Right, of course, Suicide Squad. Yeah. Because any other project would have been nice to have that attached to it. There you are.
Oh, that was the one? That was the one for
Kevin Conroy. Yeah.
The game.
Yeah, Kevin Conroy. Yeah.
Kevin Conroy.
So yeah, just embarrassing, awkward that this would be something of a representation of like what 100 years of Columbia Pictures means. You're just like, why would you even? It's just oh well. But yeah, and the association with Marvel is always funny too, because it's just like we're Marvel, yeah. No, you're not.
Sort of.
Sit down. Anyway, it's 1973 in the Amazon rainforest, and it's I've always found that already to me is just like, because a lot of films that are made by people who are very distinct in what vision or what approach they want to have, they would never entertain doing it. They would just be like, no, we're going to give that away from the scene itself. That'll be something that the audience can gather through listening and seeing. And it's like, no. And it's like, oh, so no good film has ever done it? So it's like, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's just there's other ones that they use in this movie that are funny too. It's just like, yeah, it's a bit of exposition. It's almost like indicative of what's to come in a bad way, when it can be perfectly fine, like I said. But I don't know how else to intro it other than the exposition dialogue in this is some of the worst I've seen in a while. Like, it's very consistent. Almost every scene, people talk in a way that's just completely unnatural to get you as much information as possible as quickly as they can. Speaking of which,
I'll actually say this before we start with, I guess, describing the scene. But this entire first segment of the movie literally didn't have to be here.
No.
It didn't have to exist at all, as we discover later.
No, it's true. And it's funny as well because anyone who's been listening to this and has no idea what happens in the film, they've already got a bit of they already know this. What I'm about to describe happens in this scene and the scene after it. They know from that one cringe line in the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's the rainforest, and it is Madam Web's mother. I guess it doesn't really matter if you were to know that now or not.
Mama Web.
Yes, she's
That's exactly how I wrote it in my notes too. Mama Web.
Mama Web.
She
yeah,
be
this is
doing research and yeah, the guy behind her is like, you think we're close? She says they're almost impossible to find. No one's ever captured one alive. And literally, like, that's the first line from her, and you're like, why would you say that to him if he's been with you the whole time?
He would know this.
Yeah, like,
but we wouldn't know this as an audience watching the film, so we gotta make sure that we catch up the audience by having her say this line. It's funny already.
If this is the web of the spider that she really wants, shouldn't you like look around the tree, maybe look under some leaves, look on the sticks and everything around it? But she doesn't do any of that. She's like, oh, we've never ever seen one ever. We never found one, and she's like taking pictures of the web and everything. I was like, you look around, look,
Rags,
investigate.
She finds it mere seconds after this, so there you go, buddy.
Oh, that's good. Maybe
off
she
screen
did later.
too. Off screen.
Yeah,
that's the
off
best
screen.
part is that she finds it off screen.
But yeah, this
It
guy
would
is her
take more money to
security.
CGI the spider.
And he has been throughout the trip, apparently. We do find out later that the whole reason he is her security is because he's hoping she will find the spider. So, basically what I'm saying is, without context, it comes across as super exposition, and then, like, with context, it's even worse. Because like I said, she said, they're almost impossible to find, and no one's ever captured one alive. He knows all of that. That's why he's there. Like, it's so fucking odd. And then he says, I agreed to do security because I thought you were close to finding the spider. It's like, wait, but so why did she tell you all that stuff? Like, what?
Also, you would have had to agree before you even started.
Yeah, and this is not a conversation you have now. Like, these fucking ages ago.
She said when she was trying to hire people, she said, I'm going to be researching spiders in the Amazon forest when I die, so I'm going to need some people to help me out.
Well, what I'm saying is that she, like, at the beginning, she would have been no closer to finding the spider. Like, she would have been literally the furthest she possibly could be. It'd be before she even started the journey. So that would not be the first thing that was said in the conversation. It wouldn't be like, I'm really close to finding this thing. You're not even in the country yet.
But, like, this is, again, already why I start to find it funny. So, like, the writer was like, we got to translate to the audience that what she's trying to do here is real difficult. And then we got to get them information as to why this guy is even her security. I know.
Yeah.
We'll have him
this
say,
is important stuff.
I'm your security because I want to find the spider. Then she's like, they're impossible to find. No one's ever found one alive. Like, there we go. Nailed it. Like, everyone's got the information.
Mission accomplished.
All of the information has been delivered to the audience on a silver fucking platter.
Well, and it just keeps going. She then says the peptides in the spider's venom supercharge a cellular structure. Why did you even say that? Okay.
Why did you say that? How do you know that? Why?
Yep. That's okay, all right then. And then he says, or I think she said a spider could give superhuman strength. And then he says the mythical spider, or he says something that relates to the people in the area having like a legend about spider people. And she's like, oh, the spider people who run across the treetops and punish evil men with their black poison touch. I'm interested in science, not legends. I was like,
to be clear,
what the fuck?
to be clear, their legends about spider people, after seeing Madam Web, it's way better than our legends about spider people.
This review is like seconds in, and I was like, God, this is horrible. Like, what's going on?
Is so, no, this is express delivery of important information. They're just machine gunning out these important facts you need to know as an audience member.
And
this is the mark of quality.
Before you can even ask any fucking questions, I was like, sorry, there's a legend of spider people that live here who have super strength because the spiders bit them and supercharged their cellular structures, but you can't capture them alive. The spiders.
They worship the peptides.
This is so much information all at once. And then he says the spiders are wasted here. You're like, what? And then she says the spiders can cure hundreds of diseases. And you're like, oh, yeah, okay. So you
only we let them get degrees, yeah.
I feel like there was a way cleaner version of this scene, but it's just like, fuck, okay, all of that just happened, fine. And then she has her like pregnancy pains, and she says, "Oh, she's trying to keep me from working," which I thought was also a strange line, and it's going to come up later for a really funny line. But it's just like whatever. And he says, "Perhaps you should rest," and she says, "I don't have the time." Like, oh, so I guess something may be wrong with it. Okay, that's probably the subtlest they ever are in this movie.
I took that to mean that if she doesn't have the time, like she's going to have the baby soon, and then she won't be able to research spiders in the Amazon when she died if she has the baby, right? So she has to like
kids getting in the way of your
she has to race the pregnancy.
Yeah, well,
it's always been my dream to die in the Amazon researching spiders. If I have this baby, that's going to become a serious problem.
So he walks off, and we follow him, and he's looking around in all the tents, and he's looking for something in particular. It's kind of, you get a sense of like something's going on with him that's probably not, on the up and up. But then he's distracted because she runs into the place saying, "I found it! I found the spider! Incredible, isn't it? Something so small yet has so much power." I think I was like, "What the fuck?"
All right,
these
yeah,
are not normal lines. These not what humans say.
If he's been here for like months and months and maybe years, and doing this business, he like sneaks back and he starts taking all the pictures with his little spy camera, flipping through the notes and everything. I'm like, dude, there's probably not really a hurry, to do all this stuff.
You're right.
You've been out here for months and months, maybe. You're not in a rush.
And yeah, not only would there have been thousands of opportunities to get it gradually over time, but the fact that the scene treats it as though he has to get it all now, and you're like,
yes.
Huh? But yeah, she's just announcing, "I have found it. It is so powerful." And then the guy starts shooting people. Our mystery guy. And it's like, oh dear. And she says, "What are you doing? I don't understand."
The delivery was so funny. She just saw like her fellow researchers, expedition people get shot, and she's like, "What are you doing?
What are you doing?"
It's so funny.
It's almost like they didn't tell her what had happened.
One of my favorite things about this was that, so as she's running with the spider, the first thing that just jumped right out at me, it's just in a petri dish. It's just a little thing,
and a jar.
A jar, and they even CG'd that spider. They couldn't get a real spider for just even that scene. I can understand them not wanting people to get bitten.
It would have been they could have used just an exotic weird spider from the jungle that no one ever really knew and had it in there, and they just said, "Yeah, this is the super secret spider," because people wouldn't know,
Or you could take a quote unquote regular one and give it fine detailed bit of paint. I think there's a way to do that.
Oh yeah.
Like if it's not toxic,
coloring, yeah. Give it a little bit of coloring, make it look special.
What's funny is I never would have believed they would do that. I would be like, yeah, they'll CG that.
Yeah,
for sure.
or we could just make a terrible looking CGI spider it's extremely fake looking.
Anyway, so she says like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I've been searching for that spider for years." And she says, "No, we could help so many people." And he says, and I'm not joking, "I'm not interested in helping people. No one helped me when my family died. My road is not as clear as yours. I didn't have the same choices as you." I don't even.
Why did he even need to shoot those two people?
I don't know. He could have just stolen it at night or whatever.
He's evil.
It's I've seen someone describe this villain as well motivated, and I wanted to die. I was like,
"What?
You can't tell me this when He, like, when she says, I don't understand, a normal person who has the motivation he has would be like, and you never will, you know, like, this goes well beyond things you could ever understand. Like, takes it and is like, please don't make me hurt you, like, that sort of thing. Wouldn't even waste time explaining his motivation. But no, the writers were like, no, we gotta make her understand, we're gonna make the audience understand. How do we do this as fast as possible? Quickly, make him say, I don't want to help people because I wasn't helped, and my family are all gone, and you know what? The choices I had to make were harder than your ones.
Somebody.
And then the writer sat back. He sat back in his chair and said, "This is why." After writing Dracula Untold and The Last Witch Hunter and Gods of Egypt and Power Rangers and Morbius, this is why we still make the big bucks.
I don't understand. How do you make those movies? How do you write those movies and still get jobs in Hollywood?
I don't understand in that.
I don't understand.
There were films that are viewed as bad and failed, not films that were bad and made money, right? Like Alex
or films that were really good
that actually made money for however bad that they were, you know. But how do you just consistently make bad films? They had a story credit for Power Rangers, so they didn't write the screenplay for that, but the ideas behind the story, I guess that was theirs.
And
did anybody else besides me get the sense that all of Ezekiel's lines just felt either like dubbed over or ADR'd? It was just like it didn't seem like he was talking.
A lot of his lines felt like they were
shot from the side.
Over.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
His mouth is moving, but is he saying what he's saying? I'm not sure. Also, I would say
the body language didn't match up with how he was speaking. Like his movements weren't natural. Didn't feel natural to the words.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was also going to say his ratio of like lines delivered to hilarity said is really high. I can't wait to get some of the stuff he says.
Oh yeah, he has some of the most golden, terrible lines I've heard.
He's a goofy goober.
He really is goofy. But yeah, of course. So he, as a adult male, struggles to get an item from a pregnant woman and has to shoot her. He doesn't want to, bear in mind, but he just has to. Otherwise, he can't get what she's holding. Just like, yeah, okay. And then she he leaves.
Let's be clear. This made me hate the mom. This man has a gun, and he just killed 2 people with that gun. You are pregnant. You have a life that you're kind of responsible for, and you're gonna try and get into a fighting match with this guy who's on his own way stronger than you, but he also has a loaded firearm, and he's willing to kill people to get what he wants. So.
I was about to say I'll do you one more, but I guess I'm doing you one less in a sense because what you're highlighting is more important. But in character, she would not have done what she did because the whole reason she is in the Amazon researching spiders right before she died is because she wants to save her baby. That's her main motivation for putting herself in a lot of danger as well as the kid. And so you'd be like, oh well, okay, you know from the movie that the baby will eventually die if she doesn't get that spider. So yeah, of course she would put everything on the line. It's like she just found it. She has every reason to think she could find another one.
I was literally going to say that. This isn't the only spider. This isn't a singular spider. There's possibly hundreds of them.
No, this is it. That's the one.
This is the spider. This is the
That's
only
why it's
one.
so elusive. There was only one this whole time.
And so yeah,
don't worry.
I brought this up. I think
Get to
on FNT. I can't remember if someone had said something like, "Yeah, well, you know, in a way, it is death." And it's like, well, in a way, no, it's not. And the bullet would be death. Like, that is actually death.
Yes,
like,
the bullet will kill you. Like it killed the 2 people right in front of your face seconds ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you could take the possibility of dying while trying to find yet another spider, or the guarantee of dying.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's she gonna do? Is she's not gonna wrestle it away, and assuming she does, what? She's gonna outrun him? Like,
well, it just puts you back to square one of just standing there being like, go away. Like, I don't think it's gonna work. He's willing to kill people for this. Like, yeah, so
you gotta find another spider. You can't find spiders in the Amazon right before you die. If you die.
Well, and she's now officially the best person at finding them, pretty much in the world. Remember, they've never been captured alive. Well, look what you've done. You've just captured one alive. So how about we get that second one?
Except for that entire tribe.
We don't talk about them. Well, we are going to talk about them right now, actually. So, these spider people.
Sorry, I'm ahead.
The spider people start descending from the trees, and one of the first things I thought about with this, it's like, so what did they say the legend was not 2 minutes ago? The mythical spider people who run across the treetops and punish evil men with their black poison touch. They punish evil men. Do you know, I think that if they were watching this whole ordeal, they would probably consider the guy who shot a pregnant woman to be relatively evil, but they let him escape.
They just let him
they
go.
let him go.
No, he came from nothing, so he gets a pass.
The film should already be over. They capture him and be like, "Fuck you, man,"
and then kill him. But they don't.
Yeah,
They let him
here's the thing:
escape
he
so
couldn't
that
have
the movie
possibly
can
got
happen.
that far. He couldn't
No,
have possibly
he
got
can't
that far.
outrun
He's in the
them.
What's he
jungle.
gonna do? Yeah, he hasn't got powers yet. The
they-
spider people will fuck him up.
The spider people are able to carry her as they leap across the treetops at really super fast speeds. He doesn't have a chance.
Yeah, they don't even bother to go after him.
It's just so funny because they want you to immediately understand that these are very altruistic spider people, and it's like they fucked up immediately. Like the funny thing is, they were apparently there like the whole time. They didn't help anybody except her.
They were summoned by the gunshots. They heard
I
the
see.
gunshots and they crawled over.
And they just didn't see him. There you go.
Yeah. He was
Also, their
swirling
name is
Even
like
though-
Las Arañas, and I believe that just means the spiders.
And bear in mind, they've got some future powers as well, because the guy she speaks to later on in the film, he even says, like, the Spider Bro, evil Spider-Man, is running from his fate. And it's like, wait, you know what his
Yeah, because
fate
you
is?
let him.
Like, I was going to say, like, you could have done
his fate
something
would
about
be
that.
Yeah, his fate could have been you caught him, but you let him go, so now he has a different fate.
Also, the way they carry her across the treetops looked horrible, by the way.
Well, all of it looks horrible. The way that they like swing through the air and crawl down the tree.
Yeah, it looks really cheap.
Awful. It looks like a. I mean, like it looks like something you'd see in like a theater.
Yeah, like I was thinking that too. Like someone who's being suspended by like their feet and like going like down a curtain or
Yeah.
something. Like that's exactly what. And why would you crawl down face first? Like why would you
Because
just?
that's how what.
Well,
Why?
wait,
How would you crawl down if you had spider
I
powers?
mean, I would just slide down the tree. It would be
Well,
quicker.
one of them just jumps straight down with his little stick, and he lands, and he does the pose, and the other one awkwardly crawls down head first.
Well, so what we gather quickly from this movie as a result of those guys and Evil Spider-Man is how much Spider-Man's powers, without the swinging, creates a lot of trouble for him. Without the web shooters, like, Evil Spider-Man has to do a couple of awkward things, such as, I will get them by getting into my car. You're like, yeah, okay, you know, because it's just like, you have to reasonably travel places, but it just it creates an awkward sense of, you know, like when he's crawling to him on the ceiling of the subway, you're like, I guess that's as fast as he can go. He should be able to run. Okay,
It's really tough. It's really tough, though.
Maybe it makes you appreciate how much Spider-Man's web slinging is just a perfect synchronicity with a lot of his powers as well.
It does retroactively make me pretty angry that like, oh no, it's not the radioactivity of the spiders that gives Spider-Man his powers. They just happen to be special spiders that out there that can do that for you.
Yeah, well, the thing about this continuity is I don't know what they're implying about how Spider-Man gets his powers, because he is in this film. Peter Parker is.
Sort of, yeah.
Technically. I don't know
Yeah,
what
for about 2 seconds.
Yeah, we could talk about that when we get to it. But anyway, they allow a spider to bite her, but it is unable to save her, even though she would have been provided with something, because it then feeds into the baby that she, you know, she's pregnant, and that is the Webster herself.
Then it works fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like, it doesn't make it like if it doesn't get through her well enough to like save her and her bloodstream. How the hell does it get to Cassie? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like that's she dies within like
seconds.
She gives birth within seconds of this fight.
I guess we give a bit of room for just fictional thing that's happening here. Like, in terms of it would have bitten her, blood travels pretty fast around. If even a hint of it gets the baby, then maybe they'd argue it has to have time to gestate or something within a.
Just have the spider bite the baby. It's a delivery. This baby is going to be out.
Rags, they want to make a reason.
Second, right?
This doesn't actually explain this, but I think they wanted to make a reason for why she has such unique powers. Because she was.
Because it was the mom. Yeah. Okay.
But like that's still, we'll get to that as well. Okay. Anyway, she's bitten. The baby is born, and then I guess they know that she's still going to die because he tries to assure her and says the journey will not be easy, but she is strong and she will come back when she needs answers, and when she does, I will be here for her. That's what the Spider-Man guy says to Madam Web's mum as she's dying. What I thought was really odd, what struck me is before even addressing anything he said, I was just like, You speak English? All these people do, I
Dang,
guess.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
man.
didn't even think of that. That they're just.
But like,
these
why?
bad,
just okay, because they're
so
like
that we
closed
can
off.
understand.
Well, yeah, they're very closed off from other civilizations, right? They're like a very self-contained culture, and they're even protective, I think, of the spider stuff. But it's like they're all very fluent. I guess.
they're very isolated. Yeah, so they probably honestly wouldn't even speak Spanish if they're this isolated.
I wouldn't be surprised if they
probably
have their
have,
own
like,
language.
their
Yeah.
own- Yeah, they would have their
They
own.
speak the spider language.
But maybe they spoke
speak
to
the
her
language of the
through
spiders.
through spider mode. There's like a universal spider language that they can all speak. So gotta get.
I
that.
really love their outfits too. They have like red body paint, and then they have black, like weird black webbing sort of over it. It's very cool, very spidery.
Well,
and they're all bald except for our main guy.
Of what he said, is the implication that he knows the future and that she is going to come back, or does he just believe that she will, even though she has no reason to think to come back?
Well, I got the implication that he saw it.
Well, I want to know how she gets to New York. Do they raise her? Why do they not raise her as the spider people, or
a stork?
Why not? Why not just raise her as one of the spider people?
That is not a fate, Rag. She must become a paramedic.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes, she also doesn't have a name at this point or any paperwork. How would she get back into the United States? That's a
Illegal
great question.
immigration.
Yeah, what is this, California in 2024?
She sneaks across.
Well,
becomes a paramedic.
Yeah, and that's your prologue, I suppose, with all that
That's
exciting
it.
information.
And also, all of that, everything we just talked about, totally pointless and could have been removed.
Yeah, you don't need any of it.
Yeah,
done in
like
about
all that
5
literally
minutes,
could have just been removed. Yeah, the first 6 minutes of the movie just didn't really have to happen. I mean, really, it's like 6.5 minutes, because we'll get it later. We'll get it again essentially later in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
you are correct.
Yeah, you
about
basically
that.
get the reverse scene, like essentially the reverse scene with a slight recap of it. So like, why bother?
Yeah, and then we get 2003 New York, which again I was just like,
no, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
We get 2003 Nueva York.
Nueva York.
All right. So like, why would you need that, like exposition wise? I guess it's once again coming into mind, but I suppose it's just not as bad as anything else. Because if you would start the movie with her in the ambulance driving, you wouldn't even need to tell us when and where it is. You'd get it. Hopefully, anyway, the recognition of all the different iconography of the era, maybe even an explicit mention. But I don't know. I guess they don't want to get confused, so I'll accept it.
For the people in chat saying you get the joke, it wasn't a joke. That's what the movie says.
I do want to point out there was one thing that I really have to say nice about the film, and that's that the Pepsi cans and stuff are accurate to the year. I will give them that. They did a little bit of research on that.
Well, I'm glad.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
that's
fair.
the one thing I was able to come up with, was that they used 2003 accurate labeling.
This is so
she's crashing through the roadway, all right? She's going real fast. It's showing that she's putting everything on the line to make sure she can save her person in the back. Though, no offense to Dakota, I just don't buy that she really sells the scene at all. And what I came to find was that she doesn't
all the
sell
scenes, Mahler.
the entire movie.
Yeah.
And
she doesn't do
so
a great job.
She's kind of like the action of it, the way it's filmed is very like like we've got to make sure you do everything right, sort of thing. But she herself seems pretty and in the background is Ben Parker in the back of the van, the ambulance. I mean,
Ben Parker. Interesting.
Ben himself, he says, "Lost pulse. I'm starting compressions." I was just like, "Fuck, damn, lost the pulse. That's terrible." That's not good. And then she says, "Ben, what are you even doing back there?" Which I was like, "Oh, that seems inappropriate." Like the person's died. But okay,
the paramedics don't just have a switch that they flick on and off for people's pulses. Like, depending on what the accident was, that can just happen.
Well,
that's why you're in a hurry to get to the hospital.
What are you even doing back? I feel like she should be like, "Jeez, fuck, okay."
I told you.
Yeah, because you don't. I don't think you treat it that way. You probably try and gun for no pulse.
Urgency?
Oh my god, like yeah, and then focus.
A tone
get
of
them,
like panic almost,
get them
or
to
like
the hospital.
like professional mode has been engaged. Like this is what my training's ready for. We got a thing to do. It's nothing like personal. This is work mode. You are in paramedic life-saving mode, and so is Ben, and you're working as a team.
Like a good line would have been something along the lines like he said, no pulse. Oh, start compressions. We're only 2 blocks away. Something like that would have got, a little bit more serious. But yes, instead, let's just throw in a quippy retort.
It's like all of the dialogue in this movie is really flat and first drafty. It doesn't feel. I mean, in the acting, never really. It's just it all feels cheap and just flat and flavorless, and there's no character to anything. It starts here and it continues for the whole movie.
Well, it's good. It's because writers, especially these kind of writers, tend to write everybody sounding like them. So it almost sounds like there's a conversation between 2 of the same person.
Kinda, yeah. They don't feel like distinct people. They don't act like distinct people.
Sometimes they for instance, I know like they haven't been introduced yet, but like the girls, it's like this person speaking like this, but with a slight flavor of this. It's never they never sit and look at it on like the ground level and be like, well, this person would make this decision because this is how I've built them up to this point. Or they would say this because that's how I built them up to this point.
The scenes were shown are very like action sort of packed. I think it's just to try and keep you sort of in the nature of it, but regularly forgets what's actually happening because it'll then cut back to her and she's doing a sort of like, how do I put this, like a kappa face, winky face sort of thing, being like, how you doing back there, to Ben, who is dealing with someone who's lost their pulse. Which I just feel like, again, it's like that's the relationship, that's the dynamic, like, oh, someone's dying, watch out, better get him to the hospital. But then he says,
not a great creative decision.
Well, so this is supposed to tell us what their relationship is, but I think it's clashing with...
they're good buddies, but the situation is dire.
Mm-hmm. Because he says, last time I did a trip like this, I was being shot at. And then she says, wouldn't want to be homesick from the army, huh? And then he says, never thought I'd be this happy to be back in Queens. And she says, you've never been shot at in Queens?
That's dialogue, man.
That's actually pretty accurate, that line right there.
I don't know. Like, this is not how you'd be talking to each other if someone was dying right in front of you. It's I don't even know about the nature of saying, like, you wouldn't want to be homesick in the army, so it's kind of good in a sense that you're being shot at, or you were being shot at the last time you did a trip. Like, what? They're just trying to tell us that they've been on adventures before as paramedics, which you could do way better job of that.
We walk in with the assumption, because they are I'm going to assume this isn't their first, like, their first day. Because we get that if...
It's similar to the kind of dialogue where someone's like, you're my best friend, character. It's just, why would they say these things?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever told...
We go all the way back to our time in the Marine Corps. And before
I've known you for 10 years. Like, that kind of shit. When instead, you could just have the characters talk about something that has nothing to do with anything.
If they have, like, this relaxed, casual sort of back and forth, and they're serious together... but yeah, it's just these are the things you're supposed to pick up on based on how they act, not things that you specifically try and implant in people's minds first and foremost. And also just the way it's shot, it's just there's nothing interesting about it. It's just super quick cuts, the occasional car noise. And you never get what they're trying to say is that, like, the frenetic outside driving around, it isn't, it doesn't, like Molly was saying, it doesn't match her expression or, like, the way that the car is moving around on the inside,
Well, yeah, and I just don't like the idea that this is how they deal with someone who's dying. We'll see the difference later. They do an actual, like, how to deal with someone who's actually dying properly somewhat.
People say I was typing. You were typing. But he's blaming me for the noise of typing.
I'm not blaming you.
I will say this.
No, you're not blaming me, but you need to clarify that it was you were typing, not me.
I'm not even reading chat. What do you mean?
Everybody in chat is saying typing sounds and that it's my fault. I'm not typing.
Good. Carry on.
What?
What the fuck?
I'm just saying.
I don't give a shit. Carry on.
Me. What I was gonna say about that, though, so there is with people who deal with a lot of death, whether it be firefighters, police, or in this case EMTs, they do tend to have a sort of dark sense of humor to get around that, but not in front of patients.
Well, no. So when you not only
confirm.
not in front of patient, but when you've got one that just lost their pulse, that's very bad in terms of assessing the situation. You have them in your ambulance, and then something gets worse. You know what happens then is like call outs for what we need and where we need to go and what time frame we have. Not oh, everything all right back there? I think that's cringe.
Yeah, basically. No, I'm saying
I
was just pointing.
Well, that just happened.
I was just pointing.
No,
yeah,
you're right.
I
I
wasn't
get you.
justifying it. I was just saying that, like, yes, this is a thing that they, and which leads me to believe that that's as far as it got with like a person being like, oh, I've heard that like EMTs have like a dark sense of humor, and it's like,
yeah, but that doesn't mean they're sarcastic and they don't care, because that's not the
Well, that's what
kind
I
of
was saying.
job that you take if you don't like actually give a shit.
Well, that's what I was saying though. It's like that's as far as the research got there. It's like, oh, we've heard that this is a thing, so we're just gonna throw it in there, you know.
Well, and the comparison would just be that they deal with people in very, very bad situations later and treat them much more serious than that one. I don't know why that one's off. My assumption is because they wanted to try and show us the chemistry of Ben Parker and Madam Web herself, and express that they've had many times, many adventures, many histories together. And you're like, okie dokie, thumbs up, I gotcha. I just don't think it's very well executed.
When I was in Search and Rescue, one of the guys who's in charge of it was an EMT. And he would tell us stories all the time about the crazy shit that he'd have to go through and see. And a lot of the stories were really funny. A lot of the stories were really gross. A lot of the stories were really serious. And the way that he was able to, like, you got the sense of there were, like, you have to have your modes. You have to be in serious, don't fuck around, no jokes, life-saving mode. And then you can go into, oh, all right, you know, wasn't that funny? It's incredible. Oh my goodness, I've never seen a gallbladder that swollen, or you know, whatever it was. So you need to be able to like have the modes and have the switches on and off, and know when to be serious, and know when to be sarcastic, and know when to bring out the the dark humor.
Well, and like I said, it gives you indications of character that aren't meant. They don't want you to think this about Madam Web. In fact, this film tries to argue she's actually very caring about people.
I was literally about to say that this does not ingratiate her to us as a character.
Yeah,
it makes it almost
very
like
unlikable.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going to
go. So yeah, try and picture the roads. You know, you got you're barreling forward in the ambulance because you're desperate to get this patient to the hospital, and a skateboarder goes into the lane right at you. And the way they edit it is remarkable because both of them stop right next to each other. And she's like, whoa, and you know, the person on the skateboard is, if you're aware of any kind, she's going to be relevant later. So it's like, oh, it's one of the spider women, wow. And then she says, you know, like the you know, get out of the way sort of stuff. And she does move off, but she flips off the ambulance when she was in the wrong lane.
She was driving she was holding onto the back of a dump, like a garbage truck.
Yeah.
Then she purposefully goes into the left side of the road, which, for those of you who don't know, we drive on the right,
the correct
right
we
side
drive
of the
on
road here. We drive on the correct side of the road, so she's going against traffic. She's heading into oncoming traffic on a skateboard, doing a flip.
And it's an ambulance with its sirens on.
And she stopped in an ambulance with sirens on and is mad at them as if, oh, wow, fuck you guys. It's an ambulance with sirens on.
Well, and going against the mechanics of she would have gotten flattened because this ambulance is charging forward to save a life, right? And there's she wasn't slowing down for a light or anything. So the brake is instant. And it's amazing. In fact, it shows up in the trailer here. How wonderful.
And also, I mean, if we're gonna be fair, that dump truck that the skateboard chick was on shouldn't have been moving, because if there's an ambulance coming with the sirens on and everything, you stop. You stop and you pull to the side of the road if you can, but you stop. You don't keep moving.
I don't think it would stop if it was in the other lane.
Yeah,
you slow down.
Oh no, and especially in New York, you'll get ticketed real fast in New York. For
if you've got if there's an ambulance coming the other way, especially if it's a 2-laner like here, you stop. You're stopping and you're pulling to the right if you can.
Over here, like, people will try and get out of the way of an ambulance in the same lane, but
slow down and move out of the way.
But in any
the most
case,
accurate thing about this scene is that she does. I wouldn't be shocked if a teenager in New York would flip off of ambulance. That's pretty accurate, actually.
well, yeah, because they do.
It doesn't endear us to
No.
two of our semi-protagonists off the bat. So.
Well, but Dakota Johnson's delivery again. She's like, "Who flips off an ambulance?"
I don't know who
Jesus.
stands there gawking at some skateboarder when you've got a dying person in the back.
No, that's remember
woman.
she said, "How you doing back there?" with a little winky face. So it's fine. We're fine about that. It's chill. Remember, he's doing compression, so it's fine.
All of the check marks on the list of like characters that I don't like, and they're hitting them almost with scary efficiency.
Yeah. So they were successful. They brought the person to the ambulance, and they have been stabilized. Woohoo!
To the hospital.
What did I say? Ambulance.
Ambulance.
Yeah,
they
hospital.
brought them to the ambulance.
And then they're walking together, and Ben is like, "Have you ever been to a baby shower?" And she says, "No, I'm careful not to get roped in." And the conversation is sort of around how she avoids getting into any kind of social environments, because that's our
Even
madam.
though her web connects them all.
Yes.
We're getting more character building here. She is antisocial.
Yes. And
I think she's even more than antisocial. She's a dick.
Well, we're about to get to a really good example of that. So, nurse, I think, says, "Oh, I'm glad I'm caught you. She's okay." And she goes, "Who?" "The patient that you guys brought in. And this little boy wanted to thank you." Right? So bear in mind, the scenario here is that the son of the person you've just saved is handing you a drawing in thanks for saving his mum. All right? That's the scenario. And she says, "Oh, you know what? Ben Parker here, he's the one that did all the work." So, and then Ben looks at her and goes, take it, just take it. And then she awkwardly does. And I was already like, what are we doing here? Like I get that she doesn't like to hang out with people, or whatever, but this is just a kid thanking her for saving someone. And she
There's
can't, like...
one correct thing to do when you're in this situation and a child hands you a drawing of appreciation for saving the life of their family member. You take it and you say that you are glad to do it, and you don't awkwardly like decline it and say no, I'm not going to.
But as if that could be as bad as it would get. The kid walks off, and first they do this thing of, "Are you all immediate family?" And then what's her name? Sydney Sweetie's just here. The camera sort of pans to her, just like, "Hello, I'm here now," and she says, "I'm her stepdaughter." You're like, okay. And then she says,
which is still immediate family. It's like,
well, yeah, but then she says, "I think she might prefer," and then I guess the dad there says, "I'll see you back at the apartment." And Madam Webb and Sydney Sweeney look at each other because they're in the web together, you know, so they know. They look.
Mm-hmm.
Give looks. And it struck me as like, oh, so we're just randomly dropping these girls in, and they're gonna be like, "See, like, look, oh, isn't that crazy that we met up so many times? Oh my god, it's so nuts." They're always so awkward. She walks off.
The framing for her is hilarious. Too,
yeah.
The way that, like...
They'll walk off, and Madam herself turns to Ben with the drawing and says, "What am I supposed to do with this?" Which, again, just characterizing it, you're like, what do you mean, what are you supposed to do with it?
What an asshole.
But then, shockingly, Ben Parker says, "Just put it in your pocket and then throw it away later." Now, someone might argue, "Oh, why are you nitpicking? That's tiny." It's like, why did they make Ben Parker and Madam herself shit on a kid's drawing about saving his family? I just don't understand.
They're being assholes. I don't get it. Why are you like this? You didn't have to write them like this, but they chose you specifically, when you could have wrote them as anything that you want, you wrote them to be this. Instantly unlikable and unprofessional right out of the gate.
Like I said, I got nothing for it. I'm just like, this doesn't help. Makes people...
This was their creative vision, I guess. I don't know.
So then we get more scenes of their bonding, because you're just establishing their connection, because it'll be banked on throughout the movie. Oh, wait, no, not really. Anyway,
we've actually referenced this already.
Wait, which thing?
Oh, what they're bonding. We've already referenced.
Oh yeah,
this is her favorite activity, her favorite hobby.
And the scene opens because they're having food, and it just opens with her saying, "Come on, we both hate family stuff." Again, it's just like,
This is such riveting dialogue.
And Ben says, "I've kind of met someone," and Madam is like, "Ooh, what's her name?" And because I guess they've got some issue with not naming Peter Parker or May, you never hear these names in the movie. Like, I assume...
Yeah, that was really clunky and awkward. It was
yeah,
like,
it's weird. When I watched this, I thought at first that he was referencing her.
Oh,
wait, what?
I thought
I didn't get that at all.
Oh, that's the read I got at first because of how awkward it was and how he wouldn't say the name and the way that he looked at her. It was almost like, oh, do you mean her? Is he like hitting on her?
No.
I know that's wrong. That's the read I got on it because it was so weird and awkward.
The film is I
could have seen them going. Yeah, I could have seen them going a route of like there being an implication that they used to hook up, and then I don't want that anymore. I met somebody who's more into like the relate because like she's all about like disattachment and all this stuff. I could have saw maybe that take. But not him meeting her in that moment. Like I get what you're saying. So
I would have found it funny if it's like I met someone. Her name is Aunt May. Like that would have been.
Wow, you stole my joke. What the fuck?
Wait, did you say that? Or
I said it to you.
Oh, whoa!
That was a really good joke, Mahler. That's the flattery.
That is flattering.
That joke was so good it was worthy of stealing and then broadcasting in front of all these thousands of people.
Look, alright. It's well. No, that's fine because
imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. He just imitated your joke exactly as it was.
Well, and as people mentioned, I did do the joke on FNT, so it's nice to let other people have a chance, you know.
Freaking nailed it.
You did.
That was really good.
Hey, look, alright. Remember, look, alright. Alright, anyway, moving on.
So, he like struggles to say what would be funny to be Aunt May, and she says, "Oh, serious. She's a lucky lady." Like, not naming the person you're interested or starting a serious relationship is a sign that it's serious? I was like, what? Like, I didn't get that at all.
This is a really serious relationship.
I thought
That's why
maybe...
I can't tell you who it is.
I thought the whole thing maybe was just trying to like find a way around not saying her name, which is so fucking odd. And they came up with that. Like, oh, you're not saying her name, so it must be serious.
Normally it's the other way around, where once you start dating someone, you don't really tell people about it until you sort of have kind of established that it's more than just like a one or two time thing, you know? So the idea that he's at this point with a relationship and is now not willing to commit to giving the person's name does come across as odd.
I just had like a random thought that it would have been even funnier if like he just didn't actually know her name.
Well, what is Aunt May's first name? I don't actually know.
I think it's May. It's May Parker.
Yeah,
yeah.
But
yeah, I mean it's
not allowed to say it, I assume, because they actually make kind of almost an in-universe meme of not being able to say Peter, which is odd too.
I wonder what her...
Like I said, I was on FNT and there was some mention of possible like issues with some kind of rights to say it. I wouldn't have thought so.
It's
I
weird
don't know.
because they can. Yeah, because they could say Ben Parker, and they can have Madam Web, and they can do all this stuff.
It's short. I just looked it up because it's short for Maybell. I think I knew that, but
Maybell. It's a good name. Strong name.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Maybell Parker.
Reminds me of what's the worst name? Like Gertrude is probably the worst name, isn't it?
Yeah. So her name isn't May. Isn't her as May isn't her full first name. Sorry, I was wrong.
Oh, it's all good. The worst of real names.
Agnes.
Agnes is pretty bad.
Agnes.
There's another one I'm thinking about. Mildred. That's really
Melvin?
bad.
Ooh, Mildred's bad.
Yeah.
Hildegard. No, Hildegard's all right.
I love the name Hildegard.
I think I like Hildegard. Yeah. Hildegard. Yeah. It's like strong. It's a strong Nord woman's name.
Agatha? I don't mind Agatha as much as the other ones.
Agatha's low tier name. Could be worse.
I think people just have a negative connotation for Agatha because of WandaVision.
Wait, so was it Charlie is awful? What's wrong with Charlie?
Charlie's fine. Charlie's fine. Olga. Yeah, I don't like Olga. Olga's Olga is not really
Matilda.
good.
Matilda was a fine
Gretchen.
name.
Yes, true.
So,
Gretchen is
so pretty much don't be a person who has an old German name is what you're saying.
But there's some ones
Kind of,
that are really
yeah.
cool
Yeah.
old German names. There's
What?
some.
Someone said Bartholomew in the chat. That name is based. Bartholomew is great.
A few of these I can't even pronounce.
Henrietta? Yeah, I don't like Henrietta. You've just added Etta to Henry. Yeah, don't do that. Nah.
Well, the boys added Re to Hen, so they're cheating too.
Oh, dang.
Balthazar
that's
is an
true.
awesome name.
So is a
Balthazar's great.
taser
Balthazar.
face.
Taser face.
Taser face is a pretty bad name, yeah.
So
Rosengertel Baumgartner.
they
Rosengertel.
open up some fortune cookies. And this is where you
Oh,
get
this is-
really
oh.
interesting sort of writing
The
choices. Right?
classic.
It's so good.
Classic fortune cookie
His
scene.
says, you have a winning personality. And he says, huh, must have gotten yours by mistake. And then she's like, ha ha ha, asshole. It's like, this is banter. Hers
is really good.
says, you will, and then you can't make out the rest of it. She's like, whoa, what? I don't have a future. Which is like a really weird thing. Okay.
You will smudge.
I feel like that's something that you could do something with in a much better movie that was playing it more subtle. How someone who like can change the future and can see the future gets a fortune cookie that's just like weird or wrong, you know? There's an idea
You are
in
to
there.
be announced.
There's an idea in there that was that was just nothing was done with in
Oh,
this
yeah.
movie. So, yeah.
So the way that the dialogue is, I almost wish that they had the excuse of we couldn't film this with people together because of COVID or whatever, like they used to say, because that's what it comes off as. It almost sounds like they weren't in the same room when they were recording these lines.
That is true. A lot of it would be explained by that, but unfortunately, I think it's just a matter of bad scripts delivered by actresses who weren't very into it, maybe, and actors, of course.
Yeah, this definitely has that shoot it in the late afternoon, everyone kind of wants to go home, just first take, and that's fine, you know.
Yeah.
So she heads home, and she walks past the third Spider Lady cameo, who is living in the same apartment building, and she's like, I'll have my rent for you tomorrow, okay? Just like all right.
She says, I'll get your rent when you fix this damn door.
That would be great.
That's what she
Little
says.
reference.
That's what she says.
And
no, she doesn't.
She feeds a cat and says, us strays, we gotta stick together. But again,
Maybe
every
you
time I
wouldn't be
see
a
stuff like
stray
this,
if
I'm
you
just
weren't
like,
such an asshole.
Well, just bad ways of trying to. Every time I hear stuff like that, it's just the writer being like, you understand the character I'm writing here? And I'm like, I understand what you're trying to do. Just wish
I don't
you
know
were
how she
a
went.
little more subtle, that's all.
She went from a baby in a cave in the Amazon in Peru to being a paramedic with his apartment and everything, and I'm just like, how did that happen? What?
Yeah,
Why-
like dude, we
it's
missed
so
we
weird
missed
to
we
think
missed the
about.
good story. The good story of how this child ended up back in New York is how did we get this? How did we get this
does
baby?
it? Yeah,
from...
does it never come up that they explain that they must have dropped her off somewhere? That never gets said, right? Or does it?
Yeah, but like, how does like how do like
anybody just stumbled across a baby sitting in the Amazon?
You just wonder,
Yeah,
like, you
so
wouldn't
they're
mind,
not
because they go to see the guys. Like, you'd think he would explain why he did it, just not necessarily. He's like, you don't need to know exactly why, but it would be nice if he was like, he had to make a decision, such as, you know,
I mean, there is a decision to be made there because, you know, like, growing up in the foster care system is not easy.
Well, I guess they wouldn't. I don't know if they know much about that, being in the Amazon or whatever. But I
mean,
just,
he speaks. I mean, I presume he speaks fluent English.
well, so
I
was actually going to say, further to that point, did he do it because that's what is going to happen? You know what I mean?
Part of the web. It's
Yeah.
part of
If he
the
said like,
web.
I of course gave you the foster system because that is where you always went, or something like that, you'd be like, what? You could have said that. I don't think that makes any sense, but okay. So yeah, she looks at the kid's drawing, and it has me, my mum, and my dad, and it's like 3 stick drawing things, and it just makes me even more mad that she was like, ugh, I was like, what is this? Gross. But then she folds it up, and she decides she's gonna keep it. And I was like, oh, did the writers want us to think that she might be cold, but then it's like, see, she's not actually cold. Like, she already said the thing, and you already had Ben say what he said. When you could have had Ben say, like, man, you should hang on to that. You know, it's proof that there's people out there who need you, or something, you know, generic.
Yeah, something like you have a family, it's the world.
Yeah.
You know?
I have no, never mind. Just carry on. I don't. She's just a jerk. Like, I don't know, man.
Well, she stores that in her box of things, and then she starts looking through the Amazon stuff with her mom.
In her box of things.
And
that's all of her boxes, but the fact that you're just like, goes in her box of things.
What's funny to me is just there's only one thing I could ever gather from watching her, with lament searching through stuff that relates to her mum in the Amazon. It's like, oh, she's like sad that she doesn't get to have a mum, and that looking at the drawing of the kid who's got a family, she could have had a family, and like she probably harbors some level of resentment for why this ever happened. She doesn't know anything about it, blah blah blah. As the scene is about to close out, I'm pretty sure they have ADR, because you don't see her say this. There's a line that's just, I hope the spiders were worth it, Mom. I was like, fucking hell.
First off, they were, you little jerk.
It's so funny.
Were quiet. Spiders had better dialogue.
They were so worried that people wouldn't get the point of that scene, so they were like, you better slap a line on there, okay? Hope you're happy with your decision, Bob.
Yeah, they might as well have put like something in the box that was like that literally just had a spider and like a big thumbs up next to it or something.
Her mum
put that point across,
or like a tape that she plays. The mum is like, "I'm really happy to go to the Amazon despite the risks because, gosh, I just love going to places sometimes." Oof.
I just love spiders. Spiders is like the thing I care about most in the world.
And I don't even know why she hates her mom. Even then. I still don't get it.
She thinks that her mum chose to be in the Amazon despite the risks and then got herself killed and thus unable to look after her as a child, which was reckless.
She got a gunshot wound.
Was that... This is actually a good point of like, well, what information does Madam have? What does she know that did actually happen to her mum? Does she only know that she died in the Amazon ? Like,
yeah. What about the rest of the family and the kin here in the United States or wherever?
Yeah,
did the spider tribe? Did they restore the body? What about all the other explorers at the base camp? Did they say, yeah, these crazy weirdos came down from the trees and stole her body and ran her to a cave somewhere? They took her into the forest. What the fuck happened?
She knows it.
Yeah, better yet, why hasn't she have?
But who told her that? And what else did they say? Is it like who is the person?
Like, literally, she should have so many questions about how she's even where she is, and how none of them were ever asked is beyond me.
Because it looks like she's holding like a birth certificate from Peru in one of the scenes, right? I forget what is it, from Peru or the U.S.? There was I think something in the chest was. I think it had like a baby handprint on it or like a baby foot.
Yeah, it did. It had a baby footprint. I didn't take down the notes, but I would assume that it was a Peruvian.
Okay, so she got. I'm trying to just go off memory here. She has a birth certificate from Peru in her box of things. So I guess that means that she got put through the system and is at least a citizen of Peru. So she must have known that the mom. So the spider tribe must have taken her to a hospital through some means, right? So that means that the mom's body surely was given back, right?
I don't know.
And then she would know that she would have died of a gunshot from the crazy guy, because everybody else in the camp would have. Because there's other people.
There was other people. You're right. There were other people, and they would have told everybody what happened.
Yeah. So all
they would
of
have said a
this,
fucking crazy
also,
guy. They would have known who he is too.
International. Yeah, they know who he is because they have like the photos and everything.
Oh my god, I didn't think about this.
And they saw him do it.
They saw him do it. They know who he is. They know everything about the situation.
The webs of fate are unraveling.
They are.
Oh no!
Because
don't forget, there's also.
We didn't mention it earlier, just so chat know. But when he shot the two guys, there were like noticeably other people running around in the background.
Yeah, we saw people. We saw people in the camp who were obviously not the ones he shot before he ran off.
Yeah,
they knew, and they didn't do anything about it.
Nor did they tell the world, because obviously Madam herself would have found out.
One thing I'd also like to point, it's a smaller detail, but there's lots of medical records about her having a disease that she wouldn't have been able to survive, but she's fine. So there was already medical
That's-
records from the United States.
You're right. She should have known about. I was going to bring that up later when she finds out about.
Oh,
they
I'm
weren't
so-
close.
I'm
no,
sorry
no,
that I
it's
jumped
fair.
in.
It's fine to bring it up
it's
now
fine.
because it's fair to bring up. That's more information that she should be aware of, but for some reason doesn't know. And by the way, with how interested she is in why her mother abandoned her, you'd think she may have spoken to her mother's doctor, like especially related to the terminal illness she had.
Or the fellow scientists who were studying spiders
Yep.
in the Amazon before they died.
Yep.
But there's no.
no.
There's this massive gap between, like, we were kind of memeing about it at first, like, oh, how did she get to America? But like, there's seriously really important stuff that happens between 1973 and 2003 that is like, it needs to be accounted for because that's important character stuff.
It's a really good movie. So
yeah, it's great.
I guess we move on to, we got a new accident happening. There's a bridge and a car.
Wait, also,
oh yeah,
who is the father? Does he ever come up? Does the father
No,
ever...
I don't think.
They just briefly mentioned that he wasn't around.
Oh,
yeah, it's
Okay,
it's like a one-off line.
Nor did she attempt to search for him, I'm assuming. Or maybe she did and she couldn't find anything. Who knows? She can't even access information that's readily available from other people, so I guess information about him is probably even more impossible to find. But yes, there's a bridge situation. There's a car that's like teetering on the edge, and there's a man in there who's like, oh no, help me. This is something that got spread around a bit as an edit on Twitter, the way that it was shot. It's a bit different in the movie, but it's still on them for fucking promoted it with such a horribly like edited little clip. It's safe to say that she tries to get in and sort of help him, and he's rescued, but she's still in the car. The car falls, and correct me if I'm wrong, but she hits her head on the windscreen.
Right on the glass. It shatters.
And one could say the web is now online. It activates. That's how you turn on the web.
Well, it's pretty clever visual storytelling because the shattered glass kind of looks like a web.
That was
Pretty
really
clever.
cool, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure we won't get a repeat of them using that visual.
I genuinely have no idea why it's meaningful that she needed to hit her head on something to make the web come online. One could argue a near-death experience might activate it, but that's not what's happening yet. She has to drown first, right? Before that would happen. So, like, hitting her head on the thing...
Knocked her out, maybe?
So if she had just been knocked out at any other point, the web would have come online, I guess. This is, it's not unreasonable to say it's the first time she's been knocked out.
Let's just say fate.
Yeah, fate.
Yeah.
It's
also,
almost like when she meets the guy later in the film, they could have at least thrown in a line or two as to why this started happening to her now. As opposed to 10 years prior or something.
I think the film wants us to believe it's because she dies, quote unquote. You know what I mean? She dies for like 3 minutes or whatever.
I don't like how they're going to the car. I remember that it seemed really like it obviously was teetering over the edge.
I was actually going to
no
bring
one
that
seems
up.
to mention anything about how like it might fall forward. They just go in and like cut the guy and grab him down, and then it falls because I guess she's bigger or whatever than the guy or whatever. But there's no attention paid to the fact that the car is about to like fall in. Or like that someone needs to be in the back, like holding it down.
Yeah.
Or they have to tie it to another car or anything like that. They're just like, it might as well have been in the middle of the road with how they treat it when it's clearly like halfway hanging off.
Yeah, protocol would be to tether it to something.
There's gotta be, there's several things to be done. But you're right, even a selection of well-meaning, aware people could have easily saved her just by jumping and pushing, on the other side of it, trying to keep it down.
Yeah, even if you got some bystanders to just hold the back of the car, that would make, the difference. But
yes, she sees some visuals, gets some lines spreading around up in there in the webverse, and it's all so crazy because it's like the future and the past and the present's all merging. It's incredible. She sees blood on her hands and balloons popping, which is all going to be so fucking relevant soon, so it's kind of cool. It's really decent foreshadowing, actually, because you will see balloons pop later. I just want to make sure we appreciate the film for that. And, yeah, she drowned and for 3 minutes, and good old Ben Parker jumps in, saves her, and brings her back, and that has activated the webverse.
Wakes up and when she wakes up, she's been pulled to the side of the water and resuscitated by Ben. Ben has jumped in. I guess he jumped off the bridge down to get her.
Yep.
Ben is a fucking hero.
And there is barely any recognition of what he has done to do that for her at all.
Virtually none. I don't even think she says thank you.
You might be right.
If anything, she seems annoyed. I think she comes across as like annoyed. She doesn't say thank you. When I'd be like in tears saying, "Holy fuck, you saved my life." I'd be dead if you weren't like.
Yeah, I would
he
say
might as well have said, "You should have just left me there."
I would go as far as to agree with that. I feel like drowning would probably give you quite the perspective, but I guess she was distracted by the webverse activating. So to her, it felt like nothing. Because this is strictly based on how Dakota Johnson performs it. I would have guessed she didn't even know she had drowned. She didn't even know she had trauma of any kind. She literally is just like, "Oh, hey Ben, like what's going on?" And he's like, "Oh,
she just wakes up.
Yeah.
After being outside of the car safely on the side of the river with Ben, like performing like chest compressions on her.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say that chest. There's some continuity there. He's clearly had to do some chest compressions.
So he's
they were accounting for that in the earlier part of the script.
A lot of chest compressions foreshadowing for the big chest compressions payoff that does come. So.
And then when she's up top on the bridge, she doesn't even say like thank you either. Again, she's
annoyed.
She
just
right. comes across as annoyed at him.
Well, so
this man saved your life.
He points out the
great danger to himself.
He says that you need to see a real doctor and have a real workup done because your stats are like terrible. And then she's like, "Nah, I trust you," which is the opposite of what you would have to say to not go to the hospital. Like, I trust you, and he just said you need to go to the hospital. You understand? Like, if he had said you need to go to the hospital, and then she said, like, "Oh, you think everyone needs to go to the hospital whenever they do anything," like, that would have been one thing, but she says, "I trust you." I think the point of the line was supposed to be that she trusts he's taken care of her, but his care includes go to the hospital. You know what I mean?
Which is just the most obvious normal thing in the world. You fell off a bridge and smashed your head into the glass of a car and then nearly drowned. You might be seriously messed up.
Yeah.
If anything, it would be incredibly lucky if you weren't messed up. It is like an amalgamation of serious injuries. You need to go to the hospital.
So, I don't know.
Also, like,
there's a possibility the rest...
That's where she works. She works at the hospital. She has to go back there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say with the actual concussion and the oxygen being cut off from the brain, there's a possibility the rest of this movie just happens to take place in her while she's in a coma.
Yeah, but at least we know what happened to explains the writing.
Yeah, and from her point of view, she knows all of that happened in what for lack of a better term, the real world, and then whatever she was experiencing in whatever crazy world that was, which by the way would be better explained by the fact that her brain was dying. Like, would it not? Like, everything she saw, you'd think, "Oh, because I was dead like for 3 minutes." I guess that makes sense. But no, she instead interprets all that as, "I just want to go home and chill out. I just want to, just go watch Christmas Carol. That's what I want to do." So, that's that. He even says, like, her O2 is at the levels of a dead fish. So... but she says, "Don't worry, it's already 89, I think," and then he looks at it, and it's not, but then it becomes that, because she saw it
she
already.
has a premonition.
Which is, their way of being like, "Oh, isn't that neat and interesting?" And you're sort of just sitting there like, okay. And this is what I mean, by the way, there's so much garbage, and the movie's, like, rushing on. Like, we're already, I want to guess something like 25 minutes or something in. It's just like, shit, man. Damn. So anyway, we got to introduce the bad guy. Even though he's technically been introduced, we're going to reintroduce him. And it's fucking weird. It begins by having him get killed by 3 spider ladies. And this is the half of the footage you get to see of them in their suits. Maybe even more than that.
It's more than half.
Yeah. The snippets you see in the trailer are all from this moment where the 3 of them team up to throw him out of a window, and it's very funny because the shot of him falling, it looks like something from Channel Awesome, where they lie on the floor, put their hands up toward the camera and go, "No!" And then they green screen the background out.
No, if he falls down. It looks so awful.
It looks so bad. Which is interesting, too, because the implication in that flash forward is how vision is how they refer to it. That shouldn't have killed him, I don't think, because he falls from great heights several times in this movie, as well as gets hit by very fast-moving cars.
It's not like equivalent to Spider-Man powers. You kick Spider-Man out of... I mean, we see it... I mean, obviously not same continuity, but like how far did Peter fall in Spider-Man 2? And then he landed on that dumpster.
And that was when
Like,
his
that
powers
was-
were off, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. And he survived.
Can't even fall. John Wick has better back than this guy. Apparently.
I'm telling you, man, he's got squirrel powers. He can't die from falling. It's not possible.
So,
He's just too
Well,
resilient.
is it more like a squirrel's absolutely impervious to falling from like to death?
As far as
by
I know,
falling?
a squirrel's terminal velocity is not enough force to kill them.
I was wondering if they were small enough, because that's the way it works with like a lot of basically
Yeah.
all insects, right?
Yeah, like
Is
an
it
insect can't
like,
generate enough force by falling to kill it because they're just too tiny. Yeah, I've personally seen squirrels fall from very great distances, hit the ground, instantly rocket right back to that tree and climb right back up.
Yeah, look
Pretty
at him
cool.
go.
I know, squirrels are great. Squirrels are high tier.
So yeah, that's his, he's like, whoa, oh my god, I got killed by 3 spider ladies, whoa, oof. And, oh, I guess I've skipped over the fact that he saw the lady in the fucking, whatever
At
it
the
was.
opera or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
House?
He's
Yeah, then he
because that'll be relevant in a moment. He met a lady and they had the sex, and then he had his vision and he's woken up like, oh geez. That's to make sure you understand this. I need everyone to know how these events take place, otherwise, good God, they might misunderstand
The
Madam
villain
Web.
had sex outside of marriage.
Yes, despicable. Anyway, yeah, he dies in the vision. He's like real sad, and then she says, "Bad dream." And he says, "Not a dream. I'm gonna be murdered one day."
Yeah, he says it in the weirdest, most bizarre, most unhinged kind of way
Yeah.
possible, maybe the most weird way you could possibly say it. He starts talking about how it's like a curse, how he's been cursed with seeing his death over and over every night for years, which is probably pretty rough. But he did kill that chick in the Amazon when she was researching spiders before she died.
Yeah.
And then he killed her, and then he got cursed. But they let him go, the spider people. So who knows? But it's a weird scene.
It's so funny. All of his dialogue is really badly delivered, possibly ADR, written by like a brain dead zombie. It doesn't even reflect close to what I think their goals are when they say these lines. Because him saying, "I'm gonna be murdered one day," she says, "Wow, buzzkill." That is like, what? Why can't either of you?
I feel like the whole apt response would be, "Wow, you're an unhinged lunatic."
Yeah,
that's like
I'm out of here.
Yeah, like, are you
Telling me
okay?
that I wouldn't
Do you need
be
a
asking
drink of
if he was
water?
okay. I'd
Have a
be
sit
leaving.
down. Like,
That was
Fringy. If you leave immediately, they'll know that you're on to them. You have to play along a little bit, so they don't think that you're like, you know.
Well, she kind of did that, and it didn't work out very well for her, did it?
But because that was the plan, was that he was gonna like kill her all along, though. So I don't think she really had. She didn't. Yeah, she would have had to do way more than.
oh yeah,
acted differently.
she never would have been able to escape with what we know, but it doesn't preclude her from acting human, I guess. Somewhat human.
Or anyone in this movie from acting.
So
my favorite thing about go on.
Well, I was just gonna say, because on the note of the buzzkill thing, when he says the 3 faces, they come to me like every night, same vision as Rags mentioned, a curse. She says, "Will we all die someday?" Like what?
Which is like, no, were you not listening? Were you not listening?
But we're not all.
What is this
We are not all
Bethesda dialogue? What is going on here? Pay
so
attention
funny.
to what I'm saying. Engage like a human.
Man, yeah,
Like,
true.
Don't you think you'd act like? Don't you think you'd say something along the lines of, "Wait, you have visions of your death as a dream, or you have recurring dreams, or
Well,
like,
yeah,
what do you
would-
think it means?"
It would
or-
reset the tone of the conversation. It's like, oh, you were like serious right now, or are you fucking around? Like, you obviously had a
if the
dream.
guy's,
but-
if the guy's having like if he wakes up in the middle of the night and he's like worried and everything, and he's telling you this stuff, it's almost like, is this like a cry for help? Do you want me to listen? Like, do you really want me to listen to this and help you out? Or it's just none of us would do that. This isn't how a human being communicates with
Nope.
another human being.
Yeah, and then he says, if you saw your murderers, you'd try to stop them. And then her response is, okay. Again, like, what's going on? Are these two people even in the same room? Did anyone tell each other what was happening? I don't know.
Is this a sex thing and this was
Yeah.
arranged?
Yeah. at that point though, like the way she delivers it is, if there would have been her trying to like help him up to that point and he just wouldn't accept the help, like her being like, okay, would have kind of worked, but the way she did, like she hasn't, nothing that she said led up to that point.
No, it comes out of nowhere. Well, and it all, every single fucking back and forth comes out of nowhere, because then he says, "You've no idea the torment of dying over and over again. I'm not going to sit back and let it happen. I will find them and kill them first."
I feel like
What
this
the
is
hell?
like tapping him on the shoulder, and you're like, okay, calm down, calm down.
Well, and then you remember,
it's just a dream.
To jump ahead a little bit, because we've already mentioned it in relation to this dialogue, he needs information from her. He knows that she has information he needs. Why is he telling her all of this bullshit?
Yeah, it's really pointless. It essentially if anything, the only thing I could come up with is that he's trying to lull her into a false sense of security, but it doesn't make sense.
This is how you lull people into a false sense of
Yeah,
security.
this is
Yes,
how you do
this is
it.
how you do it. Yeah.
Well, and what's funny, of course, is that he's going to be torturing her for information soon. So this is all just a waste of time. And the context isn't going to help you because he wants secret information.
Well,
what he does...
That's what it's for.
Oh, yeah, exactly. The reason is that this is for us. He's
Yeah.
practically looking into the camera as he's saying all of these things.
They really want to... They do his motivation like 4 times in this movie. They really want to make sure you understand.
It's just so funny when, like, it's barely a motivation. He
No.
wants power and you don't want to die. Like, that's the most basic kind of villain motivation that you could possibly
Yeah, like,
come up
I
with.
relate to that, because I don't
I
want
can
to
relate to
die,
half of
you know?
that, you know?
Yeah,
Like, I
but
don't wanna
wanting,
die,
like,
but-
power at the expense of, like, everything, I was like, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Like, you had me in the first
Well,
half,
part
but,
of it is that we don't, I guess, spoiler, we don't really learn anything about the nature of his life at all.
Nope.
Like, the life that he's constructed
his
over
life is
30
extravagant
years.
and rich and wealthy
It's
and
extravagant and rich,
privileged.
but we don't know why. I guess, like, he started a really successful business. Maybe he made, like, a .com company and then sold it at the height of the .com bubble. And
That
he's
was,
just
I was really, like...
With his premonition powers, yeah, that's right. He did.
That was the thing,
Yeah,
is there was
exactly.
two routes they could have went. Either he was using his premonition powers to, like, play the stock market or something. I mean, he is in New York.
He doesn't have premonition powers, though.
It doesn't seem like
Yeah,
he
no.
has premonition.
Well,
that was just a fun joke. He doesn't
He's-
actually have the
has
premonition
vision.
powers.
He
Yeah,
has
that's
the
what-
vision,
I
but
mean-
that's it, I think, yeah.
Well, then the other route they could have went is that he was using the spider to actually like cure diseases, or like some sort of medical company, and they didn't go with that either.
No,
I don't
well,
know
that's...
he does. Yeah, I don't know anything about him.
If they had done that, because then it starts to get like, oh, so he selfishly used it for himself, but then he also decided, I'm
Yeah.
gonna actually use it to create a company. But then it's like, was he did something that was, you know, in terms of using it medically, it's like, oh, well, that's good, but how he got it was bad, and his motivations were bad. And then
Well,
there's
and-
like an angle you explore
And
there.
imagine he wasn't even motivated by, I must save myself, just in general, but instead he said, I gotta save myself so that I could save others. Like,
Mm.
that would
If
make
you-
him a
if you
bit more
went with
interesting, wouldn't it?
But the problem is that they didn't want to make him interesting. They wanted him to just be a cartoon bad guy because that's easier.
Also, hi, Lauren.
Oh, hello.
Welcome
My internet
back.
yeah, my internet came back like a couple minutes ago.
Woo!
We are
Yay.
really early anyway in the film, as you should probably
A
be
quarter of
expected.
the way through the film.
Yeah. So you haven't missed much, except lots of exposition. So
Oh my god!
just the most important stuff.
I need
Whoa.
to show you this. This
Was
is
it- is that a
incredible.
meme?
I was yes, but not intentionally. So I went looking for Ezekiel Sims. Who is this man? Why does he have all this money? I just was looking for anything that I might have missed, and I went to the Sony Spider-Man Universe.fandom.com wiki, right? And this is all it has for his biography.
Okay. See here.
Nice.
I've never seen this before. Biography, early childhood. Well, early life, sorry, childhood. No one helped me when my family was starving. My room wasn't as clear as yours. It's my path, I think he says. We didn't have the same options. My room wasn't as clear as yours.
I like the implication that it's like, yes, you had a clean floor. I had
a dirty
I had no-
room.
I had
Okay.
no drawers or anything.
Well, this is what Jordan Peterson talks about. If you don't have a clean room, it's not a clean life, and that's what's happened to him.
You have to,
She started out with a clean bedroom. He didn't. And so he had to work harder. So to be added, I guess more stuff on him. Investigating spiders. He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died. This is in his bio. This is a meme. In 1973, during a research trip involving the investigation of spiders, Ezekiel Sims gave protection to Constance Webb in the Amazon rainforest in Peru. Constance died whilst on this research trip. True.
She did
the last
die
one is the best one.
So this section, because obviously we've gone through 2 significant sections of the biography. Now we're on to the third, Chasing the Spider Girls, and a subsection, Having Nightmares, described as, quote, every night, the same vision. That's a quote from
Put a
Ezekiel
link to the vision. They actually link to the vision. They don't even tell you what the vision is. They have all this room on the side. They could easily say the same vision, and then they could just in like parentheses next to it of his death at the hands or something.
It's so bad.
I gotta say, I think I'm still stuck on the idea that if you made a film where Jordan Peterson was like a superhero, that the villain would just be a guy who runs into his bedroom and just messes it up while he's standing there. Like, stop it! As he just grabs like shelves
However,
and empties them on the floor. No.
Since we're here on the wiki, this is also something that I thought was very funny that I think that you should read.
Specifically the highlighted bit?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
This is his abilities.
In the abilities section, we have expert marksmanship. Ezekiel was a proficient marksman. Whilst in Peru with Constance Webb, Ezekiel was able to fatally kill 2 members of the expedition in quick succession. Despite his proficiency, he accidentally shot and killed Constance.
I like it's like you were able to kill 2 people point blank with a handgun. You are an expert marksman.
Well,
except the time when you shot the pregnant
I mean,
lady.
he did know. He was aware that the closer he gets, the easier the shot becomes. That would be expertise.
A wise man. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What a great wiki. I'm
pretty
glad.
funny. Look at that one. Ezekiel uses his powers to gain wealth and influence. Where was that in the film?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Who wrote the fucking thing? Because was it someone who saw an earlier cut?
Wait. The next line's the good one though. Affording him access to information about facial recognition softwares by the NSA, which they don't explain that. He just steals the fucking information from her. They don't explain like that.
So the bio is arguing that he did use his like spider flame powers to discover the information he needed to do the things he does.
Even
this is like a wiki. Somebody who
they're just
casually likes the movie could just fill this out. Yeah, this is all just that's the thing that I thought was funny. And if someone was to go into this and just randomly type the words like pee pee poo poo at the bottom of the wiki, you could just do that and it would probably be there for years because no one gives a shit.
No one cares.
So I'd like to since I just mentioned it, so and we hit on it, the fact that he's about to kill this woman, just to circle back to the movie real quick. Like, she's an NSA agent who just happens to carry all of her top secret information on top with her.
Well, yeah, she took it to the opera.
Yes, because that's where
when you go to the when I go to the opera, I always carry my super top secret credential.
Yeah, I make sure that I have every piece of identification.
Yeah, and then I leave it on the nightstand next to me after I fuck the guy who met me there at the opera. I leave it right there on the nightstand out in the open. Yeah.
Someone in chat made a good observation. He was able to fatally kill. Fatally kill.
Well, you know, when we're talking about someone like Emperor Palpatine, you can kill him, but not fatally.
That's true. That is
Somehow
true.
the researchers have returned.
Yes. So, well, what's funny is this conversation is not over. It keeps being ridiculous, because after he says he intends to kill them, her response is, do you know who's gonna do it? In reference to, like, who's killing him in these visions. And again, it's just like, that's what you've got to say right now?
That's what you would ask, rather than a guy who's just woken up from a dream saying, these people are killing me, I'm gonna find them and kill them myself.
This is
like, oh, interesting, do go on. Do you know where to find them?
No, this was unironically what I would probably do if there was like a crazy person next to me.
Yeah.
You just sort of like you go along with it because you don't want to like antagonize him. You just act as you're going along with you, like, oh, okay, all right, as you slowly look around the room for your exit.
I don't think it's not played that way. It's played.
Yeah,
as though
you're right. You're right.
Asking these questions. It's not yet that he suspects that he's an evil man, but soon.
It's I would also go as far as saying like it would have been a much better scene had that been what she was doing. She slowly starts preparing her stuff, maybe gets out of bed, just like, yeah, that's so wow. I can't believe that's happening, man. That's so crazy. Yeah, you know, and then he slowly realizes or something because he's actually crazily unhinged. But you know, no, that's not the scene. She seems to be interested, and in fact, to that, he says, always those three faces. Can you imagine how frustrating it is to only identify people from a vision? But as the years pass, there have been technological advancements to finding people if you know their faces. Like, this is dialogue. He then says, the kind of tech the NSA have been pursuing. It looks at her and she's like, and it's like, what the fuck? What's going on? Like,
did you plan to wake us up in the middle of the night to tell me this spooky plan?
I guess so. He was hoping, he was counting on being woken up by the vision at the night.
When they wrote that, they felt like that was natural. Like, he's complaining about it, and his problem right now is being able to find them. How can you find them? Facial recognition software. The NSA have it, and that's why he's got her. Wow. Oh, wow. That is good. And it's just like,
wow,
no.
that's quite a reveal. See, it was part of his plan all along. How clever is he? How clever are us writers?
This whole time she's thinking, oh, thank God he didn't talk about this while we were fucking last night.
It's non-stop because he grabs her to do what we understand by the end of the movie is he can poison people when he touches them at will. She sees him grab her, right? Sees some weird shit happening with her arm, and she says, "What are you doing? How are you poisoning me?" Just like, wow, you caught on real quick with what was happening there, I guess. Yeah, that he wants the password, and she can't tell him. She's that would be the worst thing ever. And then he says, "I'll stop the poison if you do." And these are always opportunities
you would think
to characterize people in interesting ways. And if you're smart, even remotely smart as an agent, you probably know that a person who's threatening to kill you for information will probably kill you if you give them the information.
That's the only thing that what is he going to do? Let you go and then go to work and let him know that happened?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter if she's dead and or missing. Her credentials can still be used for logging
That's
into
right.
the
Even
for the
when
rest
she
of the
doesn't
movie.
stop work, and just disappears from the face of the earth.
Well, and so yeah, that threat of I'll undo the poison if you tell me. She just gives her passcode immediately. Doesn't even lie.
Yeah, and then of course he kills her. And yes, it's not a lie. What if she decided, fuck it, I'll just lie, and then he killed her, and it's like, oh shit, I can't log in. What if he just forgot the numbers? He must have good memory because
they always do that.
If someone's reaching out to you, I would just be like, wait, hold on, let me write this down. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But one wrong number and it would have fucked the whole movie.
Exactly.
While she was giving him the password, I was like, oh shit, he's gonna memorize. Can I memorize this too, just to see? And I couldn't. So I was like,
oh well,
you better write this down. I'd better be able to verify it.
If you're a person who has to do that kind of stuff a lot, you would be able to. But if like when I used to work in the production industry, everything has like numbers attached to everything. So I'd always just remember it'd be like 948-46283, and it would just be like someone would say that to me like that, and I'd be like, okay, and I would walk over and I'd be able to do it like an hour later. But if it's not something you do with regularity, you're gonna forget that immediately.
When she dies, by the way, because obviously he says to her, "Believe me, it's a good thing you had no idea today was the day that you were going to die."
That's probably the best line in the whole movie.
To the corpse.
I don't understand. Like, what?
No, the best line in the movie is, "Wait, did you say web?"
Oh, we're not there yet.
I was about to say best movie. We've got so many lines. We're not even close to the torrent of lines. I'd be curious if anyone has a number one after we go through it, or like make sure everyone gets all of them. But that one, I was just so struck by what does he mean? Like, because he knows how he's gonna die and he's been tormented by that, but at the same time, that gives you a chance to prevent it. You think she would have like been sad to know that this is where she would die, as opposed to being able to stop it and then not die? And who you saying it just for you? She's dead.
She's dead.
Yeah. So fucking weird.
Oh, just like Indigo said, Indigo chat said, Madam Web 2, the World Wide Web.
I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility, okay? But Dakota Johnson won't be in
I
it.
like that. That's good.
We gotta get
Well,
these
they
skills.
they
Get
could
the skills going.
they could always just jump into like to be the older Madam Web if they really wanted to. Just find an older actress. There you go. Taken care of.
Oh yeah, they can recast her. This won't be too tough. I'm sure there's gonna be so many actresses who are interested in this role. 100%. You know,
Madam Web 3, the Dark Web.
The Websters versus Venom. You know, we can do that. It's gonna be super interesting. So she goes
Define
to
Websters.
Nice. She goes to a party, and they throw her a Pepsi, because Pepsi shows up a lot in this film. But that's
because it's a delicious beverage everyone loves, Mahler.
That's true. I will not
That's not
reveal
true.
the best
I do
instance of Pepsi's arrival in this film, all right? And everyone else work to avoid saying it until we get to close to the end, all right? But
I will say, by the way, do not like Pepsi. Don't like. I don't like Pepsi. I don't like it.
I actually have.
fine
I
with
have
Pepsi.
not consumed. I have not consumed a Pepsi product in let's see, since 2015. So
I just don't like it. Think it's way too sweet. Don't like the taste. I'm more of a Coke guy myself.
prefer Beppis.
Beppis is good. Beppis is good stuff. Or what's the one from DayZ? Pipsy? Something like that. Yeah, that stuff's good.
What's weird about this product placement is that she takes so long to open up the fucking can. Like she deliberately stares at the can, like makes sure the logo is still in the
face,
shot.
yeah.
She's looking at it like a retard, like what a can.
Well, and it's so forced because
Yeah.
why did they hand her a Pepsi? It's like, well, they can't hand her a beer. Why can't you hand me a beer? Because it's protocol. You don't drink beer after dying. And then the line she has to respond to that is that protocol? That's boring.
they could have, and they could have easily said, well, technically you're still on call, because they all are. In a minute, you're about to find that out. So they could have easily not even done the whole dying part. They could have just been like, oh well, we're still working technically.
I don't even. It's a lot, like it's a little thing just to get Pepsi in there, because they do it a couple times. It's just like that's you can work just a little harder. Work just a little harder.
Oh, there's a special guest in this scene that I don't know if you spotted him, Mahler.
Resident Evil 3 man and 2 man.
Yeah, Resident Evil 2 man. Yeah,
He's in 3 as well. He dies in that one, sadly.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's,
right.
You're right. That's him. Fuck Resident Evil 3. Not only did they kill him off,
Yeah,
but
we
they
didn't
turned
like
him into like a stupid.
All my homies hate Resident Evil 3. Resident Evil 2 is much better.
I
It was
hate
much
all
better.
of the Resident Evil movies.
Wow.
Fuck you.
Well, which one
that's
was it?
my favorite video game. What?
6 was the fucking hilarious one. Like
That's the
Unreal.
final.
That's my
chat- or not-
all-time. That's my all-time favorite
Resurrection?
game series, and the way that they did them dirty, I just couldn't. To this day, I can't stand it.
I don't even compare them to the games. They're
No.
so bizarrely different. I don't even see like the crossover between the two.
Oh, no, there's none.
To me, it
There's
seems like it's its own thing entirely. But yeah.
Yeah, and to answer the chat, yes, Mike Epps plays a character for approximately 45 seconds.
he does great.
And he's really good. Really, money
No,
well
they
spent on
do
that
him
45
dirty
seconds.
again. In this movie, they do him dirty again.
Oh right, they
do.
kill him.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
No, even before that. Because in this party, and it fucking irritates me because they don't have to do this, but they do. Anyone who has ever grilled burgers on a grill knows that you never like press and squeeze them with your spatula. You never ever do that. I don't know why you would.
Pushes all the fat and juices out. They even say that.
You're not, but they have him like doing that, and there's a big flare up on the grill because like men sucking are incompetent or whatever, and she's like, "What are you doing? You're squeezing all the flavor out of the burgers and everything." Now, like, why? Why? Like, a man can't even grill right in this fucking world anymore.
I love how you making all these comments like the women are competent or something. Like, what are you doing?
No, but it's like what the film wants me to think.
They're all
like,
super retarded in this film.
You're not gonna sound like this is some big like.
It's a
thing.
conspiracy.
Okay, but like
Against
black men do know
grills.
how to grill though.
Well,
like,
Rags,
they know how
some
to grill.
people
Like,
are bringing
this is racism. This
This
is
is racist. This is
Right.
no self-respecting black man would ever squeeze the juices out of his grilled burger.
Well, to be fair, the dialogue, she says the burgers are ruined about him, and then the grill is passed over to Ben, and she says, oh, now they're really ruined. So, still
Some
more
people are
respect
bringing
given
up-
to the black man, okay?
Some people are bringing up smash burgers in the chat, and the thing about smash burgers is that they're usually made from looser ground beef, and they pack them with like eggs and stuff. So that's why you can get away with smashing it. Haha, you bet you didn't expect
Oh.
that.
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about Homer spraying all of the oil on the on the barbecue, and then getting a second
Yeah.
bottle and spraying even more, and then just lighting it, and it's a tiny little flame.
Yeah.
And now I'm thinking about Lisa bringing out, what was the gazpacho or whatever? Like, there's enough gazpacho for everyone. It's served ice cold.
Ice cold soup,
And then
yeah.
what was the other thing Bonnie said? Go back to Russia.
Yeah,
back to
gazpacho is
Russia.
served cold. Yeah.
Oh, and then the pig getting pushed down the hill and then shooting off into oh no, it got shot out of the dam, right? Springfield Dam, and then shot into the air. And then you had that really good joke of, you know, Smithers, I think I'll donate all my money to the orphanage. When pigs fly, and then the pig
Will you be
flies
donating that
past
money now,
the
sir?
window.
No, I still
No,
prefer not.
I still think not. That's so good. Oh, such a good joke.
And now
remember when
back.
Homer was chasing it down.
Yeah.
And he was like,
Yeah.
oh, it's a little
It's just a
airborne.
little
It's still
dirty.
good.
It's still good.
good.
It's just a little
Someone needs to
slimy,
make that
it's still
meme,
good.
but with the MCU at each instance. It's like,
Oh yeah. You gotta
It's
have
still
it be
good, it's
like
still good.
each instance is a movie. So
Yeah.
like Ant-Man, like I don't know, Doctor Strange, then Ant-Man, and then the Marvels is just flying off into space. It's God, I know. It's Kevin
it's
Feige
just
with
a little
frown.
slimy. Anyway, we get an incredible scene to help us understand an additional character. So, Mary Parker is hanging out in this baby shower, and so you have her say hi, and then Cassie says, "Hi, I'm Cassie Webb. Thanks for having me." And then she
I don't know
says,
why,
"You're
but-
Ben's partner. I'm his sister-in-law, Mary." And then she says, "Ben is so excited about being an uncle." You're like, yep. And then she says, "I don't know what we would do without him, especially with Richard being away. Where is he this time?" It's just like, what the fuck? These are your
That was
script.
really good. This
These
is
are the
really
script
good.
notes. This is not dialogue. This is script notes. It's like these are the things we need to get the audience to understand. You got to find a way to make them sound normal while saying these things that give it away.
While also letting them know exactly who they are and teasing, oh, look, Peter Parker, Spider-Man, you know him, right?
Yeah,
He's
that's
the
all
only
this is
Madam
for.
Web character.
The only thing missing from this scene was them having a line like, "Oh, well, since he's gonna be an uncle, maybe you should just all call him Uncle Ben from now on."
Yeah, just get ahead of it.
We get a
ahead of
line
it.
in that vein at certain points. Some of it's just so bad. But yeah, the equivalent of this would be like if you did Young Avengers, like not Young Avengers as you know. I mean like a thing of Avengers as teenagers or whatever, and it's like the 50s, and they're all in a diner. And then you just go around the room, and each one of them is just like, "Hi, I'm Steve Rogers. Hello, I am Tony Stark." You're like, oh, you're not going to try and characterize them in any way that would help us understand this stuff. You're just doing it so that we understand the dynamic and how this fits in with what you do know, which is Spider-Man. Poor Spider-Man getting sapped all over the place for this. Yes, Richard is away, doing his usual away things that are probably in Madam Web 2. We'll find out that he died, and then Mary dies, and then Uncle Ben will have to take little Peter and tell him about responsibility. It's gonna be great. See, they've set it all up now, and I think that Spider-Man does benefit from
this
this.
is setting up the Madam Web verse. Her web binds them all, or something.
Anyway, the name of the kid has not been decided yet. They're saving it for the games. It's like, what? What games? And to be fair, I've not been to baby showers, really. I'm not as familiar with the antics they get up to.
Never been to one.
But apparently
No,
there is...
there usually is like games like this, but they're always like it depends on who they are. But
women.
this
Expert
one-
over here, Mr. Expert.
So,
sorry.
the game is...
Look at me. I've been to so many baby showers. I'm so popular.
You have to write something on a piece of paper about your mother, and then the person the baby shower is about has to guess whose mother it's written about. Like she reads the
person who
factoid.
The baby shower is about.
Fucking whatever, the mother.
No, it's
To be.
I mean, you're right. It's just.
So she pulls it
It's
up,
like
and it's
It's like saying the person who the birthday party's about or
the
whatever.
birthday boy.
It's like, I don't know.
There's an empty one, and she's like, "Oh, who wrote this?" And then good old Cassie, Madam Web, she's like, "That's me. I wrote that." And some other lady's like, "Oh, you must have one fond memory of your mother." And then she says, "Well, my mother died in childbirth. Wasn't that bad, but obviously it was bad. She died. But I grew up totally healthy. Death in childbirth is really rare. She chose to be in the Amazon when..."
As looking at
Yes.
Mary, by the way. She's
So-
directing this at the pregnant woman.
Well, everyone's just awkwardly looking at her, and she keeps talking, and she says she chose to be in the Amazon when she was close to giving birth, away from medical facilities. So...
It comes off as like when you're trying to correct a problem, and you just keep making it worse. That's exactly what it comes off as.
It comes across as just like, what is wrong with you?
Why haven't you planned for this? Why haven't you planned an answer? You know that your mom died in
Correct.
childbirth and you're at a baby
Or-
shower. Why haven't you prepped an answer to be like, no,
Well,
I,
remember, they
I
get
actually never
time-
met, I never met my mother.
Here's an even easier one. Don't put a blank piece of paper into the hat or whatever they're picking out. That would have been easier.
Well, so
You don't
here's
have
the
to
thing.
explain
If
it.
you
Just
put a
write,
blank
my
one
mother
in...
died in childbirth, lol. And
If you
just
put a
fold
blank
that
one
up
in,
and
people are
put
going
it
to
in there.
ask, and what are you going to say when they ask? And apparently her prepared answer was, she died in childbirth. It ain't so bad. Well, I guess it is because she died. But I grew up healthy, because she realized, like, oh yeah, I probably should clarify. It's okay even sometimes if you die in childbirth that your child will make it. She's talking to a soon-to-be mother. You're just like, what the fuck is all of this? How does your brain work?
You know, from a writing perspective, you could think of an opportunity. What if she lied? What if she just made something up because she didn't want to?
Which is something her character would do.
That would tell us, that would tell us something about how would she deal with this circumstance. Would she lie? Would she bend the truth? Would
Yeah,
she
and
just?
then of course, you
I
could
guess
do
she's
something
just
with that
Chad
later,
yesing
right?
it
Like if,
in front of everyone.
Like, I don't know if Mary or whatever talked to Ben later and was like, "Oh yeah, she said that. It was interesting meeting her." And then he's like, "What do you?" Her mom died like when she was born. That was a lie.
Yeah, if she
And
had
then,
said,
you
"I
know,
love how my mum was always there for me, no matter what," and then she finds out she never met her mum, she died in childbirth. Like you get the direct implication. But what Rags just said, like Chad yesing it, it's like I almost wish that were the case. Instead, she makes everyone know that, and then Chad's yeses it. Like, you know, he's like, "Hey, everyone, this is the case for me," and they're all like, "Oh, wow, that's something to bring up at a baby shower." And then she's like, "Yeah, but
Well,
it's
she
fine."
might say, yeah, she would say something like, "My mother died in childbirth, and it made me realize how important it is to have a mother. So it's going to be you're so, I guess, lucky or privileged to live in a place where people just don't die in childbirth, and your kid's going to have a mom to be there for him, and you should be really happy about that because it's something that not everyone has, and it's something you should cherish."
They could have also went the route of like if she was gonna lie and make it up anyway, like that's the reason she got into being an EMT to stop these kind of things from happening, because like
Could do that. Yeah, that's something
that
we had to
route,
learn how to do in ESAR.
She could have said something along the lines of, my if we're gonna go with the lie route again, my mother was a very driven person and always always wanted to find what she was looking for. It could have been something vague like that. It doesn't.
Or just I was in the foster care system. I never met my mom. I never knew her, so I have no idea, no clue. My mother's a mystery. So,
but instead, just
tie
throw in a
that back
blank
to the
piece of
thing.
paper and have to make shit up as you go along.
No, my mom died. Lol.
This is where it's such a bizarre fucking scene, and then they just start guessing what Peter Parker's name is going to be, and they're all guessing wrong. And then she says, "His name is," and then a balloon pops, and then we don't find out. And again, it's just like, what are we doing?
I don't even know what they're doing. Everybody knows. Like, why even? I don't get it. I don't understand why they want to be like, haha, it's a mystery. You already
I would have
know.
preferred if they like showed her saying it, like lipping, like the lips moving, and the pop just went over it, so you couldn't
I would
hear
have
her say
preferred
it.
they just did nothing with it. I don't even know why like they have this element of the story because it's not relevant.
Well, so let's pretend in the alternate universe that she finally reveals Peter Parker, and everyone goes, "Oh, that's a great name. What strong." I would still be like, "This is so fucking weird, dude. Like that we're treating this like why are they showing us this? Like, because we know Peter Parker, we know Spider-Man, but it's even weirder because of the fact that they don't say it. They make bait of
Yeah,
saying it, but don't say it.
There's a part of me that was thinking, oh God, is Cassie gonna say Peter?
I thought she might say that actually.
Because I was like, oh wow, she might actually say it.
She
Jeez.
says Spider-Man, and everyone's like, why'd you say that? And she's like, I don't know. And she thinks like in a webverse, like, wow, why did I say that? Damn.
The human spider. That's a terrible name.
Since it's thinking about it, wouldn't it be interesting if they used her awkward weird answer? If she, instead of using a favorite memory, she told everyone what she had gathered from her mother based off of all the things her mother had done and the things she wrote down, what she thought, like what her impression of what her mother was. Because this film has a massive, there's a huge gap in terms of what we're supposed to believe she thinks her mother, what she thinks of her mother and why. So this film desperately needs to put in some information connecting what Cassie thinks of her mom and why she's actually upset at her mom.
I think this is the result of possibly not being allowed to say it, but desperately trying to let people know this is with the stuff you like. You like Peter Parker and Spider-Man, and he is in this, okay? Sort of. I mean, the fact that they even tease their own content, as in the superhero Spider-Women, we don't even get that in this. They only tease it, as admitted by the fucking director herself. It's like, damn.
What do you think his name's gonna be? I don't know, Miles?
Oh. Da, 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 da. Anyway, they took turns, right? And so when the balloon pops, it resets. She's having one of her web moments, which only happen later on in times of like great suffering, right, or trauma, or someone dying. This is like one of the only times that it happens with something mundane, which is very convenient for her.
I thought it would be like loud noises, or you're trying to piece together as these things happen. What's the connecting thing? What's the repetitive element? What's the consistency for when these powers activate?
Probably shouldn't think like that with this movie.
Yeah, well, this sure serves me right.
But again, with the weird lines, right? So if you were in a room, someone says, "Hey, what do you think the name of blah blah is?" and you give an answer, and maybe they laugh, say, "I don't know." And then a balloon pops, and then I say the exact same thing. I feel like there's a lot of lines you can come out with. She comes out with, "Wait, we just did this," which I find to be such an odd line that only works if you know the movie, like the scenario has happened, that most human beings would go, "Oh, you didn't hear what I said?" Or didn't I thought I said the blah blah, and you say the same answer. Not we just did this.
Yeah,
you're all playing a joke
even then,
on me.
If they wanted to call more attention to it, they might even just say, "Man, that's so funny. I like this is hyper deja vu. I'm caught, like I could swear to God."
With the way
turn it into kind of like a fun observation rather than
because that comes across as it comes across as decently like normalish, where if someone has one of those things and they're like, "Guys, sorry, but I just got one of those crazy deja vu feelings here just a moment ago. Sorry if I was distracted." But even that could be something someone says.
The thing about it was that like it wasn't enough information, I don't think, to even think that you're reliving a moment you just relived, as opposed to the more reasonable way, which happens on EFAP fucking all the time, as well as online conversations, when someone says like, "Oh, what's everyone's favorite color?" and maybe 3 people answer at the same time, another person answers, and then you didn't hear it all one of them. Then you go, "What was your favorite?" And you go, I said it, didn't I?" It's like, okay, yeah, well, it's this. Like, hearing me question it, that's what I mean. Like, why would you go immediately to, "Wait a minute, this has all happened before"? It's like, well, you just assumed that she didn't hear you, right? Or that something was misunderstood.
Yeah, you just spaced out for a moment. You got distracted. You were thinking of something else. I mean, we already know that you'd rather not be here at this party.
Yeah.
You don't give a shit.
Well, and I think it would be better too, because we can tell that it was a repeat, but that she's living it and she hasn't quite picked that up yet because she's not paying attention to all of the details, and instead just goes, "Oh, you must have misheard me, huh? Okay." As a setup to build it up.
That this is only the second instance, right, of this happening. Or
yeah, we had the check after she drowned.
Yeah.
And I think that is it. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're not up to. Yeah, that's right. So she really has no reason. I find it funny because in their minds they're probably like, see, we're building it up. She's noticing now.
Yeah, I don't think.
We're
gradually getting there. We just did this. The web is forming. The madam is able to make use of it soon enough. The web.
And the web connects them all.
Yes.
Madam Web in theaters February 14th. Anyway.
So we have suddenly an accident she's being made aware of, and everyone's getting called in. There's a big old it's like a warehouse filled with explosives, quote unquote, and there are people who need to be gotten out of there and got to prevent certain things happening. This warehouse will be relevant late. Well, so they're described in the film as explosives. We clearly see their fireworks at certain points, but
Yeah, we'll get into the mechanics.
Yeah,
of
but
fireworks.
let's be honest, nobody describes them. There's a reason we don't call fireworks explosives, because fireworks is much more specific and everyone understands what fireworks are. To call them explosives
we would
is
just
very
call
strange.
them fireworks. Yeah, we just call them fireworks.
Hmm.
We have a word for them.
We do, and everyone uses it, but okay.
Just like because we were talking about the baby shower and babies, I guess, sort of by proxy. I saw this meme. It was funny. I just want to share it with you guys. So I just thought it'd be a little reprieve from the movie.
That is kind of funny.
I
I like that it's cut off a bit as well.
Yeah. It's little touches. All right, we can go back to the movie now. I thought it was funny.
The horrors are happening, and you gotta get in there and save people and stuff. And she has a flash of blood all over her hands and a big wound on a person when the person she's currently working on doesn't have that wound. It's like, wait, what's going on? She's doing CPR compressions again on a person. They keep showing us that a lot of that happens, and it's just there's no reason why it can't. I'm just saying, maybe they're just letting us know they're setting it up, and it's a good job that they're doing that. It's gonna make a lot of sense later. And so she's seen some stuff, and she gets a vibe that what was the actor's name? You guys said you knew it, right?
Mike Epps.
Mike Epps is gonna be heading somewhere in the ambulance, and she's like, you know what? Let me drive. And then he says, "You've had a bad experience. Don't let that mess with your head." Which is just like, okay. And she's like, okay, yeah, I guess you can drive. She doesn't get in or anything. She's just, her sense is that he should not drive away. I was like, But then the camera stays on her as he's driving away and curves around, and we see that he gets in a T-bone crash. A big old truck slams into him. Very tragic. Tragic music plays, and he's taken out of the ambulance, and she works on him, but ultimately it's just too late, and he dies. Having a moment here.
Yes, it's real dramatic and sad.
Did anybody else besides me notice that the truck was driving to basically off the...
I don't even know where to begin. There's so many elements to this,
There's a lot
okay?
that's wrong with this.
The way that, if anyone was to check this, there's no reason that he wouldn't have checked himself to the left. He would have seen it coming a mile off. He may have been able to brake before even getting there easily. Same goes for the truck that hit him. And then where were both of them going? He seems to be heading to the edge, and the other truck seems to be heading to the edge. Neither of them are going anywhere.
They even zoom out, and you see that it's basically the edge of a pier that they're on. It's like what?
Yeah, and then
they didn't have to add that.
The actual hit is pretty chill. As movie car crashes go, his windscreen isn't even cracked. It's the door on the left side has taken damage. And when he's brought out, there's no visible anything on him except a load of red in his chest. You're like, how did that happen? Now, I've seen Echo, so I know that random pieces of glass will appear and shard right into you randomly in a car crash. Like
the most deadly material in the universe.
They can just chop limbs off suddenly, even when they don't have an origin point. So, yes, he got killed by something. And you can tell the way they shoot it, they avoid letting you know how. They don't want you to know how, because I don't think there was a reasonable way he would have died there. If you see the accident, the person in the truck will probably be okay. They'll be shocked and maybe concussed, but that's about it. So, he's dead now. And it's just funny that we've had that and Echo so close together with these tragic car accidents that don't look like they would actually do that much compared to what they show us versus what actually happens. And you know, that's something she saw. She's got the balloon popping and the blood on her hands and the person who's injured. She's seeing the future. The web is telling her things, useless things right now, but she's developing the power, okay? So that's she's learning. That's sad though. You know? I think it's back to villain now. We got to get some more villain information because we've been lacking him for a while. We've got to build up both of them. The villain man back in his apartment says, "Was it worth the trouble?" And what has happened here is that with using the account of the NSA agent that he has now killed, they have access to NSA technology. Before I go any further than that, does that sound reasonable? Like that they have her account and password, and so now they can use any of the NSA's tech at their will.
Yeah, no, they'd be monitoring that.
Yeah, no way.
Immediately be shut down.
It's just no fucking way.
There's so much that's wrong with it. It's just like, oh, logged in from an entirely different location, presumably. Also, she didn't show up to work today, and nobody can get in contact with her. Like, it's just, it's
where'd she go?
And I think someone might be like, well, I mean, she's only been missing for like half a day. It's like this goes on for more than a week.
Yeah. And
So-
nothing ever happened, so nope.
No. So with that
And
out of the
also,
way,
I guess they just have access to, because it's like Brother Eye. It's like at the end of the Dark Knight. It's like this crazy like setup.
it might even be better than that because even the way this is described, right? She says the scale of the NSA's surveillance is unprecedented. There's nowhere to hide. The potential is infinite, but in the wrong hands, it'll change everything. Like,
What,
well,
like
yeah.
your hand?
Like, yeah, like, in the wrong hands. I mean, like when people try to hunt down and kill teenagers with it. It's like, yeah, that's probably bad. And yeah, he says as long as it has the ability to find those women now before they get their powers. Again, it's like, damn, was that the first try? Was that even... Because not only delivery, but also just the line itself. And you start to think to yourself, like, who is this woman? What is she doing? Like,
She's just like his assistant who was going to help him do this evil plan.
and all they give us is he's paying her. He's paying her. He's paying her.
Yeah.
Okay, he's paying her. Yeah.
Oh, and this is ramping up to one of the dumbest things in this film, I would say.
Yes, I think I know
In
where
this
you're going.
scene.
Now, this is where we get to really finite lines that are incredibly funny if you really think about them and slow them down. She points to the screen, and you can see Sydney Sweeney and the other two, and she says, I quote, "This is what they look like in your vision, as well as you can recollect."
And they're literally like headshots
And
from their like acting agency.
Yeah, it is like 100% accurate from his dream.
I don't even know where to start. There's so much wrong with it. Like, what do you mean? Why would you even say that like that to him? This is as well as you can remember it. You know what I mean? It's like, what do you?
Yeah, they could have. The line could have easily been written as like. So based on your explanations of what they look like, these are These are some women that I found, and he could have pointed to like a few of the pictures, be like, "That's one of them. That's one." Like that's the much more logical way of how this would happen.
What we have to work with is they've had access to this technology for maybe a night. What did he do? He got it and described how they looked to a machine, and it came up with 1-to-1 accurate copies of their faces.
The greatest forensic artist of all time.
I don't
works for his staff.
understand. And then
So
the
he
fact
just
that
put a prompt through Mid-Journey,
and
then
it
they
worked
just
perfectly.
Scored out some pictures.
And
well, it's so good that it can actually, with reference to the images, it can be. It's like, oh, we can remove the costume, and this is what they actually look like.
I just don't understand. Like, as well as saying it, like, this is what they look like in your vision, as well as you can recollect. As in, so that's what he already knows that. Then, if this is all what the computer came up with, as well as he could recollect, then like, wouldn't he be involved in that process? What I'm trying to say is like, if I said to Fringy, I'll try and draw something if you can just describe it to me while we're at the computer, and he says, okay, it's like a happy bunny, and I draw that, finish it, and then go, so Fringy, this is my drawing of a bunny based on you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what?
It's like, yeah, we had this conversation.
We just did this together. What do you mean? Like, why are you saying? And it's like, oh, right, because the audience doesn't know what just happened. And it's like, oh, if only there was a better way to do this, like being a writer. I don't know. This sucks. Yeah, and he just says their faces have taunted me for years.
Also, the cameras that these are going to be run through are not going to be nearly as good as they show later, might I add.
Oh,
They
well,
show
I mean,
them, like,
all of it is
perfect
like
4K,
the technology
Yeah,
levels
yeah, the
are
technology.
absurd.
It's all
Because
insane
it's
sci-fi tech.
2003.
Yeah.
But it's
So
like
I'm saying,
all
like, they would have been,
4K.
they would have been like 480p.
Oh, I think
cameras.
they might have been lower than that. I
Yeah,
think
maybe,
we might
maybe
be talking like
144p. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
But
where
then she uses
well, because I have to there's the lines are so awful, but I also feel like I need to explain what they do first, which is so like basic is we have technology and we have man with vision. Man with vision apparently describes the three faces he sees. The computer comes up with an approximation of those three faces, but with masks on, remember. He's never seen their actual faces, just the faces with the masks on. The computer then has to take those approximations and assume what they look like without the masks, and then in order to actually help him find them, have to guess where the vision takes place and reduce their age accordingly, right? So what they would look like right now versus in the future. We don't know when it takes place in the future. He has no idea. He's never, I guess, decided in the visions, because he has autonomy in them, to try and look at his phone, I guess, or anything. Knowing when it happens is going to be super important. Never done that. So the computer has to de-age them, and all we have to go on is guessing how far into the future it happens. And she says a radius of 10 years. What does that mean? That, like, you've de-aged them by
anywhere from 1 to 10 years.
Yeah, so
radius
that means
refers specifically. That's a weird word to use because radius.
Actually, no, that would mean that it would be anywhere from 1 to 20 years. That would be a radius of 10 years. So that's
true. That's actually true. Yeah.
So that's what I was thinking when he described it. But then I was also thinking that means that the computer has to search for, let's just take Sydney Sweeney, for example, aged as to the description of his vision then, but also every instance of her as much as 10 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't be exactly 10 years ago, right? Because that's a guess. Like, so it could be 9, it could be 11, it could, so you got to account for that.
Whoa.
I just don't understand what they're even
almost
saying.
Offhandedly, like 10 years.
Yeah.
This is all bonkers. All of this is bullshit technology so that a plot can happen, because they didn't give a damn about trying to write it in such a way that maybe... Well, I don't even know why they made this the plot to begin with. This is one of those scenes that makes you question, why did you decide to make the plot about a guy who's using essentially magic technology from 2003 to find 3 people that he has visions of them killing him at some point in some indeterminate point in the future?
Yeah, that's a really weird choice.
What a bizarre plot, Not you couldn't have arranged that they... I don't know, that they somehow stumble onto him doing something bad and he's chasing them down or anything?
Well, and it could be that he does see them killing him or whatever, and he wants to protect the industry that he's started now that does help people. Or something. We were talking about this earlier. It would make it a bit more complicated as to him wanting to be a part of it or whatever. But it is still just odd that this is all based on a vision. And they could be kids right now. He has no reason to think otherwise. Because remember, he's got like white hair in his vision. So how could you possibly know? You just don't. And they look pretty young, even the ones trying to hurt him.
I will say one thing though, Mahler. None of their you did mention that he's only seen them in masks, but those masks don't do anything to actually obscure their faces.
They do.
Apparently
the
not,
Sydney Sweeney one.
Computer...
there could be lots of different things happening underneath that. Okay, you never know. It's human faces. You get all kinds of faces. You're probably saying it because you know what the actresses look like.
But the computer is able to get it down perfectly.
Yeah, which is weird. Especially after the de-aging, which is done at an estimation.
But it's spot on. And the only reason that we know it's correct is because we know what the actual actresses are. But he has no idea. They have no clue.
No clue.
They just randomly stumble onto it, and it happens to be perfectly correct.
Yeah, and then...
from their perspective, they're just insanely lucky.
When they find... Like, she does the de-aging, she goes, oh... I didn't know we'd be targeting teenagers. It's like, why would that like this is horrible. What you're doing is killing people who haven't done a thing that they're gonna do, and you're like, wait, I draw the line if they're a teenager. But luckily, she's reminded that he's paying her. think the line is, they're teenagers now, but in the future they will have powers, and they will try to destroy me.
Future, they won't be teenagers in the future. Though.
That's true.
It's all so bizarre. It's bad that you're killing people because you had a bad dream.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid and evil.
Has he not seen TLJ? This is not good, man. He'll create Kylo Ren. Nobody wants to do that. But I don't want to deny like just how awful this line from him is in response to her saying that. It says, they're teenagers now, but in the future they'll have powers, and they'll try to destroy me. I came from nothing, less than nothing. I will not give up. Everything I have built, and have my life cut short, find them. I'll pay you a fortune. He says, I do pay you a fortune. Like, it feels so disconnected, all the lines.
I do like the line, I come from less from nothing, which implies he had a lot of debt.
I guess so, yeah.
I guess, yeah. I guess
I took out some bad loans. I came from way less than nothing.
Well, and how he just didn't address the one thing she was interested in him addressing. Like, it feels bad killing kids for stuff they haven't done yet because you had a dream. And then he's like, yeah, but they're gonna kill me. And it's like, no, yeah, but like not really though in a dream.
Well, but why are they gonna kill you? Why don't you just not do the thing that will cause them to kill you?
Well, could be that. Yeah. And again,
maybe
he references all the stuff.
You know, he keeps falling to his death. Maybe he should figure out web shooters or something so that he doesn't fall down.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure to wear a parachute all the time.
Maybe move to a place live someplace on the first story of the building.
Yeah, that's right.
Perhaps?
Move to move to like Long Island or something. Just live out there, the Hamptons, in a one-story house.
I just want to point out the absurdity of the fact that she just happened to be sent, like Cassie happened to be sent back to New York, and she's living, and he's there. Like the odds of him selecting.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't she have just ended up? I mean, couldn't she have just been in Peru forever potentially?
I think,
or anywhere when she came back.
If they were actually asked, any of the coincidence questions are all answered by the web.
Yeah, basically, it's all part of the.
In all honesty, that's probably not a place that they would send her. Like, if she was sent back to the United States as this orphan from, her mother died in Peru, they probably wouldn't have sent her to New York.
No, it's like Arrival, where it happened that way, so it happened that way, so it happened that way, so it happened that way. As in, like, any reason you'd think not to do something insane, do it, because that's how it happens. Like, okie dokie then. And, in a sense, like, this is what she's been dropped off to do, alright? This is her fate. This is her future. Remember, he knew that she would, on this journey, eventually return back to him for information. That's not very useful, by the way, but we'll get to that. So she's back home now, and sad, after everything that happened. And, Ben calls her, Uncle Ben, just in case you guys don't know. And he's like, oh, you should come to the funeral, because I think it would make everyone happy to see you there, and it might make you feel better as well. And then she looks at the TV, because Christmas Carol's playing, and she says, hate to break it to you, Scrooge, but you can't change anything.
Which is the opposite of what happens in that movie.
But, like, it's a funeral. Like, he's not going to come back to life because you attended the funeral. That's not what it's about.
That's true. And that the implication of the scene, I guess, is that she's sad she couldn't change it, but obviously she didn't really try. She just said, can I drive? And he said, nah. And that was it.
What if you would have, like, punched him in the face or took the keys from him? Like, surely that would have changed.
The really funny part is if she delayed him for an extra 5 seconds, he'd be alive.
Did you? I was away while you were talking about it. Did you guys talk about how like non-lethal and mild the crash looked in the movie?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't have killed anybody.
It looked like it looked like it would be annoying.
Oh, I didn't realize it's in the trailer. There we go. We can actually see the crash. That's great.
Oh, yes. Well, let's put it this way: on the balance of probabilities, what's more likely to kill you, that crash or falling off a bridge, smashing your head into the windscreen, and then being underwater for several minutes?
It looks so mild.
Look at it. It's like,
that's it. Oh no, not that. That's slightly. It looks like it. He can just keep going.
The thing about cars is they are built in such a way that if someone crashes into you, you are somewhat protected.
It's basically armor around your body. Yes.
And yeah,
they are
that just
designed to be on the road with other vehicles,
It's
and
just
that
not-
looks like it doesn't even hit the
Unless he
front.
wasn't wearing seatbelt, but I mean, he should be wearing a seatbelt.
Oh, Frankie, we'll talk about seatbelts later
Well,
in
it
this
wouldn't.
movie.
I don't think it wouldn't matter because like his windscreen isn't changed, and his I get like if he didn't have a seatbelt, I guess he would have been thrown to the right a bit.
But surely he was wearing a seatbelt.
You'd think so, yeah.
Like, I guess it's possible to die from that, but you'd have to try really
possible.
hard.
You have to try. Like
But
you
why
have to
was his
participate.
but why was his chest full of blood? I
don't
doubt he
know.
was facing to the left, right? He wasn't like turning his chest left to
Well,
face
the
vehicle.
windshield, the windshield was made out of that glass from Echo.
I
Yeah,
did
and it
mention that.
sliced
Yeah.
him up.
So it's an unfortunate reality. He had to just.
And it's not like he's in a tiny little car either. He's in an ambulance.
yeah,
he's in a
this
big
is a
vehicle
big-
himself.
And
I
also,
just
the
don't. Why
truck
didn't,
wasn't
why didn't,
moving very
who,
quick.
Who was at fault for that? I see a zebra crossing there. Who was meant to give way here? You know, like
well, like, but as we established,
who
both
had
of
to give
them
way
are
to a
just
stop sign?
heading in directions they don't need to go to. Like neither of them looked
'cause
either
he should
way.
be turning. Like the ambulance should be turning, presumably. But he's just heading to the car park over there. I guess he just feels like go.
Yeah,
Who had to give way?
The truck, there's
if the lights and
literally no
sirens
road
weren't
left in
on-
front of him. He
Were
would have
the
been
lights and
turning
sirens
right.
on?
Yeah, he would have turned right. He would have. He absolutely would have looked, and then he would have braked, and well, this wouldn't have happened.
It's super. It's the most forced death I think I've like ever seen. It's like he was trying to die. He's like, "Get me out of this movie."
Anyway, a bird flies into the window and dies.
That was pretty sad.
And
That is
then
sad.
she's like,
Saddest part of the film.
And she like because I want to. Sorry, I need to make sure we understand how bad this scene is. So she says, "Hate to break it to you, Scrooge. You can't change anything." Bird flies into window. She says, opens window and says, "This isn't going to change anything." And then she watches it change things as the bird flies in.
The bird just flies through and he's okay.
Well,
So,
no,
like-
not only does the bird fly through, because you are a retard if you watch this movie and you can't be trusted with knowing anything or learning anything by what you see with those stupid eyes of yours. She has to say out loud, like verbatim, "Oh, so you lived that time."
This is what I mean. This whole scene is a fucking disaster of it's all script notes. It's not actual dialogue. It starts with, "Boo! I can't change anything. Wait a minute. Let me test it. Oh my god, I can." That was it. And then we learned a lot today. So yeah, she's gonna go to Emil's funeral now, and that's when I guess she needs to get on a train to do so, and so
Wait, she was going to the funeral?
that's what I assume. Was she going somewhere else?
That's
yeah,
what she wears to a funeral?
I
red
don't
jacket.
remember any other reason she was going anywhere, but I guess you highlighted the fact that she was wearing what she was wearing.
A very prominent red
Yeah, a
jacket to a
bright
funeral
red
is a bold
jeans.
choice.
Yeah, and
Well,
plus she's
and
got like
jeans.
blue jeans.
Maybe
I
it
don't
was-
remember. Was it a funeral or a wake? Because it was a wake. A lot. You don't. Always
Maybe it was like a casual
necessarily-
get together. I can't remember exactly. So
I'm making people dress up for my fucking funeral.
Well, how are you gonna make him do that, Rags?
you'll be dead.
How are you gonna? How are you gonna
Are you
enforce
gonna
that?
spook them as a ghost to go? Ooh,
Yes.
dress nice.
I'm gonna say each one of you who wore very unflattering, too overly casual things to my what's it called? A funeral. I will haunt you for a little bit.
You do like
You
Bender and
shouldn't do that.
Futurama and be alive at your own funeral just to see what everyone does.
Oh, that's the old that's Mark Twain stuff right there. Tom Sawyer. Tom and Huck, they attend their own funeral.
Wow.
Did you ever read those books?
If I did, I've completely forgotten it by now.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that was a thing in Mark Twain novels.
What's amusing now is to set the scene, I will say, all 4 of the spider web lady madams are now in the train station. They're all here. Why, you
we
ask?
have a big, like, long shot that shows, oh, look, there they are. Wow, it's all coming together.
And we get answered this, because you might have thought, oh, that's
That's true, they
coincidental,
do.
isn't it? And it's like, no, it is not. Because we get a line from Evil Lady, who's helping out Evil Spider-Man. She says, "What are the odds of them all being in the same place at the same time?" And then he says, "It's not a coincidence." Just wanting you to own that, okay? To understand that. And then she says, "Well, there must be something that connects them." And then he says, "Or something that will."
There, boom. That's taken
There's
care
your
of.
answer. Fate.
There you go. Yep, fate. They were there because
they were going to be there.
They were going to be there. And I don't know what that means about free will in this universe. Oh, well, they don't even get into that shit.
I mean, what would he?
Yeah,
how do you deal with this? You're like, they were always gonna be here because of the future, so I'm gonna try and kill them all. You're like, haven't you just established that like there are greater forces than you that control everything?
Also, I would just like to point out one thing. This is Grand Central Station, which is one of the most populated areas that you could ever find in New York at any given time. Yes, it's a coincidence in this instance, but it's not a ridiculous coincidence that three girls
all there getting on the same train.
I feel like
they
they're
weren't
still
all
getting on the same train at the same time in the same carriage.
Or
well, the one wasn't actually. I think the one wasn't supposed to get on the train. That was just a. She was like just there. But
I thought she collected all three of them from the train, didn't she?
Yeah, but the one. What is it? I forgot her name. The
Say it. Say it. Do it. Say it. We know you're thinking it. Say it.
I'm trying to remember the actual name. It was Maddie. Maddie was the name, but the black girl. She.
There we go.
I mean, whatever. I mean, that's what she is. But yeah, I was just trying to remember the name. She was like forced physically onto it. But yeah, that is where you get coincidental.
She took this.
But, like,
No, she wasn't forced onto it.
Skateboard to get off
she
of it, right?
just gets
she got
on. She just gets on normally. It's insane.
Yeah.
Even in like Grand Central, 4 people getting on the same carriage.
But
like,
they had. Yeah, what I'm saying at that
time.
point. I'm saying at the point where he's saying that, it's not super unrealistic yet. Later it becomes that, but like him being like, yes,
I'm not talking about his observation. It's more so just, I mean, even three of them, that's pretty coincidental. But it's all
that's
4
an insane
of them.
coincidence.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't subscribe to this. I think it's insane that
Yeah.
2 people would be on the same carriage at the same
Even
time.
2 is really,
But
really,
4?
really unlikely. In a city with like what, 5 million people, 6 million people, that they get on the same train and the same carriage at the same time? Nah.
It's not as ridiculous as
when it gets to that, I'm saying
8 million in 2003.
When I'm saying when it gets to that point, yes. But I'm saying like at the point where when they're first observing it, the fact that they're all at one of a very populated area, knowing that they all live in New York, I think
it's still a coincidence that all 3 of them are even there in Grand Central at the same time.
Yeah.
In Grand Central at the same time. Like, I know it's busy, but all 3 of them there at the same time.
Remember,
The fact that all 3 of them live in
million
New
people.
York. The fact that all 3 of them even live in New York. I mean, it couldn't be that one of them grew up in like Seattle and then moved to New York later to come fight him. It's insane.
It is actually
the fact that they were all in New York.
Yeah, that adds more to the coincidence because people do, decades go by, people just move. So,
yeah, and even the film felt it was so insane that they had to try and acknowledge it with like in-universe mechanics. It's the web. It's doing it. The web's doing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fate has bound them together.
So then, using the web, she notices noises and visuals, and she gets a shit ton of fear flashes that get incredibly annoying. It's like, and people are dying, and then the editing's going, and you're like, oh, and then it gets reset. And it's like,
it drags on a lot.
You see how Ezekiel kills all 3 of the girls, and each time it's like, you're like, yeah, I got it. And she's like, what's happening? Oh my god. And it's incredibly fucking annoying. And then she's like, oh god, everybody get off. Actually, sorry, I put too much emotion into that. The way that
you did.
Dakota Johnson says,
get off the train. You're going to die if you don't get off. That's how she says it.
Please follow my instructions. That's what
it's so bad.
It's so bad.
I hate it.
I guess what's kind of funny as well is only those 3 get off, but I don't know, if some lady was running around saying you're gonna die, it'd be like, I don't care if she's pointing to me, I don't think I want to be on this train anymore.
You know what? I have nothing to lose by just taking the next train and playing it safe.
Yep. But nobody else cares. They
that was
just
the thing
kind of watch.
in Final Destination, right? Like shouting that the plane is gonna go down. He's like, Jesus, I think I might.
You know,
Well,
I'll
yeah,
just
because
take another plane just on the off chance.
some of them got off because
Some of
he
them do,
said
yeah.
that in the film. Yeah,
A lot of them go off like not because of him saying that, but because they were
got
shoved
forced out because
yeah.
they were grouped together as being the troublemakers on the plane, which makes sense that they would be like, "Oh, sorry, you're all gone."
This is gonna get weird to explain because this film gets wacky. She gets off the train with all of them. The two of them follow her. She has to take the skateboard off the delinquent one in order to get her off, and then she's like still having sort of editing flashes that are really annoying. And she spots Mr. Evil Spider-Man looking at her on the train. He's like, like, how did that just happen? I'm already at the point of thinking, if you think that they've all been drawn here thanks to fate or whatever, I just don't understand what your plan is. You're no less a pawn than they are, surely. In, like, the grand scheme. Do you think you're destined to kill them, or that you're destined to be killed by them, if you keep having this vision? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't know what he thinks about all of this.
We even talk about this idea of, like, is me trying to stop them what makes them become...
He doesn't entertain that ever.
Not even though that's, it's...
What happens?
The obvious.
That's basically what happens, is he causes his own undoing.
Which is boring, because that's usually the thing about this sort of stuff.
Usually time travel stories like, see, you never could have changed it. Oh, thanks.
Or it was you trying to change it that made it happen.
I guess I should have just died then. All right, thanks, film.
No, this is really important. She's looking around. She's like, what's going on now? And one of the girls says, so what's the emergency? And then Sydney Sweeney says, this woman is trying to abduct us. I don't know why she says that when...
That's bizarre, because clearly she isn't. She asked people to get off the thing because they were going to die, and...
But also...
Well, this is one of the most important lines in the whole film, by the way.
Yeah, because
this is going to change everything.
But if she actually believed that, why wouldn't she just leave and just run off?
There's so many layers. Like, she told them, this is an emergency, the train's in trouble, you need to get off. I haven't, like, collected you and put you anywhere. I haven't even put restraints on you or anything. And you're like, oh, she's kidnapping us. No, nobody would say that. Nobody would do that. And it becomes clear because she has to say it for something else to happen. Anyway, by the way, nobody in, like, the immediate vicinity gives a shit. They're all just walking away or walking around. Nobody, like, looks at it and goes, oh my god, is that woman abducting those poor teenagers? No. Besides, fucking, have you been at a train station? People say crazy shit throughout it. Nobody's, like, assuming any of it is super... Have you ever seen the viral videos of, like, Spider-Man beating people up at a train station? There's, like, people dressed as Spider-Man and stuff. Crazy shit happens in all these places. But, whatever. And she says, no, I'm not trying to abduct you. That's your problem right there. And it shows... him crawling toward them very, very slowly on the ceiling. Why? Why isn't he running toward them? Why is he slowly crawling?
He needs to be ominous. For the theatrics.
And then he's like, is anyone else seeing this? And she goes, that man is trying to kill you. And I was just thinking, like, how would I react if she told me the train, like, you gotta get off, and I do, and then she says, that person on the ceiling is gonna kill you. I don't even know what I'd say. I just be like, alright, I guess. And they ask why, and she says, I don't know, come on, and they leave. It is such a flaccid scene, because it's supposed to be action-y, and it's just funny. Like I said, I found all of this so entertaining because of how inept all of it is. Like, trying to capture the specific emotions.
There was exactly one joke in the entire movie that hit for me, and it was in this scene. It's when, because the one guy is on the wrong train and then gets off, goes onto a different train, then like she like evacuates them onto that train, and he's like basically like, shit, am I on the wrong train again? Like, that's the one joke that landed for me. And other than that, it was pretty, the rest of it was laughable. The rest of this scene was laughable for all the reasons Muller just said.
Well, and it doesn't stop, because the police get called in, they start to arrive. And Spider-Bro, well, like they are on the second train, as you just mentioned, and I'm not clear on how this happened. We're gonna have to use our collective memory. Is the implication that Evil Spider-Man kills the driver of the train? Because like there's like a scream or something.
Screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the train stops.
So that happened,
It's like in the intercom, isn't
Which,
it?
by the way, that seems like a bad idea. If the train's going, then they can't get off the train.
Yeah, it would have been
They're
better just to
stuck
let
on
it
the
keep
train.
going.
And also, like, you shouldn't be just killing everybody. That makes
No.
like that draws attention to you. It's like killing the NSA woman. Like that's gonna isn't that gonna be weird that she's killed from this creepy poison after she goes to spend a night with this guy she met at the opera, and her credentials are being used to log into the computer, but from somewhere. Like, isn't all this like you're a dumb villain? You're a really dumb villain.
Mm-hmm. There's this part where they get onto like the connecting divider between two carriages, and Madam Web looks through the window and she sees a cop, and the cop like sees her, and then she's like, oh, and starts like moving away from them. Why isn't she moving toward them?
Yeah, like they're probably gonna be the best people to talk to right now, actually.
You're 4 women being chased by a man who's trying to kill you. A cop with a gun is
also,
one of the best things ever you could find.
Why would Ezekiel kill them like on a train using no disguise?
Well,
yeah, that was his plan originally.
Yeah, that was the original plan.
His plan originally was to just walk down,
kill him out in the open, and then in front of a bunch of witnesses, just several witnesses.
Well, Rags,
yeah,
it's
without
not
his
like
outfit.
He'd built an enormous organization legally, you know, with his name and face probably plastered in many areas of corporate America or anything. He could probably just walk around and kill people. He'll be fine.
I guess he thinks that. That's not very smart.
No, not very smart. Well, every single thing we've pretty much highlighted so far, nobody's making any sense. It's all very crazy and nonsense.
Oh, this is Sludge. Oh yeah, this is Sludge plot. This is Sludge dumb plot.
And so they're running. Look at them run through the station, and oh no, they see the police, and then they like one of the girls
Cops
says
are everywhere and quick.
Yes, and one of the girls says call for backup, and I was just like, yeah, I guess that's yeah. I just didn't. I would have thought they would be just desperate to say like help us, help us, help us, like call for backup. It's like sure, and then they arrest Madam Web, and I was like, what?
There's really. Do they know at this point anything like about the situation at all? Anything about what's actually happening here? It's just random lady arrest her.
And we can. This is something we find out a little bit later, but we can bring it up now to explain this. The film would want you to believe that because Sydney Sweeney shouted, "This woman is trying to abduct us," that all of the police now know that Dakota Johnson, as in like that person, is abducting them, and so if you see her, arrest her. From Sydney Sweeney saying that, and I guess a random bystander hearing it and telling the police. This all happened in the span of like 30 seconds.
30 seconds? Tops.
It's absolutely insane. And the cop, by the way, doesn't manage to get the cuffs on, but if she did...
No, it's really weird because she she gets turned around and puts her arms behind her back, but then the bad guy just jumps out and it's like, oh, well, she's fine. She didn't actually have him on. But yeah, if she had him on, they'd be screwed. She'd just be stuck, arms behind her back, not able to escape.
I think the film ends how she just, I don't know, was normal speed at cuffing her, but she wasn't. But then, luckily for our heroes, the villain appears and beats up all the police.
And then the villain beats up the cops instead of going for them.
It's so fucking insane. Like, what are you doing?
He's basically teleporting. Like, throughout the entire
Why is he
scene.
taking out the people who are an obstacle to
I don't know.
the people he's trying to catch?
Because he's evil, so he has to kill. He can't help it.
It's just
this is fate.
He's Crumbopulous Michael. Oh boy, hero, go kill it again.
And
they're able to just sort of semi-hurriedly leave the subway, and he's
how many
not
police
right on their tail.
How many police would you guess were there, by the way?
I think it was about 4 or 5 of them.
I mean, I was gonna say 6. Yeah,
I was gonna
like
say
that.
anywhere between 4 and 8. Like there's somewhere in there because there's a couple of them, and then backup appears as well.
More show up. Yeah. They come down the stairs. I think.
If you had to go with yes or no, did all of them die?
I think so.
I believe so.
I mean, I have.
He just knocked out a couple.
Probably not. He pulled one. He like jumps on a couple and then he like pulls one under a sign or something.
Yeah,
And
I
then
would have thought that a
one
lot
of
of them may
them
have
he
been
like
knocked out.
punches,
I wouldn't have thought he
and
killed
another
all of
one.
them.
Yeah, they don't seem killed at all. I don't really see any kill shots there. Some are probably a couple might be banged up, but it just doesn't. Yeah, it seems more
Well,
like silly than deadly.
with how you know this works, as the film progresses, it gets wilder and wilder. So keep all of that in mind, I guess. That's just the situation. So they escape. They run up to the top and they steal a taxi. And then this dialogue, again, is throughout the whole film. It's fascinating to just look at. Sometimes you wonder, because everyone has spoken to humans, right? So you know how they work. So when you're a writer, you try and just translate that down, but somehow you're worse at like writing down dialogue than you would be just saying things to people. I just don't get it sometimes. Anyway, so it says like, did he kill those cops? And then I think, for lack of a better descriptor, Science Girl, because she's about to become that character, says he climbed on walls and dodged bullets. How is that possible? Oh no, sorry. I think Sydney Sweeney says that. Science Girl then says it's not. There's not enough frictional force in the bare human foot to overcome gravity and keep you stuck to a wall, let alone the ceiling.
It's just, it's the way, oh, I'm the smart character.
Yeah,
that's
it's
all
I'm
that
the
line
smart
is.
one. Yeah,
Which, by the way, I mean, I guess it's probably worth prefacing already. These characters are so one note, it's unbelievable. Sydney Sweeney's basically, oh, I'm docile.
Yeah.
And
docile,
then it's like,
delinquent,
I'm
and
the
science.
smart one. And then,
No,
yeah,
hungry.
Exactly.
Docile,
it's
hungry,
crazy.
smart.
Well, she's also the delinquent, right? She's the one that middle fingered the ambulance. She's the one that'll
Yeah,
be
she's
more
always-
aggressive,
she
and
gets
she's a
I
skateboarder.
think she gets more characterization for being hungry, I think, than being a delinquent.
Yeah, you
We
might
could
be
call
right
her the
about
hungry
that.
one if you want. Hungry, docile,
She's
and
the
science.
hungry one.
And of course,
Hungry,
because this
docile
film is
science.
20 years, like this film came out 20 years ago, but then through a time warp came out now, they're like, see, yeah, Sydney Sweeney, she's the nerd, you know?
Yeah.
She's like the nerd loader.
Whereas
she's
now
wearing
they would all be
glasses.
the
She's
mega
wearing
super-
glasses. She's the loader, all right? Nobody pays attention to her.
I just realized how much of some of the things that show up in this trailer that I probably should be highlighted. This is old bad guy. This isn't his vision. This is what he looks like. It's just like,
Yeah,
you just
when he
dyed his
looks really
hair.
old.
That's all you did.
I was really confused about like the timing, because he was in the Amazon in the 70s, and now it's like 30 years later. I was like, wait, how old is he? Like,
Yeah, because he looks the fucking same in the Amazon. So it's like
exactly the same.
if he were
You should be an
like early
old
20s,
guy.
then I guess he's early 50s here. But it's just there's no sign of it really. And then like apparently they've guessed in 10 years he'll look like this. He looks the skin is exactly the same, but he just has dyed hair.
I'm telling you, it catches up to you.
It does.
He looks
it
like
does.
he's in his 30s. He don't look old.
He's got the Tyler Perry gray. And
Oh, movie's so funny. Speaking of which, by the way, we're coming up to what I think should be a competitor for the best line in the whole film. So, after she says, there's not enough frictional force in the bare human foot to overcome gravity that keeps you stuck to a wall, let alone a ceiling, the response from Hungry Girl is, well, science didn't seem to stop him, so what good is it?
And then she says, "What good is science?" I love
Listen,
that.
science brought us Cheetos, hungry one.
They did. So I just. I don't even. Obviously, she wouldn't say that, but why would anyone ever say whatever the hell that was? Science didn't stop him.
This is really good. This is really good writing. I like these.
This is how humans
characters.
talk,
They're so
yeah.
fun. They're so fun and relatable.
Eventually, Madam Web says, "I'll drop you all off to your friends," and then there's like a cut of just looking at them all, and the implication is none of them have any friends. I thought that was really odd because we've seen. Wasn't the hungry girl with her friends when we saw her?
She went
Yeah.
to her friends, yeah.
I didn't understand
Also,
that.
you have no friends, really?
Well, so because the point is that they don't have friends or family, so they're all ready to become a family,
That's
right?
right.
But
Yeah, they're all alone.
They're ready to be abducted.
you want me to believe that? Do all of them go to school? And if so, how would they like? None of them have friends. Okay, because
Well,
it's the web.
Hungry One
The
goes
web
to
is doing
school.
this. You see,
Remember
the web.
the hungry one goes to school because of the beginning. She was headed to school. She had her uniform on, and she was going to all the.
Well, what
other
I'm saying
girls.
is she was heading to her friends, and she must be a part of that. But like, what I'm saying is the web has picked people who do not have friends, so I guess she's unpopular because the web did this.
I guess so. I guess.
because
You know, I
any
just
of these
actually-
girls would be not popular, as we see evidenced by the fact later on that once they're seen by boys, they become incredibly popular instantly. But whatever.
I just thought of something. I think it was Fringy earlier brought this up when we were talking about the being in all in the same location, and wouldn't it make more sense if one of them was from a different location? Sydney Sweeney's character is from a different location. They mentioned that later.
So it is even more coincidental.
Coincidences to add on to the pile.
I just remember. It just came to me.
She stayed in New York for.
What was the
10
thing?
years or whatever.
To be fair to Fringy, like, I don't even know the names of these characters, and I won't by the time we're done talking about it. I will. I almost refuse to read them.
Well, I think their names
Except
were
Madam Web.
It was
Anya,
Julia, and Anya, and Maddie. Right, those were their names.
Yeah,
excellent.
I don't remember which one is which though.
Sydney Sweeney, Smart One, and Hungry. Those are the three.
Hungry, Science, and Docile.
Funny because they don't really say their names that often. It's just one of those things. Like if you know them from the comics, you'll know.
But they devote a scene here in a second to like giving their names, but you still don't remember them, even though they devote time to be like, I'm this one, I'm this one.
I feel like it's way easier to just characterize them by their one attribute, their one trait that they each have.
Semi-trait, yeah.
But we're gonna do a funny now. That's what the film is about to do. So the radio says reports of several NYPD officers have been attacked. Oh my god, terrifying. And the Webster, the camera gets on her and she says, I hope they find his crazy ass. That was insane. Hope they lock him up, right? Right? I mean, and then the radio continues. Eyewitnesses have confirmed a woman in her early 30s has kidnapped 3 teenage girls. So we're supposed to believe that the police believe that Madam Web herself has beaten up a bunch of cops and stolen 3 teenage girls.
I mean, is that plausible? Like, come on.
As a story alone, it's not plausible. But
yeah, but they would have seen all of them leaving together.
This is
and
all
then, of course,
based.
you would see that the injuries.
It's all based on that one line from Sydney Sweeney. I mean,
I agree.
It looked like it's just absurd.
I almost like struggled to understand if I had like missed a scene, because how did this happen? How did it become that the report is we have to get Madam Web? She's the one that's behind all of this.
Especially assuming that any of the cops, assuming any of them survive, they'd be like, oh no, I got attacked by like some dude in a big costume.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You have to assume all of them died.
Which, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think so. I just assume that they all died because that's what the filmmakers probably want you to conclude. But in terms of the actual attacks and injuries,
yeah,
like one of them just got hit. He just got like pushed away. It'll be fine. And then all the people on the, any of the people on the trains or on the platforms or anything.
The only way this could ever make any sense is absolute crazy hearsay from witnesses that saw barely anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that they're just buying it completely, and that nobody has talked about the Spider-Man person who would have been seen by fucking countless people.
Especially given that he was walking around barefoot, I'm pretty sure. So it's like, that kind of calls attention. A guy in a suit walking around barefoot, just looking around, and then presumably at some point getting out and changing into his spider costume to then chase them.
Well, and the movie accounts for this, because she says, everyone, the girl in the back says, everyone thinks you're the kidnapper. And then Madam Web says, yeah, because you told them I was.
That's right, it's your fault, Sydney Sweeney.
Somehow that line from Sydney Sweeney has just defined the whole plot now. She said
and
it
that
for no
line
good
didn't
reason.
even make sense in the first place, because if she felt that way, why wouldn't she just run to the police? Why would she stand there?
She's the shy one. She's so shy that during a kidnapping,
she's so
she'd be
shy
like,
that
hey, don't
yeah.
kidnap me.
She follows the kidnapper wherever they go.
Yes.
But, well, she's so, but while also yelling out that she is being kidnapped. Doesn't make sense.
The sheer power of her charisma is lulling me closer and closer to her. Please, someone help.
She then has to, so for like plot reasons, anyone paying attention would be like, so they could be found easily because of their phones with the NSA shit, right? And so Madam Web realizes this quickly and tosses their phones out the window. Remember, this has barely been explained to these girls. Could you imagine how fucking mad they would be if you threw their phones out the window?
Yeah, instead of saying, you can't call or text anybody because they're using whatever to do whatever, or putting it in the pocket so that you have a cell phone that you could use if you need it in an emergency to call.
They could track that, Rags. Gotta toss it.
Oh, okay.
And,
why does she think that they can
Yeah,
track
she
that.
shouldn't even know that.
Well, so that's actually what I was going to bring up.
In the early
2003,
2000s,
right?
Yeah.
This is the thing. Like, you as an audience member may have thought about this, but why would the characters? What reason does she have to think that they will be tracking them through their phones? What in the world made her say or think
they
that?
found them like through any government? Does she believe that he works for the government? Is she aware of the meme of like tracking phones back in 2003?
I got nothing. Like, I feel like pieces are missing. Maybe that actually is the case. There are scenes missing. Then she says, anyone who wants to leave, leave now. Which I thought was a really dumb line, because of course all three of them want to leave, but only one tries, which I thought was strange. And so she locks the doors and says, no, you can't leave, because you're the only ones that know what happened. As in, they're the only ones that can exonerate her. So you might be thinking...
You figure that number one would be... so first of all, it's like, oh, you can't leave because that guy's trying to kill you, so that's already pretty bad. But then the next thought would be, oh, we can go to the police and you could explain it to them.
Exactly. You can just explain everything to the police, and then we can give our account of what actually happened. And then once they're like, oh, okay, well, you're clearly not kidnapping them. They're all here of their own free will. You're just, you. And...
To clarify, I think people got the wrong idea. We're not asking whether you could track phones, like, in general. It's whether people would have that level of awareness that they toss their phones every time they're on the run from anyone in any fucking, like, context. She just threw it. Like, nobody does that. Nobody did that. Fucking people probably wouldn't even do that today. Even though it's way more likely and way better, like, as a format. In fact, you can fucking have friends track your phone if you have, like, enough access to certain accounts.
You probably just turn it off, right?
So, like, the idea that you can track signals, no, I know that, but we're talking about, would a person reasonably in 2000s, when being chased by someone in a Spider-Man suit, be like, I gotta toss my phone, so that, I mean, I would go as far as pushing it all the way to 2010. If I was in 2010, I would fucking throw my phone because the Spider-Person's chasing me. As Rags pointed out, I would hang on to it because I'm like, oh, phone, I can contact people with my phone.
Yeah, I might need to call someone for help or let someone know that I'm coming or, do anything
Honestly,
like
the
that.
fact that all three of them, so 2003,
Replace Snake.
It wasn't as common for everyone to have a phone.
Well, so I mean, it's even less likely that they would have the awareness to be like, oh, yeah, Spider-Man over there, he's going to be tracking our phones.
Like, the one girl, Anya, most definitely would not have one, based on her history in the movie.
To be fair to the film, only one phone is tossed, and the implication being the other two didn't have them.
And it's the phone of the one who was with the rich family, so, that's something.
But still, I just don't believe she would toss it. In
And
fact,
then, yeah, if one of the other two had one, they wouldn't have said anything. If it was me as one of the other two and someone just threw their phone away, I would just, like, not even say anything. The phone would just stay in my pocket.
well, we wouldn't even be in the car at this point, Rags. If we, like,
Oh, yeah, we wouldn't be in the car. That person would probably be like, all right, let me go or I'm literally shooting you.
She's highlighting, I can't let you guys go because you're the only ones that can exonerate me. The implication being you could die if you leave this car, which is the thing, as Fringy pointed out, should be the primary thought. Don't leave because you'll die. But simultaneously, yeah, that is true. They're the ones that can exonerate you. Go to the police.
So go to the police.
That's where we're going,
now,
right? Obviously, we're going
and
to
then
the
police can protect you as well.
Yeah, protective custody with all their guns and everything.
So, wacky lines. I don't know what to make of this at all. What's she saying? And then she says, we're going to lay low until I figure this out. What are you talking about?
You're taking us to the woods to kill us, aren't you? You're going to murder us.
Figure what out? What are you going to figure out? What could possibly... She has no plan, by the way. She comes up with one while they're in the forest that has no reason to assume it would make anything better. But she says, like, I got to figure... It's like, what information do we have? Crazy man is trying to kill us. That's it. All you got.
Yep.
Oh, I'm gonna figure this out. It's like, what do you have to figure out, you crazy man? I don't understand. But this makes them want to go to the forest. And I say them, I mean her. Just her. She's gonna take them all to the forest.
This part was when I started to, like, really laugh, because the fact where, like, they go to New Jersey, which, as we established earlier in this stream, that's where I'm from. For there to be an area that wooded, she would have had to drive pretty far, like, outside of the city.
Did they go to New Jersey, or did they go to, like, upstate New York?
New Jersey.
No, they go to New Jersey.
2003?
Yeah, they mention it. I actually wrote down the name of the town because it's not real. Churchill, New Jersey. They mention it.
Well, then, in this not real town, there is plenty of wooded areas, so get wrecked.
Yeah, they were basically like showing what would be like the southern part of New Jersey, closer to Philadelphia than New York City. So probably why they made up a town.
So Evilman is like, how did they know I was coming? Which again makes me wonder about the whole his point of view about fated things to have happen. How is this not being incorporated and making him think about what's going to happen next? You know, and his response from his tech lady is, wherever they went, there aren't cameras. I just. There's a lot of places that don't have cameras, man. Like,
True.
all right.
Middle of the woods. You gotta be safe. Gotta be safe.
Somebody asked if they drove to Hoboken. Hoboken was a real shithole back then, so no, that's not where they went.
And then we have competition once again for the greatest line in the whole film. She says, wherever they went, there aren't cameras. And he says, I went to a lot of trouble to steal those tools. Use them better.
It's not a response to what she said.
No, it's
it
not.
happens again later in the movie too, where he's
so
like, "This
funny.
is your fault that they haven't been
How is
caught." And I'm like, this is nuts.
If they're not on camera, there is literally nothing she can do. What
all
can she do?
all I can do is monitor the cameras. If they don't show up on the cameras, like, what do you want me to do? Make them like? You want me to go out there and push them in front of a camera? What do you want me to do?
Use the tools better. Useless shit. Like, she's only invested in getting the job done for the money. Why are you? What does that do for her? Use it better. Oh. Then they get to talk in the forest. There's nothing
we
really.
get to learn all about these riveting characters, huh?
Well, like the kind of characterization we get is Sydney Sweeney starts a fire, and then she says, "I started a fire. I was a Girl Scout." And the other one's like, "Course you were." Okay.
All right.
Well, that's character.
First off, Girl Scouts probably don't learn that shit. Girl Scouts, nah. They
Damn.
don't. Boy Scouts, yes, but
The
Girl
Girl Scouts know how
let's
to do cookies.
They do cookies, and they sleep in like cabins, and they do like arts and crafts and shit like that. It's like not not poop on the Girl Scout. They just like, let's just be real here.
They really don't teach them how to do like
fires
a
out of
fire.
nothing.
You would have thought that would be a useful thing to teach basically anybody, right? Like,
I don't believe that any of them could make a fire out of nothing. Because to make a fire out of nothing, that's like really difficult.
You mean like with what they would have had access to, they probably don't have the experience to do that. Or Sydney Sweeney.
I don't even think they have anything to. Well, yeah, if they don't have like essentially a lighter with them, then I don't think they could make a fire.
And at that point, that wouldn't count. Like, I could do this because I'm a Girl Scout.
Yeah. But yeah, the girls. So because to make a fire without any like fire tools, you'd have to like take off one of you, get a string. You might have to take off one of your shoelaces, make a bow with it, know how to make the bottom segment by getting a stick and cutting it in half and flattening it out and making sure there's enough airflow to get through. And then you have to back and forth, and you have to get enough kindling and make it into a little. It's really difficult to actually do. We had to do it in Search and Rescue and Boy Scouts, and it's fucking tough. It was why in like all my survival kits, I would just say fuck it, and I would put in like 3 or 4 Zippo lighters just because they weigh nothing and you might as well have redundancies. Because having to make a fire with that, it sucks balls, and it's difficult. It's really difficult. They ain't doing it. Those girls and Madam Web, they're not doing it.
Well, there you have it.
Rags, did you get your eagle? Yes, I did. I'm an Eagle Scout.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they talk about Spider Bro, and they're like, so what's his deal? And she says, I don't know, I've never seen him before. And they say, well then, how did you know he was coming? She says, ugh. And then she says, why is he trying to kill us? And she says, I don't know, crazy shit's been happening. I don't know why. Stop asking me. Which, what else are they gonna do? The 3 girls in this forest with the woman who's essentially abducted them at this point. What are they gonna do other than ask her what the fuck is going on? All she's got for him is I have no idea. But we're in a forest now.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
what
that's
else
it.
needs to be said? They're in a forest now. I thought, by the way, this is a segment where I thought a lot of it was pretty boring.
This part is less funny, I guess, but I was just thinking about the previous scene probably when I was watching this part.
Yeah. Did you watched it with Fringy, right? At your theater that you went to?
Sure.
Okay. I had to watch it alone. There's no one else in my theater. I was fucking alone. There was no one there. I couldn't lean over to the person next to me and be like, is it, because there's no one fucking there. It was just me in my sadness. I had nothing to bounce off of. It was misery.
You had the madam
That's why I
herself
thought
to
this was
bounce off
boring.
of.
Ah, don't even say that.
So the three of them highlight that they've seen her before in all the opening places. And they're like, wow, you saved my stepmom. Wow, you live in the same building as me. Wow, you nearly run me over. Which is not what happened. You nearly ran her fucking self over. Anyway, yeah, you know, this is so freaky. Wow, wow, wow. Everyone's just so surprised by all the coincidences. Just like, okay. But each of them deliver like all of this shit so dead-like. Meh, 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 sort of getting through the script as fast as we can. Then she says, I can see the future. I didn't ask for this. I saved all of you, so you're welcome. This is the dialogue. This is what they say to each other in this scene.
It's really good.
She says, I can't control it. One of the girls says that the other guy, he can walk on the ceiling. As a comparison of powers, why would they do that? When anyone having powers is brand new to them, this woman has come to them saying, I can see that you're going to die and I can prevent it, Final Destination style. And then the other dude is walking on ceilings and they're basically trying to say, like, so this is your power, his power's better. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so weird to want to even point that out as opposed to what can we do to not die?
Yeah, being able to crawl on the ceiling is more cool than being able to have premonitions of the future.
Well, so
I don't know about that.
That is so weird to say, but there's a reason. That prompts the other girl to say, no, he can't walk on the ceiling. He was using his hands. Now, you might be thinking, wait, what does that mean? And what she's trying to highlight is he wasn't walking, he was crawling. That's all she wants. She's being...
That's it.
Yeah, that's all she wants to highlight here.
Well, Mahler, you're not being fair to the movie. This is like an obvious setup for later, right?
Yeah, well, that's where this is going. Because the other lady then says, yeah, he was like a spider person. Which is another weird thing to say. Like, you see a man crawling on the ceiling. If you don't have Spider-Man or anything like that in your universe, which they don't, what would you compare him to as a creature? I guess you go straight to Spider? Like, this is hard to sort of think about because Spider-Man is so ingrained in our culture. But seeing a man crawl on a wall, I don't know that everyone would just immediately go like, oh, he's like a spider person.
Yeah, I would probably compare it more like something that's closer to a human, like a monkey or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or, like someone said a lizard in the chat, like that could work too, I guess. But yeah, I would default to monkey every time.
There's a lot of different things I think people would go with, but she goes with Spider Person, and that triggers something in Madam Web. She's like, wait, Spider Person? Wait a minute. And that sends her to go and check her mother's notes from the Amazon. Because that's going to help her in the plot. How insane is this? Like, nothing anyone said to each other was a reasonable response, and it's now going to prompt her to go and check those notes. And what's she going to find? New York, might I add. Yes, she's got to go back. She said, like, I'm going to...
And she leaves them here in the forest. She leaves them here in the forest alone.
And this is why I said, like, where she... Like, the range that she would be in, the amount of woods that was required, not be there.
The timeline is going to get real confusing soon. Because she drives back... Well, she says, I'll be back, and they say, where are you going? Don't leave us. And she says, I have to check something, and you're safe here. Be a Girl Scout. You may as well just take them with you. I don't know. How is it safer for them to just stay here, especially when they don't know you? They only think of you as almost antagonistic. And as she's leaving, Sydney Sweeney says, "Can we trust you?" And then she just doesn't answer them. Instead, says, 3 hours. Stay here. Don't do anything dumb. Seriously, don't do dumb things.
And of course, the answer to the question the question asked is, why would you even think that you can trust her? You don't know who she is.
Well, yeah, any normal person would just leave. Why would you stay there?
Mm-hmm.
She should know that. And the fact that she believes, I'm going to be able to help you deal with this man who can climb on walls, because as you've smartly pointed out, he's a spider person. And my mum dealt with spiders back in the Amazon right before someone tried to kill her, so I need to go check her notes. Absolutely fucking nuts.
The logic is totally sound. What part about that doesn't make sense? This is flawless logic.
Rags, it's not even April 1st. How come you fooling me? Stop it.
What? No, I mean, my mom was researching spiders on the Amazon before she died, and this guy crawls on the wall like a spider, so it only makes sense that you go to my dad's Holy Grail diary to find out all of the clues to defeat him.
Mums, yeah.
Not your dad's
I know, I was
Holy
doing...
Grail
It wasn't...
diary.
Yeah, it was a reference to another film.
Yeah, and you did it badly.
No, I did it
You should be
amazingly.
punished for
No,
referencing
no,
wrong.
I just got it. Okay, I just got it.
See how subtle it can be? It sneaks up on you.
Nope, that
Sneaks
doesn't
up on
improve the
you, doesn't
reference.
It
You fucked
really sneaks up on you.
Next time,
Then all
Rags,
of a sudden,
reference an
boom, it
Indiana
hits.
Jones film where he has to get his mum's diary, and then you'll be on point.
Or his granddaughter's diary, maybe? Because she's really
Ooh.
smart and... Yeah, there we go.
Indiana
See?
Jones 6, The Tales of Helena Shaw. That was her name, right?
Yeah, I think
Fucking
so.
hell. Anyway, Madam goes home. Why, you may ask? Well, we've dealt with that, so shut up. She researches she's reading through the books. She's like research on spiders, peptides, spider people, Las Aragnas. According to local folklore, they have powers from spider venom, incredibly fast, strong, and climb like spiders, just like the ceiling guy. I don't understand how she's never read this before.
Exactly. That was just what I was bringing up. How come you haven't read all of this before?
I don't understand.
You've had all this time to read all of these things, and you never read. If all I knew about my mom, if she had died in childbirth and I never got to meet her, and all I had was this box of her stuff, I would have read all of it, every word, all of that stuff, her research, everything she devoted her life to, the things that she was working on when she died. Like all of that I would have known. None of this would have been a surprise to me.
Your character's primary motivation is, or primary, like, I guess, flaw or conflict she's dealing with is, did my mom even care about me? I guess not. Because she went to the Amazon and got herself killed because she couldn't be taken care of during childbirth like she would have if she were in the West or whatever. And you're like, okay. So why don't you want to find out why she was in the Amazon? It would be in the fucking diary, wouldn't it?
But wait a second. But in the original trailer, it was her saying the things about what she was doing in the Amazon. She knew she was researching spiders. She even said earlier that she cared more about spiders than her.
Well, she didn't read the important parts. She didn't read any of it. I know.
This isn't a well-written film.
No, it's very confusing.
You're just realizing this now?
No, but sometimes just
some
the
people
crushing
haven't,
weight
and we need
of,
to tell them.
You know, it just like hits you again. Every once in a while, you suddenly get that jolt of remembering, oh shit, this is a really bad movie.
Also, why not just take the book and go back instead of just staying there to read it? You have.
But what if you read it?
Because you have 3 kids alone in the.
She doesn't even read much more. She just reads that, unless she stayed there for ages. But the timeline again, this is so hard to tell what the fuck's even going on.
She came back. It was nighttime.
Yeah. Well, so we cut back to the woods, and they're like, "There's a diner a half mile down the road, so we can go there because Hungry Girl's hungry."
No, you forget something. You forgot something that was really great. How could I forget? How could you forget?
Everyone lives alone, or you talking about someone else?
No. She tries to climb on the wall.
No, I knew that. I just didn't reference it because. Rags? Why don't you take that one? What do you want to say about that?
Okay, so she reads in her little diary something about how the spider people of Peru, they can crawl on the wall like spiders, and then she tries to crawl on the wall like a spider, but she can't do it, and then she like awkwardly slides down onto the floor. And then she says to the cat something like, "Oh, don't say anything about this cat." And then the cat goes, and then the movie continues.
I thought that when they did that joke, that in the script it probably would have read, tries to climb on wall and fails, and they filmed it, she put her hands on it, and just sort of, maybe jumped and went back down to the floor, and they were like, man, that's not funny. we do anything else? And then maybe someone was like, what if she just slides all the way down to the ground? And then someone else was like,
Yeah,
why would she do that, though?
why? Yeah, I don't know why she slid all the way down.
And then someone
'Cause
else
you just
said,
put
but
your
it would be
hands on the
funny.
wall and
then someone else said,
it
no,
was
it wouldn't.
really funny.
And then they had a huge fight on set as to whether or not it was funny. And then Dakota
Because the
Johnson
music
said,
swells.
I'll do it anyway, even if it isn't funny.
What matches it? It matches the rest of the comedy in this movie. All of the comedy in this movie is completely unintentional. And there are parts of this movie that they've made me laugh out loud. There really are parts that made me laugh out loud.
Yeah,
Nothing that was intentional, though.
Well, that's the thing. I feel I may be unique here, but I did kind of enjoy it from it's just so awful. And I just didn't have any
parts.
feelings as to, like, when we get to the final act, I will be arguing that is a wonderfully constructed piece of awful shit. Like,
here, I'll say this, all right? I think the start is like, okay, let's see what's up, and the second part it wavers. The third act, the last third of this movie, I think really does save it in terms of its amusing factor. I think it makes up a lot of potential lost ground because like I said, there are parts in this movie later on where I was actually laughing out loud. Maybe you know, now that I think about it, maybe I should give this film more credit. It is actually.
Some of these lines, man, they're special.
Maybe I'll come around to it. This film is kind of growing on me in that weird, like, viral sort of way. Like, the way that, like, you get sick and then it gets worse. This film's kind of growing on me. Now that I'm kind of thinking about it, Well,
so, we're about to get so fucking funny in terms of the writer. Like, I want to meet them, sort of, because the girls are in the diner. And they start dancing, because the music is on, and yay. Not quite the song that will be important is on yet, but it will be. In any case, they walk over to a table to talk to some boys, and they want to do some dancing. Oh, it's so nice. But there is a man.
Just to be... Hold up, is the fact that they walk through the woods weirdly instead of using the road, is that of any importance to the film, or...
I don't know if we're supposed to believe that they went to the road as fast as they didn't know. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure of what they did.
They clearly show them like going through the woods and like having to move branches and shit out of the way, and they even say like, "Oh my gosh, are we lost? Are we lost? Are we?" And then they just like stumble onto the highway where right across from the diner. And I'm thinking, why did we even? What was the purpose of that? Was it supposed to be like a bait and switch of they're lost in the woods and it's getting dark? You're like, no, actually they're fine. It's a diner.
No, because it is weird. Like you said, if they had come the way the car came, then they would know they're heading to.
Well, yeah, that's how they noticed it on the way in. Just take the road. Don't like walk randomly through the woods in the direction. Or I guess they did. I don't know. They weren't using a trail because they were having to like move bushes and shit out of the way. It's like one of those weird things about the movie, you know?
Well, yeah, because
it's just weird.
The Webster herself goes that way on her first attempt after them, right? She goes that direction.
Yeah, she just gets in the car and drives there.
She was able to track them, which I thought was surprising for her, you know, because she's not exactly familiar with what might be telltale signs of tracking. But it doesn't matter, because we're not there yet. There is a man in the diner who looks at these three girls and he goes, and he realizes something, you see, because he's been reading the local newspaper. And the camera shows us that on the local newspaper, now I know you're all going to object to this, but you shouldn't, because it makes 100% sense. You ready for this, chat? On his newspaper, it has an image of the subway where the events happened, and a headline that says, "Girls feared to be abducted." And they have images of the three girls. And that's how this man knows that those are those three girls. And so he will now call the police because he has spotted them. And that's how the big bad man will be tipped off as to where they are.
Because
there is so much
that
doesn't make sense here.
So much.
First of all, how would it be printed on the newspaper when it happened that day? It'd be
That's
printed
just how good the Daily Bugle
Saying
is.
it happened that day is over-exaggerating it. Under-exaggerating it.
It happened like a few hours ago.
Yeah.
And it's already on the papers.
Front
and then, of course,
page.
the next
Front
one is,
page.
If
Yeah,
he
they left-
called the police should be there very
So
soon.
just to be clear,
very
just
soon.
don't skip over it too much, because it's even more.
There's so
Not
many
only would it
pieces.
had to have been put onto the newspaper, would have had to got the news, print out the news with the page, made the actual newspaper, physically transported the newspaper to wherever it was that this guy got it, or to the diner itself,
Over in
and
New
then
Jersey. Yeah.
over in New Jersey, an adjacent state, right? And then he would have had to read it and then see it and then notice them based off of incredibly
Well, and can we be clear?
blurry video feed.
You're slightly ahead of like the craziness, because the event would have happened. Police would have arrived on the scene and then been like, okay, we need to check the cameras. And however long that took, they finally got the footage. They looked through it. Crazy Spider-Man is killing everybody. Also, 3 girls ran away
Feared
with.
abducted.
To be fair, 4 girls ran away. That's what it would have looked like on
Yeah.
the camera. It wouldn't have looked like abduction.
Yeah,
And
they would have
then-
all escaped together. They all went together. Yeah.
And if any of those cops survived, we have to assume they didn't, because that makes more sense. But if they had, they would have been able to corroborate that, no, it was just the crazy Spider-Man. This has nothing to do with anything else. And again,
And
call
so
it
how
what you
would-
want. And then the police would have to cooperate with,
Release
like,
that.
journalism to help get this, like, get it out that this is definitely what we need to find and do. Here's all the material you need. Like, the verification to make sure they don't fuck any of this up, just none of that happens. It goes straight to the equivalent of the Daily Bugle everywhere. Just get these out. And then what Rag said about the processing of all this information, then the papers go out. And apparently this all happened in about 3 hours.
And of course, making the choices, the editorial, that the front page is that, rather than the front page is a man was crawling on the walls and jumping
Or
around.
6
and
cops
around and
slain by
looked at
Yeah.
several
mysterious
cops.
That
superhero
would-
spider.
You know for a fact that would be the front page. It wouldn't be the 3 girls have
would
been
be the front
abducted.
page.
It would be this fucking crazy mass vigilante person just killed a whole bunch of... Well, he's just a monster. I don't know what the
Cops
hell's
in
going on.
subway, yeah.
Creature just described as crawling on walls and killing people in single punches.
And then he would have had to see these 3 girls at that diner. Clearly they're of their own will. They walk
Mhm.
in, they order a bunch of food, they have a good time, they meet up with a bunch of boys, they're talking, they're doing all that gay shit, and then he's like, oh, look, maybe those 3 girls, maybe those are the ones from this state.
Well, there are
that
images of
happened
their
over-
faces on the newspaper, which means they managed to get that from the camera, I guess. That's how good it was.
There's the
That
2003
140p,
security camera.
2003
And then also-
public CCTV.
You know, to jump ahead a bit, he's called the cops. Cops never turn up.
To be fair,
They just
Fringy,
never show
there's
up.
a reason for that.
There is a reason, actually.
Oh wait, was there?
There actually
Yeah, we'll
is.
get there,
It's
don't worry.
very briefly addressed, but it is
Oh my
actually
god, I don't
addressed.
remember this reason.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
But yeah, overall, no fucking way any of this could possibly have happened, and what a lame reason to get them back when you could have just had it be that one of the 3 girls like thinks, oh, this is crazy, we've calmed down, I'm gonna call, someone or something, even the police. Fuck it, she could call the police.
A friend of mine. I'm gonna.
Well, they're not
yeah,
allowed
I'm
to
gonna
have
call the
friends,
police.
Rags. So if she calls it would make sense for her to call the police. Like we want to make sure
Well,
everything's
Hungry
cleared
Girl
up.
could call her friends, right? She had some
Nope,
friends
no
she was
friends.
going to meet up with
No
on
friends.
this case. Oh,
Nope,
okay.
no friends.
All right,
So
well, fair enough.
It
I'll
would
be right
achieve
back.
the exact same thing with way less bullshit if you just have one of the girls. Probably Sydney Sweeney be like, "We should call the police. We should put ourselves in." But to be fair, later in the film, they will be posed the question of whether or not they should put themselves into the police, and they will answer that. But we'll get there. Not right now, though. Anyway, the guy calling the police to alert them alerts the lady on the NSA tech, who then alerts bad guy and says, we got him. They're in a diner. And so he then uses a call sign of some kind that he's aware of thanks to the NSA computer to essentially sign in and pull any cops off that scenario. He says, I've been there. Don't worry. These aren't the girls. 100% not the girls. So we're supposed to believe that, like, with a verbal code, he's able to confirm with, NYPD that he is a trusted, like, officer on the case. And I was just thinking to myself, like, wouldn't they actually have active officers that are using codes? As in, if he uses one that is valid, it would also relate to someone who is in the field, so to speak, on the beat, whatever. As
You
in,
figure, yeah.
let's just say
But
he's
wouldn't
using the
that-
code for Peter Jones, and it's like, It's like, and you know, he signs in with that and then says, "Yeah, I'm there already." And it's like, "But Peter,
But
you're
then the
not
real
there.
Peter
You're
goes,
yeah." You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, "What?
I
How
just
is
don't see
how
how
is?"
it could work. Why is that even something he can do?
I don't know. I don't know how that makes any sense at all. They just want to try and cover their asses because they knew the police should show up as well. But he says, "Nah, don't. It's fine," and that apparently works.
And I'm sure that the guy who was there at the restaurant didn't think anything was weird when, you know, I guess he finished his meal and the police never showed up.
I guess he left. He's like, they'll
Maybe
sort
he
it
just
out.
left, my job's done.
And I know that we're about to like get into it. My favorite thing about this, right, is now she's on her way back at this point, right? We've already established that.
We haven't gotten to what she's up to yet, because the last thing I was going to say is, if the guy called the police, then the amount of time it would have taken for NSA lady to pick that up, to relay the information to our bad guy, and give him all the information he needs to trick the LAPD to... Sorry, not LAPD, NYPD to then be able to sign in and call them off in that amount of time.
It wouldn't be the NYPD, though.
That cop probably would have turned up.
I think so. I think the whoever was on set on the case probably would have arrived.
It's not like she would have gotten the phone call instantly. That would have taken time. Wouldn't have happened instantly.
I wouldn't have thought
way.
so, no. And all those little pieces of getting to what they needed to do, I just don't see why the police wouldn't already have showed up. But whatever, that's like the least of the stretches across all the stuff that's happening in this film. But yes, that would take us back to the Webster. She's arriving back at the forest, and it is seemingly nighttime, which...
So, here's a detail that I love. So to get from New York to New Jersey and back and forth and all this stuff, you need to go over various points, either the George Washington Bridge or the Lincoln Tunnel, one of these things, which are very heavily, they pay a lot of attention to the cars that are going through there, especially in 2003, you know, because there was a little incident a few years prior to that. She has no license plates on her car.
She did. She took them off the taxi. That's
takes
right.
them off, and no one seems to care. Not the New York.
Are we supposed to believe
not
she only
NYPD.
took them off when she parked and she put them back on when she was...
No, because I'm pretty certain, and I mean, it was very brief when she gets into this, like, you're trying to outrun the truck that she's getting there, and which she passes twice, might I add. They show it in a scene, she passes it, then they, like, do some stuff, come back, and she passes it again.
Oh,
and,
yeah, okay.
Which is a great jump cut that they show the same thing twice. But that was an unintentional showing it twice. I'm pretty certain I saw that she still had no license plates. Now,
Yeah,
even if
then
she
no
did,
way.
there's no way she would have gotten this far through New York City without some way of it being ran.
Well, I mean, it's a stolen taxi. It would have been reported.
Exactly, it's a stolen taxi. It would have been reported, all this stuff. So either way, she's screwed, and it's not affecting her in the slightest.
Well, have you considered the web?
The web is important.
The web is indeed important. Right, we've done so many crazy things. The craziness is about to get crazier. This is going to be really hard to follow.
Like, just because it's almost like another film starts, kind of, we're getting to that point where it feels like we're entering another weird, goofy movie.
Going to get difficult to, as a viewer, understand how stupid this is about to get, but I'll do my best, okay? So, the girls start dancing to Toxic by Britney Spears. It comes on. Oh, here we go. Toxic, yay, woohoo. And then... Madam Web is like, they've gone, like, she's figuring out where they've gone, so she walks to the diner, and she arrives right as they're dancing to Toxic, and she's like, what are you guys doing? I told you not to do that. You shouldn't be out here. You should be in the forest. You'd be safe there, you fools. And I think even Sydney Sweeney's like, I'm sorry. And it's just like, why have you guys even, what is the nature of this? Like, Stockholm Syndrome already? Like, they don't seem to just feel like, this is insane, we should be going to the police, whatever. No, it's fine. She's just mad. It's like, okay. But then, Spider-Man, evil Spider-Man, he comes through the doorway. Like, oh boy, here we go. And they do the thing. It's in the trailer. He kills everybody. And it's quite spooky. Even with, he's toxifying one of them, and in the background, you hear all lyrics relating to Toxic. It's very clever, very interesting, very cool. But then it goes like, and it's stuff that Madam Web has now seen in the future, and so now she has a chance to change it. And so she decides, I'll go by car instead. I won't walk to the diner, I'll drive. The only thing is, she's prompted to do this by hearing on the radio that
Discord had a flip.
they're hearing on the radio that Toxic has started. Okay, so I don't know the runtime of Toxic as a song.
I'm on it.
But like, it would need to
Jay
be
Longbow knows
pretty
off the top
fucking
of her head.
long.
It's one of her favorite songs.
No.
No? Okay.
Do radios ever play songs like that 10 times in a row? That could maybe explain it.
3 minutes,
Maybe
19
it was on
seconds.
maybe it was on the jukebox because they're in a diner.
It's on a radio, Rex. It has to be on a radio for it to...
3 minutes,
maybe it
19
was,
seconds.
3 minutes, 19
Maybe
seconds.
the jukebox looks like a radio.
So she
No, it's
hears
on the radio.
She hears it on her radio in the car, which prompts her to think, right, I got to do a different plan. But you're already thinking to yourself, like, wait, so the forest area was less than possibly 2 minutes away from the diner?
Even though they said it was half a mile.
By
which
foot?
Is what? That's like 700, 800 meters.
Yeah, that doesn't make any fucking sense at all.
It's not
You
close.
have a
You're
car,
walking,
just
which
drive
it looks
there.
like
Well,
she
so
walked.
she does
that
drive there, and it takes her longer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because she's right behind him, right?
She shows up after.
She shows up
she
after
shows up
him.
after Evil Spider-Man when before walking, she showed up before. Now, maybe it is that there was a direct path through the forest, but half a mile is not a short distance. By foot, that'll take you some amount of time, presumably longer than driving a car at like, 50, 60 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, she's Russian. So, and the forest was deliberately shown to us as difficult to move through. Rags brought this up as like, why would you want to go that way? This is not a footpath. You could easily get to one. You knew where it was. So this is very confusing, and the whole point is to facilitate the payoff of her running over Evil Spider-Man.
Yeah, because you would want to the timing and everything that goes into it. It's weird. It just happens.
None of it makes any
It's
sense.
just
I was totally
yeah.
confused when Toxic started while she was in the forest. I was like, they're dead. There's no way you're getting to them.
Yeah,
They're dead.
no way.
But then the film is just like, no, she did. You're like, oh, okay. It's sure, fine. And yeah, he grabs her as they're trying to leave and poisons her. And you're like, oh no, that's awful. Yeah, he gives her a little poison. You're like, oh, that's terrible. We'll come back to that. So she's got them all in the car and they're leaving. She's real mad, as she would be. She's like, do you guys think of anyone but yourselves? You're so impulsive and entitled. You don't listen. Your futures were almost so different. You're lucky I saw them. So bad. And she delivers it
And then the
so
really
badly.
funny part, Cindy Sweeney puts on her glasses again. I'm like, oh, jeez.
I'll go back to being nerdy. I'm sorry. It's unbelievable because, like, first of all, nobody knows what's happening. Remember when they asked her anything and she said, don't ask me questions? So she was like, you should trust me and just stay in the forest indefinitely. They decided not to. Crazy, I know.
Yeah,
and
can you imagine?
As a result of that she calls them impulsive, entitled, and they don't listen.
By the just to be clear, if anyone in chat, if this happens to you, don't let people take you into the middle of the forest.
No.
Don't let
Especially
people
in
do
New Jersey.
that. It means they're going to kill you.
Because the film is trying to develop the idea early on that, like, see how she's kind of like a mother to them? And you're like, no.
Oh, yeah, that. It does.
Everybody's mother just randomly drops them off in the middle of the woods and says, stay here
Without
for 3
food or
hours and I'll
water.
come back.
And yeah, they say sorry. And she says, yes, you should be so sorry. All of you should be sorry. That's how she's delivering this shit, too.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
to be
it's
fair to her,
weird.
it's a really bad line. Like, delivering that well is tough.
I feel like she could have done better, but it's a really bad line.
Then we get some more funnies because it's just nonstop. He says to his tech lady, I don't know how they're doing this, the evil Spider-Man. Even though, if you remember, he said that they're connected by the future, and he's already aware as a spider person that there's the potential of seeing into the future. That's apparently a listed ability of some of the spider people. I don't know. Like, he's aware of everything that should give him some interesting thoughts, but he never has any. He just says, like, how are they doing this? How are they doing this? And
There are no interesting thoughts.
and the lady, I guess, rad information she had, and she says, Webb, daughter of Constance Webb, deceased. And he goes, wait, did you say Webb? And she says, yes. And he goes, that's impossible.
I laughed when he said that. I laughed when he like stopped, turned around, and said, "Wait, did you say web?" I think I laughed out loud.
It's so
when
funny.
he said that. Wait, did you say web?
Did you say Madam Web?
Did you say Morbius?
the king himself. He's here. Oh.
Oh, what a great line. Great line, boys.
So, yeah, they have to come up with a plan now. And she's like, I don't control my visions, so we can't really use it to any particular advantage other than just when it happens. That's the best we got. And so they say, first thing in the morning, I'm taking you guys home. Your parents can deal with this, or the police. And then all three of them basically explain that all of their families have left them. Like, they're abandoned. In different versions, it doesn't really matter. It's just like, okay. And she's like, well then, the police. And so Science Girl says, my dad got deported. I don't need anyone to support me, but I can't be known to the world. Like, I can't exist in the world until I'm 18. Or they'll put me in the foster system. So just to be clear...
Foster system ain't that bad.
Just to be clear, the suggestion is, go to your family because someone's trying to murder you. And they all say, we don't really have families. It's like, right. Police, then. Which should have been suggestion 1. But
they should have been there hours ago.
One of the 3 girls says, I can't go to the police because they'll find out that I have no, like, carer / parent or guardian, and thus I will be put into the foster system.
Wait,
now,
so how young are they? Because if you're 18...
17, I think? I don't know. 16? I actually have no idea. I don't know if they give an age.
They've got to be older than
Yeah, I
that.
think she did say she had to last for 2 more years, I think.
Well, in that case, the question is now, because that's a really good point from her. So now we have to think, what would be worse, foster system or death? Really think about it.
Yeah, it's just, and yeah, it's you know, it's not a great situation, but compared to death / being on the run for the next, you know, few years of your life, like, you know.
So
it
the
really
funny
is
thing
just like, come on, man,
is that the film seems to think that yeah, okay, fair enough. Like, we'll go with death instead of the foster system. But the crazy part is, I don't care if she thinks that's reasonable. I think it's insane that Madam Web thinks
Madam
that's
Web
reasonable.
goes with it.
But what about the other
that's
fucking 2?
That's her maternal instincts. Those are her natural maternal instincts really kicking into overdrive.
Because the other 2 lose nothing by going to the police.
No,
they only gain.
Nobody loses anything. Those 2 can go. You 2 stay on the run, I guess. In fact, this is helpful because at least those 2 could tell the police what happened, and then they can say the other 2, you know, they're being chased still by him. That's crazy. We managed to escape. Make up whatever the fuck you want, but you can exonerate her and be protected. And they'd be invested in that. But for some reason, they shut the fuck up throughout the whole moment. They're just like,
and of course, this is all pretending that, like, that would be the first thing that would be happening is like, all right, you're going into the foster care system rather than, we might be putting you in some kind of, like, I don't know, protection program while we deal with this, you know, evil guy that's trying to get you, that we have security camera footage of climbing on walls and shit.
It's absolutely fucking nuts. And then they all, like, pretty much like, Cassie, please help us. How? How is this random lady gonna help you? Like, compared to the police? And all they have to go on is, well, she knows when we get killed, and so we can avoid
able to
that.
see the future occasionally.
You just can't believe it. It's you know, it's throughout the whole film. They just need to go to the police every time. And the funny thing is, that's exactly where they end up going. Like, by the time we hit the end of the film,
they decide to go to the police anyway. Yeah.
Well, that's no fun if they just went there, right?
Exactly.
That wouldn't be. But then Mahler, then we couldn't have a movie.
Yeah, that's probably what the screenwriters would say. They might actually say something like that.
Not even joking. Yeah, that's probably what they would say.
Yeah.
No, I'm not kidding. Like, that's
I
the
think
kind of thing I could believe them saying. You don't understand story. It's not meant to be realistic. It's not a science lesson.
Film is not science. Even though there's a science lady
Fucking...
in it. Gosh. We love our science ladies. So, Madam TM uses web to access mainframe with her mind web and uses protocol Madam in order to web into the main dynaframe of the webverse, and she speaks directly to Spider-Man, evil Spider-Man.
I don't understand.
When you talk like this, it's hard to remember which of those is actually in the movie and which is the meme parts that you're doing.
I got no way of explaining this one. I was so fucking confused. She just starts talking to him. They talk to each other through the web.
I don't
like, what does that
understand
even
how
mean?
they do this.
Yeah, just
I don't even
yeah.
know how they
Madam
do it.
Web
How do they do it?
returns to the diner that night, and then it's like she steps into an alternate dimension where bad guy is just there talking with her, and they have like an interaction where like some information is exchanged about some plot thing or about spiders in Peru, like, or something. I don't know. That's just like it just happens.
Because
it's just a thing that happens.
She was in the womb of a woman who was bitten by a spider, and that he was bitten by a spider. They can speak through the web verse. What?
I don't know. I don't have
know.
no idea why it works that way.
Yeah, I actually don't know what's
He
happening.
keeps flashing back and forth between his original form
Yeah.
and his
This is
Yeah.
something
For some
that
reason,
we have spoken about to some extent, but the actual like filmmaking is insanely
Horrible.
bad.
Yeah.
I don't know what they were thinking with the choices that they made by way of editing and cinematography. I don't get it.
The whole scene is cringe-tastic. It is constantly flickering and flaming all over the
And
place.
it honestly seems like the majority of what he said in that scene was ADR, because like
Yeah.
very little of what he says actually syncs up with like his mouth. I don't get it.
Doesn't say much. Most
so-
of it is, yeah.
And possibly proof, to be honest with you, because the whole film doesn't make any sense anyway. Proof of reshoots. You know, she's been hit with that poison. They even reference it later. They're like, "Is your hand okay?" And then she's like, "Yeah, it's fine." And then in this the web frame, she's talking to him, and he says, "Nobody survives poison entering their system. You won't be so lucky next time." Like, wait, what? And like, that's it. He poisoned her, but it didn't do anything. That's it.
I guess it was just it turns out it was just a little bit.
I
It was just a
actually
little bit,
don't.
just a little bit of poison.
Like, I don't
That's
know
what they say. That's
if you're
what he
gonna.
says.
If there was originally a payoff for that, and they took it out, but they didn't take out the part where he poisoned her, and so they had to put in ADR where, you know, he says, you got lucky. Why not just remove the part where he poisoned her?
Because then we can't have the payoff of why she wants to teach them CPR.
Oh my god, I
that's
think
the
you might be
thing-
right.
I think that's the thing that gets her.
Oh
in
my
the
god,
hotel
that
room
might be
to
right,
teach
'cause-
them
but the-
CPR.
Yeah.
Because his warning of the poison, she says like, "Oh yeah, the poison will stop your heart, so we got to make sure everyone knows how to do CPR," which gives them the huge payoff at the
Yeah,
end. So
also,
the whole reason she
just
gets
to-
poisoned and it has no effect
Public,
is to set up the final payoff.
Public service announcement to everyone in the chat. CPR isn't an antidote to having
We'll
poison
get-
in your heart.
I was gonna bring
Yeah,
that
it
up, but we'll
can't
get there. I just
depoison
can't.
you.
I can't believe how
Just to
right you
be
are.
clear,
I should have thought of this because,
if
like,
you
yeah,
get-
all the stupid, goofy lines that come out of nowhere all set up plot things. Like every time, the worst lines.
If you get envenomed to where your heart literally stops beating because the venom is inside of your heart, you can't
You can.
you can't CPR the poison away. Just to be clear. Now, also, every one of you should be CPR certified and know Heimlich maneuver. All of you need to do that. However, these things do have their limits.
And on that very important note, I'm afraid we're going to have to say goodbye to Dark Hour. It has been nearly 5 hours of discussing possibly the greatest kino of the year. I think we can all
Definitely
agree on
the
that.
best film of the year.
I wish I could stay longer. This has been a lot of fun.
No
You might
problem,
want to
sir.
call
We've
it for the
been
decade, yeah.
glad to have you. Why don't you tell chat what you get up to and where you can be found?
Well, my channel is in the description, so that's the best way to find me. I also
Yes.
do I do have a combo show with my buddy, the Uninspired Reviewer, which tends to happen around the same time as this. So please, please watch this show first. But if you want to come check us out, you can also find us on our repost channel, which is Uninspired Hour. So it's the Uninspired Hour or so, 2 hoes. The next thing, I'm actually going to be dropping a review for this tomorrow. It's pretty much done. It would have been out already today if I wasn't, here. But that's basically what you can see from me next. And I hope I was entertaining enough to come back one day.
Oh, I'm sure you will. At the very least, you'll be brought back for the anniversary where we just spam everybody so that we can have plenty of fun talking about how great the year was. Because it always is. This has been a wonderful addition to 2024 already, hasn't it?
I mean, we already have our movie of the decade right here.
I
I'll
was gonna
call it
say,
early.
yeah.
I'll call it early. I think it's a safe bet.
I think that everyone should call it early with this one. You're missing out if you haven't seen the glory of Madam Web. But thank you so much for joining us to help explain to the world why it's so incredible.
Yes,
very much
I
appreciate
am
it.
glad that my New Jersey expertise was able to come in handy.
You never know when it'll pop up. But
Very
yeah,
cool.
thank you so much, sir, and I suppose we'll see you next time, whenever that may be.
Yep.
See you then.
Bye.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Alrighty.
See you,
There
dude.
we go.
It's up to us four now to kill the rest of to celebrate the rest of the movie.
I've been told to wait. I've been told wait. I've been told tell Mahler to wait. Mahler, wait.
Oh God.
Wait.
Oh Jesus. What's happening?
I actually don't know. I was
What?
someone just so it was I've been told to tell you to wait. Baywin told me to tell you to wait.
Oh, did they mean for Dark Hour to wait?
Oh, then they specifically said you.
Okay.
Tell Mahler to wait.
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah. I'm not either. We still have we have the best part of the movie.
I was gonna say we haven't even hit the third act.
This,
It's gonna be great.
yeah. This is basically the end of the second act, I guess. And we're about to start the
We still got a bit of
the
cringe left.
incredible villain. Oh yeah, there's still some. Oh, we've got a lot more cringe to go. We're not even close. I think it ends on the biggest cringe of all, so that's something to look forward to.
Oh yeah, no, it does build up. They try to give you an immunity, much like in the same way that if you were poisoned, you could be provided immunity by CPR, but like this just sort of takes you, you know. Oh, we haven't even gotten to. Okay, Baywin sent me something. We haven't gotten to that yet, but I will bring it up when we get there.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. All right.
Don't worry, we're not quite there. We're getting there.
All right,
That's the third act
I'm not
thing.
gonna. Baywin, I'm not gonna click on your messages until we get there. You sent it to Mahler. I don't want to spoil myself. No. I'm not spoiling myself. Not for
So-
Madam Web.
Yes, he speaks to her directly in the web frame and mentions the
web
poison
verse,
thing,
yeah.
which is so fucking funny to me in retrospect because you're right, it is to set up the final payoff, which that was so pathetic of them. They couldn't figure out anything else. They just went with that, and it doesn't make any sense. But, like, that's fine.
Because it's totally unnecessary. It's not even a good payoff.
So he says the girls are gonna kill me, and she's like, "What? No, they won't. And why do you get to decide that they die?" And he says, "Because I have the power. You think you can beat me with your mind? Don't make the same mistake as your mother. Tell me where they are." I was like, what?
Now this is writing.
When did the pregnant spider bitch try to beat you with her mind?
I don't know. Don't make that mistake. Like, what? And I don't, like, what the fuck do you do with that as information? Like, besides, you know, like, how is it fair that you're just gonna kill them? And he's like, "'Cause I have power."
And also, isn't there like a discussion to be had here about, like, if I had a premonition of 3 people murdering me in the future,
Ask
maybe
them
there's
why.
something to
Well,
yeah, maybe there's something to be
I
said
guess-
about, like, well, I'm gonna kill them before they murder me.
I'll admit, it would
'Cause I
have
don't
been
want them
fucking
to murder me.
hilarious if he had walked up to them and said, "Why are you trying to kill me?" They'd be like, "What?"
Isn't he curious? Like,
No.
what? Like, doesn't he want to know? If I got premonitions about 3 random ladies dressed as spider superheroes pushing me out of a window, there would be that part of me that's like, man, did I do something to deserve that? Do they hate me? Why do they want to kill me so much? What's going on? There's got to be some context here I need to understand.
So,
But even then, like, in that sense,
well, I
like,
mean, this is the
I
villain
think
talking to
maybe they
the
were
hero.
trying-
This stuff is always like easy, super interesting stuff, and the hard part is causing these things to happen. How do we get the hero and the villain to be able to talk to each other without ending their conflict? You know, and like, oh well,
Yeah.
the webverse, of course. You're like, yeah, of course.
Mhm.
So they connect, and then all they did with it was this, where he's just like, "Don't make the same mistake as your mom. Try to beat me with your mind powers." What?
That's what his mom tried to do. That's right. It's true.
She did.
It happened. We were
When
all
she
there.
said,
We
"Please
saw it in
don't
the
kill
end.
me," that was her attempt at changing his
That
mind
was-
with her mind
She's
powers.
trying to use his guilt as a weapon against him. Francisco de
her.
Anconia would not approve. Would not approve.
So, in the morning, she explains to the girls, I was poisoned, but I got away, like, I didn't get killed by it because he didn't hang on long enough. He was like, yeah, they didn't, of the poison that was in her, it wasn't enough poison to poison her. It was obviously just some poison.
All right.
And so she teaches them to do CPR, as we kind of mentioned, because obviously if the poison did get into her enough to cause cardiac arrest, she would need them to perform CPR to keep her going, to keep compressions going. Yeah. I mean, I would have thought that poison entering your blood, so that keep pumping your heart, that would just cycle the poison around anyway, and so it would be able to do what it does, which is kill you. There's a lot of confusing things.
Well, it has to be at a
this.
certain parts per blood unit or whatever, like a little bit. You know what they say, poison's in the dose. So
there you go.
There you go.
Yeah,
so
she
if
teaches
a little
them,
bit gets on your hand, you know.
And they say it's funny. Beowulf's like, you got to show. It's like, I can't. It's a spoiler for one of the fucking cringiest things in this whole movie. We can't do that yet. Like, we gotta get there.
That's not allowed.
We gotta earn it.
I'm excited. I'm so excited.
So, well, I mean, what it references from the movie, I'm looking forward to chat finding out about it if they don't know about it, which some of them won't. So, yeah, they say you're a good teacher. It's just cringy because they keep trying to push the whole like, oh, see, she's so nurturing. This is such a great connection these people have got. Like, oh, you know what? I hope they end up together by the end of the movie. Maybe they will.
What I was thinking
web
at this point, and maybe it's time we have this discussion now.
Oh my god!
Because this was the part of the movie where I was thinking, wow, they have done fuck all with the fact that she is a paramedic.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say they've done fuck all with the characters. I was going to say yes.
Well, yeah, there is that. Yeah, the characters are just basically nothing. There's a reason we call them hungry, docile, and science, because that's it. Even Madam Web is we don't really know anything about her, and what little we do know is pretty strongly negative. She's kind of a bitch.
She's kind of an asshole.
Yeah, she's stupid and an asshole. But they don't do anything with the fact. This kind of gets into kind of Echo, right? There are some parallels between this and Echo, and we'll get some later in particular. But like, they don't do anything with Echo's, really being like, Choctaw lineage. It's just a little bit of flavor sprinkled here and there, but they never do anything with it. And here, the fact that she's a paramedic really never plays into the story at all. That's not used for anything.
She told him CPR Rex.
There you go. All right.
They'll get Rex ruined. The whole movie is fucking Kino.
It's true. It's very true. She doesn't ever use anything that she's learned about people. She doesn't learn anything about, how she's seen the good and bad sides of people, how even though she's, in her business, she tries to see the good in people because she wants to save people's lives, or we don't even know why is she a paramedic? I don't know why. It just seems like that's not a job that you just stumble into. It's not like, I'm a receptionist or anything. Or
this is something someone said, by the way, somewhere. I haven't seen it, but someone said this. They'll say at the core, she's always wanted to help people, and that's something she got from her mother, who was so caring that she even almost gave her life just trying to find a way to get her daughter into this world. And you know what? That kind of thing is passed on to her, and the efforts she shows to take care of these three teenagers shows that no matter what's happening to her in her life, that she'll do everything she can to help other people. And you know what? She may be a bit isolated. She may be a bit antisocial. But ultimately, she's always there, and she will always put her life on the line for you.
That's you. All that is made up. That's all that is made. It's literally an
You
invention.
didn't
It's
get
not
that
in
from the movie. You made that up.
Well, yeah, because she doesn't come across as maternal or caring or like none of that exists. It just doesn't exist. It's not in the movie. You get the opposite. They seem to be, with almost a mechanical precision, trying to tell you that she's cold, doesn't like being around people, is antisocial, is just a jerk and an asshole. She makes people upset. She's just it's kind of gotten swallowed up in the rest of all the terrible things about the movie and all the memes with the actress and everything. But like, Catherine Webb is a really shitty person.
Catherine Webb.
Catherine, yeah.
It was Cassie.
Cassandra Webb
Yeah.
is just, she sucks. He's kind of like Echo. Like I said, the parallels.
Oh yeah,
You have
Echo
no
sucks
reason
too.
to like root for her. And the only reason the 3 girls kind of get that is because, well, like, there's not much to you, and none of you are really likable or interesting. But like, I don't want you to die.
Yeah, they exist
You know?
mainly.
Yeah, you get that, you know, starter level of basic human empathy. You know, and because you haven't done anything to erode that. You know, you're not terrible people. You're just different flavors of dumb or naive or annoying or whatever.
So she mentions that her mother knew the guy who's trying to kill him, and they say, "Wait, so this is because of you?" And she says, "Look, all I know is that my mother was researching spiders, and then that's that." And then she says she wrote a book with crazy stuff in it. I have to go figure out what it is. It's like, hey,
you cut it out, you bastard!
You cut the fucking line.
From us.
That's why I watched the movie and you removed it.
This isn't the first time this happened. It was probably not far from the first time, but do you remember they did this with Rogue One when Rogue One's trailer had the "You guys are the rebellion? Well, I rebel," or something like that, and everyone made fun of it, and then it wasn't in the movie.
That.
It was fucking hilarious because it was like, "Hey, you stole the meme! What the fuck?" And they've done it in
Sounds
this
like
movie.
something that would be in a Zack Snyder movie.
Oh,
Are you
yeah.
the rebellion? Because I rebel.
It's pretty cringe, and yes, it was cringy here, but I think it's cringier to remove it of you, creators, editor out there who saw the memes and was like, "Oh, we better remove that one bad thing from the movie before we release it."
He took out something that would have literally given people joy, which is what they desperately need in the movie. The meme line, like we tell the Amazon this about that thing, it would have made the movie better. Because it would have made me laugh and smile and enjoy myself.
I would have been like, I know that. I would have been like Leonardo DiCaprio pointing. I'd be like, I know that. That's the thing.
This was the last Banwin meme. We'd all be like, all of us on the couch. I was there for Madam Web when I saw the trailer line.
So we cut to her saying, "I'll be gone a week. I don't want to leave them, but he's out there looking for them, and they're relying on me, and I don't know who else I can use to protect them." She's speaking to Uncle Ben. And it's done so quickly. We just slam cut to her dropping them off, and she's popping to the Amazon. Unbelievable. And the delivery is so weak. She doesn't give a shit. Nobody's giving a shit. It's just, yeah, they stay with you. Bye. Okay, I think they would have had them go with her if they thought anyone could possibly have believed that, but no one could have. Like,
also,
all 4 of them going to the Amazon.
Also, let's also consider, right? Madam Web knows that there's a crazy psychopath who kills and poisons people who's trying to destroy these 3 girls. Hey, go hang out with Ben and his pregnant girlfriend.
Well, that would be his sister.
Oh, yeah, sisters. Yeah, whatever they are. Go hang out with them. You stay here with these 2.
So you're saying that Madam Web, the madam herself, is trying to kill Uncle Ben indirectly?
I'm just it would fit within her character to be to be a shitty person, but I think it's a little I'm just saying, like, it seems really crazy to do that.
The nature of like all of this crazy shit in terms of deciding what characters want to do, right? Like, we've highlighted that all 4 of them have to be against going to the police, but for every character you involve in this insane plot line, that adds another person who's just insanely retarded. She explains this to him, and he says, "Oh, I'm staying with Mary for a few weeks. He won't find them there. I can't pretend to understand what's happening here. Just be careful." So he's just casually agreed to house 3 women indefinitely in his sister's house.
And do we know if he knows that his life is being put at peril from this?
We don't know if she told him that, but the fact that he said he won't find them there makes me think that she must have highlighted the danger, in which case he must have said something like, "Oh, we have a thing for that. When someone's trying to kill you actively, there's people you can go to as part of our society. There's a group of them.
That we have the police and witness protection.
Those ones, yeah.
No, don't hang out with me at my house with my pregnant whatever this woman is to me. You can't be here. This is they might kill us by proxy, and that's not cool. So I can't accept this risk.
Yeah, so you might assume the dialogue from him would be, "You want me to take 3 girls I don't know and house them in a house that's not even mine because someone's trying to find and kill them, putting me and my sister-in-law and her unborn baby in serious danger when it would make sense, even irrelevant of those details, to go to the police. She'd be like, yes. And then he says,
Are these
because
the
he's
3
useless.
girls who were kidnapped?
Sure. Yes. Yes. And he would probably know that because apparently the fucking random dude in the diner did.
It's front page news.
But that's how much he trusts her. Remember, they're partners. Remember all that explanation we had hours ago about how amazing their history is and how much... There you go. That's the payoff, I guess. That he'll just do anything she says. It's hard to believe, but yeah. There you go. And she says,
fucking cringe.
She says, I'll be back as soon as I can. Thanks, Ben. And then as she's leaving, she says, you know, you didn't ask for any of this. And then he says, it's okay. Neither did you. I don't even know what's
okay.
Cringe!
Okay. Just terrible. So yeah, she's just going to go visit the Amazon. Why not? And they'll stay and chill with Uncle Ben. It's going to be great. So she meets up. This is done so fucking fast. It's absolutely insane. She meets up with that Spider-Man guy from the beginning, the shaman man, spider shaman, and
oh yeah, she goes
yep,
she goes to Peru.
Yep.
She gets on a little plane, flies to Peru.
Just meets up with him. There he is,
yeah,
and he says, you've come back. You're looking for answers. I promised your mother I would be here. She came here hoping to extract healing properties from the spiders. She thought she was being protected. I was like, what the fuck?
Stop just quoting the movie. It's
what? Nobody speaks like people.
Just to be clear, she goes to Peru, walks into the forest, and bumps into the guy.
Yeah,
it's the
casually
Amazon.
Strolling around the Amazon, but yeah,
it's the Amazon.
Strolling around.
There's uncontacted tribes in the Amazon we haven't even found yet, and then she just walks into the Amazon, and within a minute, she just meets the guy.
He uses the web frame. He knows what's going on. The webverse. He's connected as well.
Yeah. Spider Skype.
So he's like, yeah, just, you're looking for answers? Well, I promised your mom I would be here, which is funny because the mom didn't say anything. He just said, yep, I'll be here when she comes back. Just it feels like a guy who's just like, I am important to your lives because I said so. You're like, okay.
That's what's up with this guy? He just waited there for 30 years for her to wander back? What was he doing? Where's
Not
his
helping.
Friends? What is he doing
much.
with his life?
Well, I thought it was really weird that he said she thought she was being protected. It's like, are you implying that you could have protected her but didn't? Because that's kind of what happened.
Chose to leave her to her own devices.
That's what we saw. They didn't really put much effort into helping her out. But yeah, what he's referring to, sorry, because I didn't want to imply that is what he's referring. He's not. He's talking about Ezekiel. He's like that. She thought she was being protected by a security guard, and that's what he's trying to prompt. I just thought it was funny because it applies to him and his people too. But anyway, Madam says. Ezekiel Sims, and then he says, yeah, his motives were selfish. He used your mum to find out about us, to find us, because he stole the spider. He was cursed, and he's been trying to run from his destiny ever since. How does he know all of this? What the fuck?
Because it's magic. It's just magic. It's magic.
It's insane nonsense. He's decided when and where he can interact is based on what? Knowing all of every detail of the future and just however he sees it, he makes it happen that way? Is that the deal?
Sure.
Why does he speak English? We'll never know. But yes, he says...
Because so that we can understand him.
He knows that evil Spider-Man is running from his destiny. That's something that he just casually says. It's like when he saw him run off.
His destiny.
The men were going to be like, let's stop the guy with the gun who just shot the pregnant lady. And he goes, no.
No. He has to get killed.
He has to run.
I can't even say.
It's his destiny to run from his destiny. So don't stop him. Otherwise, he won't be able to run from his destiny.
What about all the people he's going to kill?
Oh, that's their destiny, Friggy.
It was their destiny to die.
It was the destiny of those cops to just get killed in the subway.
Yep. And imagine he had explained it further. He said, yeah, he's cursed now. Cursed to see visions of the girls you're protecting killing him over and over again. You might even say that's torment on a level that would make him want to kill them. I just, who decided this? The spider gods? They cursed him? Like, why?
The spider gods!
I don't understand what's happening.
Praise the spider god.
And before you could even understand this, he's like, right, off to the magic spider cave. That's where we gotta go now. And you're just like, oh. And then she's like, this is where my mum died. And he says, yes, where you were born. And then she says, I don't understand why she would risk my life to come here. He says, to see the future clearly, you have to heal the wounds of your past. I hate it. But the thing is, the film lampshades.
No, this is great. This
She's
is
like,
really good.
wow, that sounds like every therapy session I've ever appointed. It's like, yeah, it is dumb as fuck. And he says, you have to go back to your beginning and keep going past that. There are powers you don't even know you're capable of. Your thread didn't start when you were born. Do you trust me?
This guy.
What do you do with that?
I don't know you.
I don't even know what you're saying. Like, you have to go further back than your past. What? What do you mean? And she says, I'm not really sure if I can trust you at this point. Do I even have a choice? And he just pushes her astral ghost form into the pool in the magic spider cave.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's something.
What if she said no?
I can't explain that further.
I don't even know how it's possible. How could he do that?
I don't know. He's a spider
I told
guru.
you, Fringy, it's magic.
Oh, I guess it is.
This is just magic. This isn't like getting bit by spiders. This isn't like venom. This isn't radioactive blood. No, this shit's just magic.
This is magic. It is.
So you remember that line from really far back in the film, right at the beginning, where her mum was working and she says, oh, she's trying to keep me from working. It's talking about being a prego and the baby maybe kicking or having a pain or whatever. Now, any normal human being would see someone say that and be like, oh, look at you being silly. Like, oh, like the baby's trying to stop you from working. So Madam Web sees this because she's now in the past. She sees her mum say that and goes, why did you hate me so much? I thought this
really
was
weird.
Hilarious. Like, so, and she delivers it like almost like in Scary Movie, if you've seen it. The kind of, are you trying to make this funny? I don't understand. And why do you misunderstand so much about your mum when you've been told already by the guy that she came here looking for healing? Like, do you not care? She didn't even ask about that, by the way. It's just whatever. But she heard that line and she was like, you hate me. Then she sees the mum get shot. And she... this is on Dakota Johnson, I think, at this point, because her performance was fucking awful. She's watching her mum get killed and she's like, oh.
Oh, she's like holding her mouth?
Yeah.
Like, oh no, if I cover my mouth, it's less of my face that has to act. Oh my god.
And then this is where the film, like, you've already seen from everything we've described or heard, that the film doesn't trust the audience member to understand anything that's happening. So the further along you get, the more explicit you often will get with, like, character journeys and themes and stuff. So you can already guess that this is about to get real explicit. She sees the mum meeting with a doctor. The doctor says, your test results have come back, no cure. And the mum says, single target nucleotide intervention. That's something that I need, that I could possibly get with the weird research that's been done in a distant part of, like, the world. And Madam Web's watching this happen. She's like, oh my god, you went there for me. You did it for me.
You researched spiders in the Amazon for me. And she's like holding her throat and her face and her mouth.
And then, yeah, she's having all this, and the mum says, I'm unwilling to accept a diagnosis of helplessness, and I'm not going to teach my daughter to do that either. What?
By the way, this was the part of movie. This is where I started to really laugh.
Yeah, it's
this
really
stuff
funny.
Was hilarious. This stuff was, oh boy.
And the music is fucking swelling. It's like, like realization, happy, blah blah blah.
It's meant to be like the epic sort of hero realizes their true potential sort of music, but it's all a meme.
This is mega memes. Oh, ultra memes.
This is what Dakota Johnson then says. She says this. This is all the actual dialogue. She says, "You did it. You did it. I never knew I was sick. The spider venom. It did have healing properties. I'm so sorry I spent so long being mad at you." Someone wrote that. Like,
Stop it, please. I can't take it.
This random film talk says in the chat, I diagnose you with helplessness.
like,
I don't know
really?
what they were thinking. I do not understand what they were thinking.
Fringy, they didn't give a fuck. This guy, he didn't give a fuck. He's like, I'm just gonna write this, whatever, get my paycheck. I'll get another big, massive, multi-gajillion-dollar project. Doesn't matter. Fuck it. Whatever. I clearly know somebody. I've got dirt on somebody in the industry. It's like the thing at the diner when they go into the Spider-Verse and talk to each other. It's just like they just don't care. They just gave up and are like, well, I'll just write this to happen. Gave up. Doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. Just whatever. Just yeah. This happens now.
Reeling from that dialogue, what you may not realize at the time is she hugs her mum at that point, and the mum responds. She's like happy and hugs her back. I can't even begin to understand what the fuck is happening.
And then she's underwater. Then she's like in the water and surrounded by a bunch of webs.
She traveled
floating
through the webverse back in time and interacted with her mother. I don't know.
While she was pregnant with her.
Yeah. What? And the film is like, isn't this wonderful? And you're just sitting there like, what is happening?
I don't know, man.
Oh, it's amazing. And by the way, this isn't the super funny stuff, guys. We're not even there yet.
No, this is hilarious, but what we have coming. Oh man. Like I said, the last third of this movie fucking saves it. It turns this movie into something magical.
So, recovering from all of that, she can then speak to the Spider Guru again. She says, I thought my mom didn't care about me. You know, she always thought it, right? Like, that was the assumption. My mom didn't like me. And he says, well, sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself for the ones you love.
Wow.
Wow. It's inspiring, honestly. And you know
it
what?
really is.
It makes you think, does that apply to anyone else in the film? Maybe even her? I don't know. Wow.
This movie makes me want to sacrifice myself.
Yeah. So deep. So she says, how was I even there? How did I do that? How did you do that? And then he says, no, you did that. You're starting to see what you're capable of. You came here to learn the truth of your past, and now you will need to embrace your future. Did I say mention how much I hate his dialogue? He doesn't speak to her like a person ever. But none of them do, but he's different.
It's particularly, I am talking to the audience.
Yeah. And she says in response to that, by the way, the stupid, like, floaty language, seeing into the future doesn't help me fight Ezekiel. I gotta stop him before he kills the girls. I can't leap. I can't crawl on walls. I can't do death poison. And his response to this is, you didn't get the gift of greater physical strength or the ability to release poison, but seeing into the future is only the beginning. Your mind has infinite potential. If you use the web to be in more place than one, to be in more than one place at one time, you could save time. You're the only one that can change the future. And I pause because he then says something else. A last line to complete the point he's making here. He says,
"Oh yeah,
when you take on the responsibility, great power will come."
That is
there it is.
That is like one of those you should be disqualified from writing kind of lines.
This fucker.
You son of a bitch.
This fucker.
Every single line that comes out of his mouth is a trailer line, but that one is particularly cringe. Hey guys, get it? We're Spider-Man, kind of.
You like Spider-Man?
He said the line, kind of.
Did you see our old kabuki outfits? How they kind of looked like the Spider-Man outfit because we were red and then we had the web and
Remember, just to remember the writer, Dracula Untold, The Last Witch Hunter, Gods of Egypt.
The writers, I think you mean. It's
Morbius.
a pair. They're working together.
Jesus.
Oh,
delivering
it's
such great stories.
It's S.J. Clarkson.
That's the director.
Okay, who?
Great web. That was great.
It's a great cut. Kyle Ben, he's back. Kyle Ben is back,
Kyle Ben
everyone.
is getting old.
He looks so confused and dry.
This is season 1 meme coming back. Kyle Ben.
One might have
Great
assumed they
Ben.
just forgot what the line was, but no, they're trying to be like, we can do our own cool thing. And it's like, shut up. Stop. Sit down. Good
Oh my
lord.
God.
Great webcams, great
Yeah,
wrist imagery or some shit.
Did they write Morbius too?
Yeah, they were Morbius.
God damn. Dracula Untold, The
Yeah.
Last Witch Hunter, Gods of Egypt, Power Ranger credits, Morbius, Matt. How do you keep... I don't...
Yeah.
I don't understand.
How does it happen?
honestly.
How does it happen?
We're hoping there's a pop
Is
of
this
some
a
kind
money
happening with
laundering
this,
scheme?
because it's insane at this point. Gone off way too long.
Like I said before, if they wrote terrible films that made money, that would be one thing. But
Yeah.
like their entire career has been writing things that have failed commercially and critically. I don't understand. I don't get it. How do you write Morbius and they're like, let's bring you back from Madam Web?
We gotta write these writers, man. They just surely that film's failure had nothing to do with the writing. We gotta bring these guys back. These are fucking gold.
Yeah, Michael Bay films, they made a profit for the most part.
They made money.
The
That's
Resident Evil
reason
films,
why
those
he
made a
was-
profit.
Yeah. But now we're in a weird era where you can write something or direct something that fucking failed. And then it's like, here you go, Avengers movie.
Maybe they just tell everybody, it's like, oh, it wasn't the writing, of course, it was all these unforeseen circumstances, so...
It wasn't the storytelling.
And now...
It was
The
a bad
storytelling had
trailer. It
nothing to
was
do
Yeah,
with
and
it.
now I'm even better to hire, because now I have the experience of knowing what doesn't work. More so than that.
And
other
also,
guy.
I'm really cheap. By the way,
Yeah.
Rotten Tomatoes has Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny at 88% audience score.
Don't believe it.
Yeah, which
Don't
is
know
like,
about
I
that
know
one.
that you guys are liars. I know that you
Melee.
lie.
I know that these are filthy lies that you're telling.
Mm-hmm.
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull has it at 53%. Which like I
Yeah,
can
so that
I
feels
can
more
believe that
accurate.
one.
That
I can
feels more
believe that
accurate.
one.
Don't.
Yeah, it's just I know that this site lies now. That's the thing. It's kind of sucks that we just sort of that they just have no integrity and they
Well,
just
wasn't that what
lie.
happened? Like Captain
Yeah,
Marvel
they got
changed
caught.
the way that they did the system.
It literally was Captain Marvel. Yeah, Captain Marvel was the one where they finally like had the big breakdown and bowed to the the overlords and deleted a shit ton of like that many thousands of reviews.
Something I was thinking about, I was going to bring it up either earlier or just now, and I feel like now is better because the guy has clearly expressed that he basically knows everything that's going on and how it works and why. And I was thinking, if he knows that the power to be able to be in multiple places, to see the future, to affect it so that you're saving people all the time, is all because of the fact that you were in the womb while your mother was bitten by one of the spiders they have, why have they never done this before? Because I imagine Madam
And
Web...
alternatively, how do they know that any of this is possible if it's never happened before?
Yeah, so they don't replicate it, but they did almost cause it to happen. And I was just thinking to myself, like, is the answer to this every time? It's just, they just go in by what they know happens and they make it happen?
Seems like that's what we're meant to conclude, which is just, what a lazy approach to writing.
Well, do you
just
remember,
like, well, it was all meant to be that way.
Remember Ragnarok? That's what Angrboda is all about. She's got a specific list of things she's got to do to help people in certain places and provide stuff, and then she says, like, helping Atreus was the last thing. That's it. And so now she's just like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And the part of the point of that game is like, well, fuck fate. You make your choice. You make your nature.
Exactly.
Like, 'cause
figure out what you want to do.
someone just doing everything
what?
because the great web tells you to. It's like, okay.
Well, it's just, wow, I guess you're just deferring all of your free will to this vague like notion of, I guess, fatalism in a sense, that everything is going to happen the way that it's supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
But it just makes it easier from a writing perspective, because any bullshit you can just appeal to. Well, yeah, that's the
Yep,
web.
fate. That's
It's
the
fate.
webs of fate. Yep. That's it.
Boring.
The web will do that.
Super mega
Well, the thing is,
boring.
the only reason I'm saying that that's probably it is because anything else would be insane. Like, the amount of insane pieces of knowledge that everyone
I
has.
mean, it's the same bullshit in fucking Halo. Not the games, obviously, the fucking show. where like
Yeah.
any of the insane coincidences that if you were to just chalk them up to people making choices are insane. But if it's all fate, destiny, oh, we're part of something grander, it's like, oh, well, then I guess fucking anything can happen, can't it? Why would you present your story in this way, where you defer all of the causality to just like, well, it's fate. Fate. It was all gonna happen that way anyway. Who cares about the character's capacity to make their own choices? It's lame. It's just super lame. And it's lazy.
It is. I hate it. If I ever write a story, it will never have fate. There's no
way.
destiny, no fate. People
Well, I
might
imagine
believe
the only
in
way
it.
you would
there might
have
be
it is if you had
prophecies, but
commentary on it. Like, that would be the
Well, yeah,
only way.
like
yeah,
God of
like
War.
I might have people like there might be people who espouse prophecies and people who believe in them and maybe act with those stories in mind. But I would never be like, oh yeah, it's just fated to be that way. You know, you didn't actually have a choice or anything like that. It's just so fucking lame and dull and that's why I really like, like Ragnarok and stuff like that. And I have a lot less interest in stories that say, like, this is your fate and you met it while trying to stop it. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I guess you should have just died and accepted it then.
There
like,
can
is
be
that the whole
sort of interesting stories to tell with that, but it becomes
Usually it's just a
distinctly fucking
crutch.
uninteresting. Yeah, if it's done as a sort of like, I don't know what to do. It's this. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because this guy just knows everything that's going to happen. It's like, wow, your life must be simultaneously effortless and boring that you know everything that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's well, and like I said, I think it should cause a whole bunch of extra questions about everything that he's doing, but you know, we don't get
Why
to know
you
much
just
about. He's just
sitting
Guru
around
Man.
here?
He provides basic.
He provides trailer lines.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like,
That's
what
his
he
job.
says isn't much of anything.
Nope.
So
Because he
You
doesn't
have to
explain to her
sacrifice
the
yourself for
nature
the
of
ones
how
you
to
love.
use her abilities. She just says, "Oh, your abilities are really cool." It's like, "Oh yeah, but what do I do specifically? You know, like what is
Yeah.
your
Yeah,
guidance
do I have to
on
clench a muscle
what I need to do?"
or
well,
Well, you figure it out. You do it. It's like,
how does this
yes,
work?
because that's how you teach people is you'll figure it out instead of giving them direct and specific instructions on how to develop their skills.
It's almost like I just wasted a plane ticket coming down here.
Also, I mean, it's worth emphasizing, like, what a bizarre like plot structure where the main character just goes to another country for like 15 minutes in the middle of the film.
yeah, I mean, and they all deal with it pretty well. In fact, what I was gonna say is that they all don't seem phased by it, right? Which is super crazy. Like, we basically put everyone on pause. They have to like do it's like, it's funny now. Ben has known the girls significantly longer than Madam Web has.
Yeah, he's been hanging out with them for like a week.
And also, she would have had to tell him to not call or talk to anybody about it, to keep it all secret, to not tell, and make sure that Aunt May didn't talk or tell about anything either. Like, it has to be a secret because someone's trying to kill, and then they would be like, oh, well, what do you mean we have to keep it secret? What happens if someone finds
they're in
out?
Mary's
like, what, are they
house.
in danger or whatever?
There are 3 girls
Well,
living in
yeah.
her house that she's just got to deal with. And Ben's just have to say, like, yeah, they'll only be here for like a week, hopefully. Just don't ask any questions about that. It's like, oh, that's cool. No.
What if the police like knock on the door and ask questions? What if
Hey,
are
you're
these the
an
girls?
Why
that
would
were
the
sneaking in
police be their rags? Is it because that would be the obvious thing the police would do? Like, no. It's not like they have
I
her
mean, what if-
identity or anything.
I think like 4 or 5 days goes by and Madam Web hasn't returned from Peru and the Amazon. What if one of the girls is like, I think we should call the police.
I think she's dead.
like I have a
oh,
like
no.
I have a life and I gotta go to school and stuff. At what point do they say, yeah, we gotta move on? I don't know. I don't know. I thought the plot's not great.
No, and we get Evilman again, and because we fast forward to, I guess, around about the time Madam is returning, and he says, every day that goes by, my appointment with death gets closer, and you still found nothing. It's so funny.
My appointment with death gets closer. Is your hair gray yet? Do you look like you do in the dream?
Yeah, well, you can't deny it's closer if any time has
Have you
passed.
noticed any, like, is there anything about, you know what I would do is I would, there's a lot of interesting stuff you could do. If you always saw a vision of them killing you in the future, and it was like that bed in your room where you lived, what if you moved? Like, what if you got a different house? What if you said, "Oh, I'm having this dream every night. What if I keep a calendar on the wall so that I know the date that this happens?"
I said, why doesn't he look at his
I should
phone?
yeah, like, what if I do something, you know, like I said, move, put a calendar on the wall, something like that. But nope, none of that at all.
Unless he has no autonomy in this vision, he simply watches it happen, and in the vision there's no indication of any kind of anything that he could possibly. Well, it doesn't make sense anyway. We've kind of been over it, I guess.
Yeah,
it's fucking insane.
We can just move right along.
And he says, "How have they been hidden for a week?" So that you know a week has passed.
Someone said no lucid dreaming. No. This isn't lucid dreaming. What if he put a calendar on the wall in real life? What if he moved houses in the real world?
Well, but Rags, that would be fated, so then that calendar would fall off the wall the day the vision happens, so that you can't see it.
Oh, and then the vision would just move to a different house or something,
Yeah.
and instead of getting kicked out the window,
He literally destroys the building, and the vision is like,
he gets
but that's
kicked
fated.
under his lawnmower or something.
Shoots himself in the head, and fate prevents it.
He'd be like, I moved houses, but still they find me. Wherever I'm sleeping, it's where they manage to kill me. There's nothing I can do to escape it. Which is already like lame and but it's
and again, these are like the small things. If he got particularly deranged, he could like, I don't know, he could like draw a knife against his like cheek to see if he had a scar in the future. It's like, well, the fact that I didn't have a scar in the future, now I've got one. That's got to change something, right? And then if it just gets reflected in the dream and he started getting even more unhinged, that feels like a story. Somebody constantly trying to change the future, but every time their dream just keeps adapting to the crazy things that they do in their lives. To the point that they maybe realize that they're like actually insane and that they need to, I don't know, like live in the present or get help.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but no, he doesn't really try anything. He just immediately decides that he's going to commit to.
Ceiling Man, not very talented.
No.
I like that we had enough time there between his two statements because the second one is arguably funnier. She says, "I have eyes and ears on everything," and then he says, "Those girls cannot exist. They will destroy me. I will destroy you if you fail me."
Just remember, he wouldn't be a cliche villain if he didn't threaten his employees.
I just don't understand.
For things that are literally beyond their control.
The only
they're
way
already doing so much.
The only way she could definitively fail him is if they finally kill him. Because until they do, she will be providing information to get them, right? The only way that stops as a process is if he dies. So how's he gonna kill her if he dies? It's not even a good threat.
If I die, I'm gonna kill you.
And also, the fact that she's been able to do all the things that she does is already in the realm of fantasy. That she can listen into every single call across New York City, a city of 8 million people at the time, and be able to know which ones are happening and where, to look at all the cameras with already fantasy-level technology and arrange it. The fact that she was able to find them all where she did is a miracle, and he's acting as if she can like make things happen, like she needs to go out there and push them in front of a camera or something. All she could do was say, well, until someone does anything, there's nothing I can do.
So, you know, they got a weekend the NSA computer of godlike powers. He knew exactly who she was. So like it should take him maybe an hour to find the house. Maybe that. And that's it. Done. Film over. So.
Oh yeah, if he knows who Madam Cassie Webb is. Yeah,
you check her apartment, then you would ask her living relatives.
Known associates.
Well, I thought was when she did go back to her apartment. Actually, the first time when she was in the woods and went back to go check the Grail diary, I thought that she might go up to the door and the door was already unlocked or something, or someone had already been there or was waiting for her. You know. Like that
Sorry,
would be
I was distracted by
giving
you a theme tune for your speech there.
No, I like it. But that's what I thought, because that's what you do, right? That's the thing that you would do. But it didn't get done. So,
a lot of things don't get done.
Sorry, did my whistling come through?
A little bit.
Normally
it
it doesn't.
was kind
Oh,
of nice.
normally it doesn't.
It was kind of nice, yeah.
Oh,
I thought you were
That's
trying
alright.
to give Rags a bit of a backing track, which is cool, right?
No, I appreciate that. I
Yeah.
really do. I liked it.
Oh,
I think we.
I thought that it didn't get through when you whistled.
It typically doesn't. Like mine don't get through. So
But mine do.
I guess they did that time.
I was
Maybe
whistling
Discord is
a
pretty funny
very
with that.
specific. I will say, I was whistling to a very specific track from Oppenheimer, like a very specific one. That's what I was whistling to. I was
just need to
whistling
think
the
about a
one with,
different movie.
the scene with Dr. Hill. You know, the one where like he testifies against Strauss and then Strauss. Yeah, that was the one I was whistling to. Oppenheimer's got some really good music.
It's got really good
throwing it
music.
on,
Yeah,
just
it
listening
does.
to it.
It's good stuff.
Mhm.
Good stuff.
It should beat
Remember
Barbie.
Remember other movies? Aren't other movies?
Well, yeah,
great?
I mean, it does. Again, when we're talking about the broad meta, when you have Oppenheimer, that's like an actual film compared to
with
this
artistry
shit.
and storytelling and great dialogue and
Well, yeah,
acting.
dude, I want to
and-
watch Scorsese watching this. It'd be so funny.
and then present him with someone who said, you know, I enjoyed that about as much as I enjoyed Goodfellas, Mr.
Oh.
Scorsese, and watch his soul
Or you
wither
just-
away.
after he sees it, be like, so, you know, what do you think of Cassandra Webb? Like, what about her? Like, what strikes to you first? What about her character? I could just see it being like, you know.
I directed Shutter Island. I directed Taxi Driver. You know,
Leave me alone.
What happened? It was so exciting when we were making films back in the day.
Like I said, that
What went
Tarantino
wrong?
quote, he's like, we're coming back, baby. This is the bad period. We're going to come back. I'm sure of it. It'll happen.
Well, I guess it's interesting that Tarantino, because this next film is his last, right?
Yeah, it is funny
apparently.
that he's like, we'll have a good period again. Anyway, bye.
Anyway, I'm done.
Fuck this.
Yeah, 10 movies is probably a good number to retire on, but still. I
That
would
is
prefer it if
probably
he kept
why.
making them.
He's like, 10's
That
too
is why.
solid
He
of a
wants
movie.
it to
Yeah.
be 10.
The set,
He
yeah.
wants it to be 10, yeah. But I would like for him to keep making more.
You know, Tarantino, you can make 20. 20's cool too.
You can make 20. You can make just like 14, you know? That's fine if that's all you get up to before the end. You know, 14's a good number.
So, problem. Unfortunate. You might even call it a crazy coincidence. Mary's water breaks. She must go to the hospital. Oh dear.
Because the ambulance won't make it in time.
Well, I was
Or
going to get
something.
to that in a moment. The first question would be, this doesn't change much of anything for the girls. She can go to the
But they
hospital.
can just stay at home,
Yeah.
and then you go to the
Mhm.
hospital, and they just stay inside. But instead, they decide they must all go together to the hospital.
We have
You
to
might
go.
you might
I
be
mean,
thinking
it's to be fair, it's a special occasion. It's an event.
I mean,
You
it's
know?
not like they're dealing with any problems like a
No.
Spider-Man trying to get
trying to
him.
kill them. Well, it's been a
No,
week.
it's
Maybe they
exciting,
forgot.
yeah.
You know, remember
Mm.
Danny forgot about the Iron Fleet, so
They said that.
they said it.
that.
The fucking writers said that. So. It's funny. I wonder if people blame the fucking studio for that one. You know,
What was that?
Oh,
laugh?
That was. I'm just, sorry. It's just so funny.
That was wild. That was
I find it so funny. It's like, yeah, they just forgot about a massive fleet of ships. God.
it's a classic for a reason.
Oh.
I like that's literally the fact that they said that she just sort of forgot. They said that in an interview.
Mm-hmm.
They just said it out loud publicly.
It killed a dragon, which in that is like having nuclear weapons. Like that, it just knocks it out of the fight. Like, okay,
Well,
bye, dragon.
even I with my very limited knowledge about Game of Thrones was like, I remember like fucking Tyrion and Varys,
Yeah.
right? Varys talking like, but this was before when he was like in charge of the city and the fleet was coming, and even they were talking about like, oh shit, those 3 dragons they're gonna get old one day, and then nobody can stop them. Like even in the early seasons, they were setting all that shit up. I've seen clips, people.
You have.
It is fascinating. What, and you know they got a new show coming out, right, on Netflix?
Do they?
Yeah, 3 Body Problem, I think it's called. That's
mean
that's
Dan
their
and
new
Dave.
adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Game of Thrones guys. That's their
Isn't it
new
amazing
project.
how they could do that and they're not radioactive
Well,
in
I
the
mean-
industry, and you just
remember they were going to do Star Wars for a bit.
They were.
But
You're
then
right.
that fell through.
They almost got
Yeah.
Star Wars.
But I mean, it
It's
feels like
wild
it's
how they
kind of
get
the
work.
same with like JJ. He had stuff lined up, but he hasn't made anything since the Rise of Skywalker. None of that DC stuff has happened. What was the other thing that he was working on? Isn't there like a million things that he's attached to and working on that are just never going to materialize?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of we do see some consequences for piles of shit being splattered across the screen sometimes here and there.
Well, once you stop making money for
Yeah.
people, then at that point,
So you might be thinking, right? So we're just making fun of it that all of them go into the hospital. Right. So that doesn't necessarily give anything away yet. I guess if they get onto the records of the hospital, like, you know, because it's the girls, right? They've got to be recognized. It's like, nope. The second they pull out, girl has window right open, pokes her head out, and then her face gets snapped by some camera, and it's fed into the NSA computer, and she finds them immediately.
That's right.
Simple
It
as
is
that.
2003.
I don't even know what the camera was, but it got her. And
This is the
that's
camera.
it.
This is Eagle Eye.
Ah, there you go.
Remember Eagle Eye?
Brother Eye.
I do.
It's Brother Eye.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Eagle Eye is a different thing.
Eagle
if
Eye.
he's talking
is-
about,
different
if you're
thing,
referencing what I think
but-
you are, Rags, but I don't know if you are anymore.
I am. Yeah.
You
the
are. Yeah.
movie.
Okay.
The
So
one from 2008, I think, with Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf, Billy Bob Thornton. I think.
Oh my gosh! I just double checked the cast for it. Shia LaBeouf, Michelle Monaghan, Rosario Dawson, Billy Bob Thornton, Anthony Mackie. Man, star-studded cast.
So they leave, and just immediately after, the madam herself returns, and she's like, "Oh gosh, I missed you." But then she has a vision to tell her exactly where she needs to go, because of course she does. Because that is, I think, the writers being like, "Wait, how would she know where to go?" Fuck,
vision.
I can't figure this shit out.
Yeah.
Yeah, give her a vision. Anytime they have any
that's the
trouble like
vision.
that, they just be like, "We just do a vision." It's like, try not to do it all the time. She's
And
like, "Yeah, okay,
I'm
we'll
sure
do it
that
all
she
the
will be
time."
able to catch up. I'm sure that's possible.
Yes. But before thinking about that, she arrived in
Yes.
her taxi, gets out of the taxi, has the vision, and as she is thinking about what she's going to do next, the ambulance arrives when they called it. But of course, as was mentioned, it took too long, so they ended up driving to the hospital themselves. So that means the ambulance has arrived and nobody's there now. And so she's like, aha, I will steal the ambulance.
Another vehicle I can commandeer.
Why didn't she get back in the taxi?
You figure that I presume that a taxi can go faster than an ambulance.
Well, there's a more important reason that I assume you guys are on board with already. If you steal an ambulance, that means those EMTs
there's
don't
one
have
less
an ambulance.
Yeah.
That means that the very people you have called to help save or protect people now don't have the vehicle they need in order to do it. And those are the kinds of people that are on call going from place to place to place to place to place to place. And you just took their
Especially in
vehicle.
New York.
Not
Yep.
just taking the fact
Right.
that they can travel with it, but obviously all of their shit is in there too. For helping people.
And then obviously, you're probably going to destroy it. Yeah.
I just couldn't believe it because I was like, there is no reason for you to do that. Like you could have
you
just
have your own
taken,
car,
yeah, you have your own car,
You're
but now
probably
you've
gonna
just
kill somebody.
that's
doing this.
probably gonna have had a drastic result for no reason at all. But you know why, right? Think of it. Every time something stupid happens, that's real stupid, it happens for no real reason. It's like, wait, what happens later?
Yeah.
There's something in that ambulance they're gonna need later to do a thing. And,
They wouldn't have needed it.
Nope,
Really,
they could have written
if
something
they were in
else.
a different vehicle. Yeah.
But no, they have to have it so she steals the ambulance because she's gonna need something in it later. So fucking dumb movie doing dumb things, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So she steals it, and Spider Bro has NSA girl. By the way, it's been a week. We did mention this earlier on, but the NSA have not done anything to stop them from fucking around on that profile.
Nope. Still logging in.
Nothing
I
at
think,
all.
that doesn't surprise me. Just because someone dies doesn't mean that they shouldn't, really be giving it their all at work.
Yes. So, they make all the lights green in the hopes that they'll cause a big old pileup, and they kind of do. And then,
Watchdog thing.
yeah, and so they're fucked now. Spider Bro knows which car it is, and all he's gonna do is toss a grenade at them.
It's worse than it's worse than in that demo for Watch Dogs, because in that demo the people get out of their cars after having crashed into each other and argue with each other. But here they just sit in their cars. They just sit in the middle of
Everyone
the road.
just sits in their cars, yeah.
In their cars, so that everybody can
Oh,
remain
sorry.
strapped.
There was a line here. Oh, I think we skipped over it, or maybe we didn't. I'm having a Biden moment, but it really bugged me when Ben told everyone to put their seatbelts on, and then
They
the mom
laugh
was
at
like,
him,
"Are
right,
you
or something?
serious?"
Oh, yeah,
they
say
like
he's
laugh
serious.
at him or something.
Telling them
Yeah,
to put on their seatbelts as if
and
that's
then they
an
proceed to get into like almost one, and then like a couple actual automobile accidents, and it's
And
really
of course, as the driver
As a
of the
pregnant
vehicle,
lady,
it is
too.
as the driver of the vehicle, it is his responsibility that all of the people in the
yes,
vehicle have their
it
seatbelts
is.
on.
Like,
So
oh,
he is not
like
being
everyone put on your
unreasonable.
seatbelts. I can't put on a. What do you mean? I'm pregnant. I'm a pregnant
Even
lady.
more
What do you
reason
mean
to
put on?
your
Yeah,
seatbelt.
yes, put on your fucking seatbelt, woman. This is arguably the most deadly thing you'll ever do in your life. Is get in this car and go down the road. Put on your fucking seatbelt.
Correct. He says, "Okay, never mind."
Yeah, when it's not it's no. Put on your seatbelts. I'm not moving this car until you put on your seatbelts.
Yeah, literally, yes. This car's not moving anywhere until you put on your seatbelt. You could take the 3 seconds to put on your seatbelt, or we're just not going.
Well, we can
Put on your
argue.
seatbelts.
That's right.
It
We can
literally will
sit
save
here.
your life in the event of a crash.
And then as he's driving them to the hospital, I'm gonna turn this car around and there'll be no Cape Canaveral for anybody.
You will
And then
have this baby at home, so help me God.
Nelson just drives by and smacks him on bed over the head. Yeah, that's it. Back to Winnipeg. Good memes. Anyway.
So, I don't know how else to explain this. Madam, she's accessed the web, so she knows now where she needs to be and what she needs to do. She, I assume, is driving through some kind of parking lot that leads up, has it up like a midsection. I'm just gonna have to say, what else can I do? She drives through a wall, out into the center of a street, bursts through, and evil Spider-Man jumps, presumably to avoid her, and instead jumps directly into her path, and then she hits him with the ambulance and avoids everyone else.
And also avoids suffering traumatic injuries herself after driving an ambulance off of like the 4th story of a building through
I'm
a concrete
so glad,
wall.
Frankie, that in the trailer I have the shot I need. It's not the shot I would like to have, but it's a shot I need.
She comes through that side.
That Calvin Klein ad, that's what she crashes the ambulance through and hits him with the ambulance.
Yeah.
This is a part where I just, like, I don't think describing it captures just how fucking stupid it is.
It's insane. And they probably thought it was a really cool payoff, but it's just stupid.
Well, no,
it's all stupid.
I have asked how this is fucking possible, and I've had someone say, is it to do with, like, the web?
Sure.
The web protected her.
Yeah.
I don't even know what is behind that sign that she so easily can just drive through it. I'm curious if it wasn't unfortunate that she
Is it like
just
a car park?
Well, so
like a parking garage?
Lest as I mentioned, I think it is a parking thing, but I'm talking about the material she has to drive through, like be it concrete, plastic, metal, like.
How does
breaks?
yeah,
The
like
concrete or
obviously
the
there's going to be a
ambulance?
concrete. Yeah, there's a concrete rim around the levels of the parking lot, so you can't just careen off the side accidentally.
It's just which one breaks, the ambulance or the wall? That's what like what which one is going to be the and if you do get through the concrete wall, how much will you have been slowed down by all of the force that would be absorbed by that wall anyway? It's just impossible. It's stupid.
It is,
and that's assuming that she didn't get killed
hard
by
to
driving
believe,
an ambulance
like-
off the 4th story of a building.
Oh, they
and
even
crashing into the
show.
street.
I want to say that. How do they explain it? Did she go off a ramp or something, or does she just?
No, she just drove through the wall.
I don't
But
think
there's gotta,
they do
she's
it
gotta
so
get through
fast.
the concrete barrier.
They don't want you to
Yeah, no, I
think
know.
about any of this. It's beyond
And of
insane.
course,
Like
this is all. The vehicle is fine and drivable. It's not like
Yep.
everything about the vehicle is destroyed. The
Well, if
engine's
we even-
destroyed. The wheels are destroyed.
we're going about all that, but it's like, so the other thing is, of course, he jumps into her, meaning that like if she was heading where he believed she was, she would have crashed into the car full of the people.
The car, yeah, and crushed them all. But luckily, if he had stood in place and not jumped, he would have been fine and won.
This is what I mean.
And
None
she
of
would've
this
just
lights up.
Gone forward and stuff or whatever.
And then she's lucky
Because
enough, of
I
course,
bet
to
you
not
what
crash into
happened-
anyone else. But
I bet you what happened, by the way. Oh, sorry, finish your thought.
But by doing what she does, his grenade indeed does not hit their car. It instead falls out of his hand and blows up another car.
Another taxi that probably had someone in it. So see you, buddy.
Fuck them.
Oh, it's
Well,
so
we're
fucking stupid.
Well, we are going to run into this problem later regarding a decision that she makes.
Yes.
So we will
we are.
definitely be talking about this later.
Something-
You already probably know what I'm referring to.
Something I would add in, by the way, for what I think happened there, what I bet it was in the script, she drives off and then hits him, and it's not like he jumps or anything. And then when they were there on set, they're like, wait, but like the taxi would just hit the like the ambulance would hit the taxi. There's no way it can't be so close that it would hit him and miss the taxi. And then they're like, oh, make him jump. That's what happened.
And then someone said, well, why would he jump? And they're like, because he's trying to avoid it.
Because we have booked this location and we can't fix this.
And then they
Just
say-
have him jump.
So by trying to avoid it, he hit it. And they go, yeah, see, it's thematically on brand. That's what he does through the whole movie.
It's literally they just don't. It doesn't matter. We're making Madam Web. It doesn't fucking matter. Just have it happen. We just need to get this over with and done.
Yeah.
And
go
yeah, like
home. It's 7 o'clock.
this is that kind of movie. We just go, yeah, the web did it. She did it because of the web verse. She web framed. It's all good. The web, it's fine. Don't need to think about it.
I took physics lessons from the Blues Brothers. Oh, don't even mention that movie's
Yeah, that's
name
me. Like,
here. Don't
never
even
attach that to this.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life is Blues Brothers. With the Nazis in the car and all the cop cars piling up. It's one of the funniest things in the universe. How dare you?
I mean,
say
Madam
that
Web is
name?
pretty funny, but yeah, nowhere near that.
Madam Web is pretty funny, true. But with Blues Brothers, they were trying to be funny, and they succeeded. This is funny by accident.
Yeah, the creator of this has probably got some pride, and you're like, oh, you should like, put that
You
away.
shouldn't. Like, in a way, you should, because you brought joy to people's lives.
Yes.
But not, like, you accidentally. It's like when you tell a joke and people are laughing at you instead of at the joke. Like, you did bring joy to people's lives, but not in a way you should be proud of.
So he starts like hopping over and over and over on cars, and Madame spots him, and she's like, he's going to be hopping on top of us soon enough. So charge the defibrillator, and on my mark, electrocute the roof of the car, and it'll electrocute him. And that is the reason she stole the ambulance. Otherwise, you couldn't do that.
And that's treated as like, wow, good job, Madam Web.
It's so funny.
You did it. Your powers are growing stronger, Madam Web.
Yes, she's webbing gradually all over the
She's
place.
webbing. She's starting to web. Not quite as hard as possible, but getting pretty close.
Yeah, well, I want to excite people. You will see her web all over the place soon. Not yet, but she's gathering power. Gonna be something for the ages. So, she sees like she does a vision thing again, and she's seeing the whole finale in her head. She's like, "Oh my god, we got to go make that happen." And so that factory,
God, poor Madam Web, she has to watch this movie twice.
yeah, that factory from earlier, we're going back there, or warehouse, whatever, full of explosives. When for the rest of this, we're just going to be referring to them as fireworks because that's obviously what they are. So it's a place full of fireworks. Remember, they were there, like as there was firemen there, and they were sorting out a big fire, and so that place was on fire at some point. They sorted it out, but all the fireworks are still in there. It's been a week.
Yep.
Huh?
Yep. They're all just in there.
I would have thought it either would have been blown up, like all the stuff in there that was blow-upable blew up because it was on fire, or that they would have put out the fire and cleared the whole place out because she even says it's structurally unsound.
Well, yeah, you have to repair everything. You have to have people go out there and rebuild stuff and make things, solid again.
And also, the area appears to be unguarded, which seems unwise to just have a bunch of fireworks unguarded in New York just for anybody to come in and grab.
It was 2003. It was a different time.
It was a different time, yes. So, their plan again, she could go to the police, but we will not do that. Instead,
No,
she's
because
gonna
we have to have a film.
gather the webbers. And they're gonna the web team are gonna get in there and they're gonna gather fireworks and flares and they're gonna set off all the explosives. Now you might be thinking,
wait.
that's.
Do they?
Well, go ahead.
They Sorry, I'm just trying to remember. I feel like. Oh fuck! Did you talk about the defibrillator, or did I have a Biden moment?
You had a Biden.
We did.
moment.
Yeah.
Okay, I just making sure.
You can talk about it. Go ahead.
No, I just thought it was. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that there was a part where he's about to jump on the ambulance, and they defibrillate the top of the ambulance.
Yeah.
And it shocks him off of it.
Mm-hmm. Did you not like that moment?
No, it brought me joy. But
I was gonna say.
It's just so fucking insane. Just to be clear, they defibrillate the top of the inside of the ambulance when he jumps on it, and it shocks him to the point where he like flies off the ambulance and into a nearby parked car.
Mm-hmm. I said this movie was really fun.
I know. It's just like, isn't that insane? That's wild. That just happens. They just do that in the movie. They should take that with them. They should take that defibrillator with them in case he gets close and then shock him away so that he goes and he flies and hits a wall or something.
I agree.
I've never seen this, but this is unprecedented. This is wild.
So this is the first time, honestly, this is the first time where the web verse is causing me issues, okay? The rest of it has made total sense.
Yeah, it adds to the film.
But now
it's good world building.
We've reached a complication because they're running into the building. There's explosives everywhere. They're setting up flares to light everything off. And basically, she said, the building is gonna explode and fall apart, and trust me, this is what we're gonna do. That just seems like a bad idea. IMO, in my opinion, to me personally. Like, to go into a building that isn't sound and blow it up while you're inside. Do you guys think I'm on the level with that one, or do you think maybe...
I 50-50. I think I see where you're coming from. I kind of see the logic, but I'm not quite convinced yet. So
so like,
I think kind of nitpicky, honestly, a little nitpicky.
Never happened to me, so I'm kind of speaking out my ass here. But if a building falls on you, a lot of people. Okay, I've gone too far with it. Plenty of people survive that. That's fair.
Fireworks isn't gonna like destroy a building.
It's structurally unsound, right? She says that.
Oh, okay.
Structurally unsound, and they're explosives, is what she says. Not fireworks. What even is a firework? What is that? Fireworks? Yeah, I know fireworks. What do you mean?
Yeah, Avatar meme.
Idiot.
Yeah.
So you just this plan isn't working for me, but everyone seems to be on board with it. Especially the Madamster. She's really into it. And I think you're supposed to believe that she has seen the whole thing in her head, and what she saw was just loads of explosions, and I guess the web is telling her yes, though. I know it sounds crazy, but yes.
It is crazy, but it's crazy in your favor. You go, girl.
Because you'd think, well, okay, but what if she went to the police? And you're like, oh, well, that's where you're wrong, because evil Spider-Man will just kill all of the police.
That's just what he'd expect.
Every time.
Just what he'd expect.
Even though one gunshot to him would kill him.
True.
That'll get him. But, like, explosive building, that'll definitely get him. So don't take the risk with the police. That's too risky. You got to get him in the explosive building. All right, well, knowing all of that, like I said, you have to really buy up the webverse, and so at this point, yeah, we just have to take it. This is going to work according to the web. Now, she calls in air support from the ambulance. I feel like that's not something she could do, even if she is an EMT. I don't think you can simply grab up the walkie-talkie and say, air support, where I'm at right now.
I need a helicopter to come here. and they just say, "Okay,"
and then they just say, "Sure."
I feel
sure,
like
yep.
they'd ask her questions like,
Like,
why?
Because as I remember, it's not like a medical helicopter. I think it's
No,
I think it's a police
helicopter.
department helicopter.
Yeah, police helicopter.
And also, they probably say, "Holy shit, where have you been for like the past week and a
Yep,
half?
you've disappeared
Is that
completely."
Cassie? Holy, all right, Cat, are you okay? Are you all right? No, we're not just gonna
Unless-
send a helicopter to you.
They assume the voice is the person who should be in that ambulance right now. But I imagine that they've already contacted their, director or / contacts or whatever, saying our ambulance has been fucking stolen. And then,
Yeah, because they would have used the phone at the house probably,
and to be
or
honest
their
with
own
you,
cell phones to say, "Hey, someone stole our ambulance."
wouldn't surprise me if the police were already on that ambulance for having been stolen. And if they were contacted from that ambulance saying, send air support, I seriously doubt they would send a fucking helicopter to the people who stole an ambulance. I don't know what the hell's going on anymore. This is like, where? But I think at this point you have to trust in the web. It did say this would happen.
Believe in the
it's
web.
happening.
Do not doubt the web.
Mm-hmm.
To doubt the web is heresy.
And it's so funny how much they take on faith with her, because she says, evil Spider-Man's going to be here any minute. Put the flares in the boxes of explosives.
What? Has she, just to be clear, has she done anything in front of them that would convince them that she can see the future? Or did she just say that?
She's told them that she has information that she doesn't know that she gets from visions. Not
because
a
they
lot,
do that
but
thing.
enough, I guess. I mean, the thing with
chick
the
that
ambulance.
throws the rock at her, right?
The ambulance is the one that would probably be like, wow. Like
if you said, like, how did you burst through a wall and hit the one thing you wanted to hit, and not all of us, and it worked out perfectly? It's like, well, because of the web, I can see the future. You're like, oh, sure.
Yeah, if they could have even seen that, because
I don't know what they would.
top of the
Honestly,
car is
they've
covered.
not acted human throughout the whole film, so this wouldn't be, out of character.
Yeah, I could see how a non-human would be easily convinced by that without having any shred of skepticism.
What's
So,
funny
yeah,
too
that's true.
is that he could just not show up. They booped him off the ambulance. They've turned several corners. We don't know if he even caught up. He might just not show up, but it's like, no,
He
no.
might just have
he
a
will.
broken rib, and he's going, "Ow, holy fuck! How ironic!
They
Ow,
get me.
Fucking hell! I've been hospitalized by an ambulance. Oh no! I mean, I'm laughing, but Jesus Christ, that hurts. I'm going home. Fuck!" And then he just leaves.
The place begins to explode. We have fireworks
Because
just
they're
going...
because they are manually putting lit road flares in random boxes, massive boxes of fireworks. They're all just going around lighting flares, putting them in boxes of fireworks, lighting flares, boxes of fireworks as they go. That's just what they're doing. That's the plan. And her plan would rely on an incredible amount of precision for that to be able to work in the way that it does. But everyone's just like, oh, just put in this box, in that box of firework, in this box of fireworks. And then all the explosions just happen to catch them in the right way. Instead of killing them all. That would
but it's
kill
all
you
according to the
because
web's plan, so
it praised the web.
Does
Praised
make
the
sense
web.
somewhat.
Yeah. Blessed is the mind too small for doubt.
So he's on him. He's coming. Oh, it's scary. Oh, what are we gonna do? And she says, just go that way. And they start running. And then she says, now, and ducks. And a firework flies past them and hits the wall and blows open an exit
brick
for
wall.
them. Yes.
A firework
Blood
hits
open a
the
convenient
brick
line.
wall, the brick and mortar wall, and it blows a perfect hole through it that they can escape through.
Chat, you have to understand, this makes less sense than the wheelchair rocket from Doctor Who. Less sense. An RPG? Yeah, why not? There's just a fucking RPG in the room. Why not?
Well, yeah, a firework is basically...
It's basically a rocket-propelled grenade.
It's
Yeah,
like
an explosive grenade.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you just watched it. You're just like, this is wonderful. Anything can happen, and they believe it makes sense.
Yeah. This film doesn't know what fireworks are.
No, and it never will. There's no if they don't understand
it never
now.
will. Yeah.
So then they all start doing like the help us to the helicopter that has already arrived, and I just don't even know
It's
what
here.
the
It's already
helicopter
here, yeah.
would think of what's happening, like the people in there. What in the world? Why you've blown up this building? Like what's going on? Why is any of this happening? And then Madam Web picks up a piece of debris and starts like Captain America shielding all of the fireworks because she knows where and when they will hit because of the web.
Well, it's not the fireworks so much as the massive sharp pieces of shrapnel that are flying through the air, like
Right. Because the whole building's
like
exploding.
Yeah, fireworks are shooting through the roof and coming out the top. They're causing explosions to create massive pieces of shrapnel. It's like a war zone.
It is brilliant. It's insane and nonsense, and the thing happens. I had to tweet it out because I was so blown away by it. Fireworks are going off, okay? They're everywhere. Spider Bro is on his way. Here he comes, evil Spider-Man. He's gonna get you. Oh god, he's coming. But she has a vision that a firework is coming right at her. So she thinks to herself, wait, if it's coming at me, and I got out of the way of it, and it was in the pathway of evil Spider-Man, it would hit him. Aha. And so she does precisely that. She thinks she's in place, she dodges it, it goes right out. Chat, like, if you don't know about this, I'm just going to tell you what happens. He sees that firework just in time, and so he punches it into the helicopter, and it blows up.
I mean,
So,
he's like the
just to, so
why didn't it blow up when he punched it?
because the firework, let's just accept the fact that a firework can hit a helicopter and blow it up instantly. We'll just accept that because
Yeah, we'll
we've
give him that.
established the power level of fireworks in this universe is such that it can destroy brick walls, destroy building rooftops. It's basically a rocket-propelled grenade. It's basically a missile. It blows up the helicopter, right? This means that, and I thought it was different. I thought Madam Web tells somebody, one of the girls, to duck, so that the girl ducks and it hits, and then he deflects it into the helicopter.
Oh, it could be. I don't remember, but
I think she tells, because the spider guy, Ezekiel, I think he's about to kill one of the girls or hit one of the girls, and then she tells the girl to duck, and that's what makes it happen.
There's an important part of this, okay?
Yeah,
that he punches.
So Madam Web's character is such that she will, knowing what's going to happen, having premonition powers, she makes the choice to tell someone to duck, one of the girls to duck, knowing that the people in that helicopter will die if that happens.
I guess she didn't know that.
She's got the premonition powers.
Got the
She
web.
didn't know that one. She didn't know that one. She only knew duck.
Oh, okay.
Also, with how much clearly goes wrong in this scene, according to her, like as in things that happen that she is shocked by, why in the hell did she try this plan in the first place?
Yeah, it seems like her premonitions are not all encompassing, so
or reliable,
maybe,
or even reassuring.
Yeah,
and
so probably shouldn't do this crazy plan.
And also relying on the fact that you have to tell them to like duck or get down at the exact perfect moment. If they're a second off, if they're 1 second too late, they're dead.
Mm-hmm. Which they might be. If anything, it's likely that they might be they would be 1 second off.
Well, yeah, with all this shit exploding around you and the shrapnel and the booms and the fireworks, relying on her to say duck without even saying who.
Yeah, and assuming that they can actually hear you over all the explosions.
But him punching it into the helicopter and exploding, that for me was when it had crossed the line into, oh man.
Yeah.
I actually feel like I could recommend this to some people. Don't pay for it, but that shit is so funny. And like it would belong in some films. Like that's a good meme for a lot of comedy films. If that were a Naked Gun, you know.
It makes me. They hold on the helicopter exploding for a little while.
Like they think you know what they're doing. They're like, look how fucking incredibly like effective Evil Spider-Man is. Look what he just did. I'm just laughing. Like it's so fucking funny. That's, I guess, why it's funny, because like they just don't know. How could they know? They think it's badass. But it's so stupid. It's good that, you know, like, because a lot of people have been saying, and I just agree with it. This is the kind of bad that I almost prefer. I would like to see more of this kind of bad. Not the bad that makes me furious because of how much you've pissed all over everything, and you keep like telling me within the content how much you're awesome and how much everything else sucks that you're working from, or the culture around you, you hate it and stuff.
Yeah.
This is just someone earnestly trying to tell a story about characters, and they can't do it to save their fucking life.
Yeah, they piss on their own creations.
Yeah, which is way funnier.
It's so much funnier. This film, like I said, I laughed out loud a number of times during the. I got more entertainment and joy from this movie than many movies in like the Marvel.
I got more
cinematic
entertainment
universe
and
at
joy
this
out of
point.
it than, yeah, a lot of these Marvel films that have been coming out recently.
I was like laughing out loud. I saw some of this shit
Exactly.
happening, and I was just like, I was laughing. I
Yeah.
was like, this. I'm so happy.
Yeah, because someone's compared like Suicide Squad, Kill Justice. Yeah, that just pisses me off almost every fucking half an hour of understanding everything that's happening. But in this, like, I could go for a sequel to this if they get it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know? Fuck it. Just do more stupid shit. Let it be that Ezekiel survives. He crawls out and he's like, nah, my spider powers, bro. I'm actually okay. Which, you know, I mean, we're getting close, so may as well carry on. I was gonna say we're actually like near the end at this point.
Yeah,
which is sad because you'd like to see a few more punched.
There is
fireworks.
Where are we? I forget the order of it. Does Hungry Girl? Does she do? Does Hungry Girl
The
slide down?
skateboard? Not quite yet, I don't think. But
okay. Yeah.
Well, so I can't quite remember the order of everything, but I know that something happens here that I was getting confused by. Doesn't he strangle Madam at one point? He's got both of his hands, Evilman.
Yeah, he does, but he doesn't use the power.
Yeah,
he doesn't use
both
the
hands on her neck for a significant amount of time. If he activated poison, which he has no reason not to, she's dead.
Well, don't forget he randomly takes off his
He
mask,
does, because this is the
he randomly takes off his mask. Yeah.
He's got her rags. It's a final fight. Why wouldn't he?
Like for no reason. He just like he's about to like. I think it's when he's strangling her.
Yeah, he just
like,
takes it off.
her. Yeah, he gets her in like one hand, and then with his other, he takes his mask off because it's really
so,
important that he
like,
does that.
In the Raimi Spider-Man films, they were creative enough to either partially destroy the mask so that you could see part of his face, or have the mask get destroyed such that he has to take it off and then do something with it. But now it's just like, basically just take it off. We're not even going to pretend that we care about keeping characters in costume anymore.
Nah.
Fuck it.
I love it how he made a little Spider-Man outfit. He made a little Spider-Man outfit for himself. That's cute. Look at you go. You got your little black and red shitty looking Spider-Man outfit.
Well, discount Spider-Man is too kind, I'd say. He's not that good.
Yeah, you're probably right. This is like Chinese
bootleg
fake. Yeah, like this is a Chinese fake. This is this is fake stuff.
He has some more funny dialogue, because I think it is while he's grabbing her, or close to it, that he shouts at her, "You should have walked away. You can't protect them." What are you doing, man? Just get the job done, seriously. Like, why are you doing this stupid cartoon villain, man?
Goober, man.
But yes, that's when she does the slidey skate thing, I think, and he throws her in such a way that it looks like I don't know how else to explain it. She looks like she would have not only been injured significantly, but there's no way she's grabbing onto a rail. How would you explain how he throws her?
It's that awful CGI. They do this awful CGI thing where he throws her, and then she grabs like a beam, and then she like spins around and grabs it. Yeah, it's
flying
super
so fast that there's no way she could have gripped it. She was it looked like she was moving like 60 kilometers per hour. She was flying past it, but I guess she's got strong enough grip to grab it. But oh no, she's in peril now.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's the nature of this situation is they're all in peril. The three girls.
All three. Girls are hanging off. They're hanging off of something.
They're all in peril because they were trying to help her. See?
Maybe we shouldn't have gone into the building and exploded ourselves.
Yeah.
Maybe that wasn't the good
all
idea.
three of them
even
put up
call that helicopter.
to blow it up.
They thought they were going to get evacs, but then it blew up.
Okay. I thought.
Well, no. Rags raises a good point. Why did the web tell you to do that? Assuming that's why you called it. It just got exploded. When if it weren't there, the firework would have just gone up into the sky, and that would have been it.
Do they think that evil Spider-Man Ezekiel would have just let you get on the helicopter?
Well, and this is all with like. Do you really think the helicopter's actually going to land there while there's a bunch of fireworks going off?
Building that's
They're not
falling
gonna land
apart.
on that roof. There's no way.
He's not Bishop at the end of Aliens, okay? He's not going to do some risky plays. The guy in that helicopter has no idea what's going on. Fucking nuts. So yeah, if you're Ezekiel at this point, and you can see that she recognizes there's 3 people in peril and that she wants to save them, do you kill her and then just enjoy the fact that all 3 are going to die? Or do you instead stand there and shout, "You can't save all 3"?
Oh, that one. That's what I do. That's the one.
That one, yeah.
That one right there. Yeah, that one.
If you're a stupid, insane villain man, you would do that, yeah. That's so fucking stupid. I couldn't believe it. I was like, you got it, man.
It's funny that he said you can't save all 3. It's like, really, you can barely save one of them.
Yeah, good luck saving even one.
2 of them are in inaccessible locations.
So, I promised that she would web all over the place.
and indeed she does.
So, she accesses the web, the hyper
She does
web.
an echo. She makes an echo. She does the echo thing.
The web echo has been activated. The mainframe is online, so she's in there. And she manages, and this is the thing, this has been set up. So anyone in chat who says, "Dude, what the fuck?" Anyone who says that is wrong.
Anyone who'd even imply this is a poorly written film.
So
No,
what
you're
happens
wrong.
is that she spawns ghost versions of herself that can all save all of the girls at the exact same time, as though she's splitting herself across a web. She's spidering
it's like she's
herself.
making different versions of herself. She's like projecting
She's
physical
madaming
versions of
into
herself.
different web areas.
Like clones?
Yeah.
Like she makes clones essentially.
She
Web
makes
clones.
little ghosty clones of herself running around, and they all save the girls.
I don't know what spider trait this is supposed to represent, but
what spiders being able to split up into multiple different spiders.
Well, listen, I already think I have an issue with super strength being a spider trait, but I'm like, okay, but this one here, this one's like, how is this related to spiders?
Well,
least of this film's issues is its
and
thematic
evil
relevance to
Spider-Man
arachnids.
just sort of stands there and lets this happen.
Yeah,
he does.
You sort of sitting there thinking, like, man,
He's
if
on
he had just
pause.
tackled her or punched her, this would be over.
Yep.
But he doesn't.
Yeah,
he
but
eventually
doesn't.
does.
Eventually.
He eventually does, after they've all been saved.
Well,
think
what you
when
mean
it-
is he
I
does
think
once he's
when it's-
allowed to.
Well, yeah, when it's showing like when it zooms out a bit and you're watching all this madness happen, I think they have him doing the whole confused, like, what am I? What? Like he's kind of moving up and back, and he's looking around like he's totally bewildered by all this, instead of him just fucking, just killing her instantly, because he has super strength, I think, so he can just kill her. You can just kill her. She's just a normal person. You can just kill her with your hands. You can just grab her neck and squeeze it and break it.
I like as well that in the montage of her saving them with one of them as she's picking her up, she's like, "You're gonna be okay." And it's just like, this fucking, there's fire and chaos everywhere. The man is still there trying to kill you. All of this peril has been created by you. It's not even the murderer. And he's also here. Sure, it's nice to say to somebody. I just find it hilarious. If she was picking me up at that point saying it's going to be okay, it's like, it's not
And one of
okay.
them-
This is not okay. Like,
There's the one girl, it's Hungry Girl, when she gets thrown onto the sign, the one that looks like terrible CGI that isn't believable in any way. She's just sort of like hanging on the sign on some like cross beams or something.
mhm.
The Madam Web projection that goes to her, I don't think it does anything. Like
I
with
don't
the
think
other,
they
she's
show
like
how
pulling it
can
up.
help because
Yeah,
how can
because you can't
show
really
it?
do that. It would be long and awkward for her to get off that position
Right.
and get back onto safety. Whereas the other, she's kind of like pulling them up, and that's like, okay, that makes sense. But
Well, it's
with Hungry Girl,
it's verbal support.
they don't even show it.
It's telling her that she can do it, gets her to do it right.
Yeah,
That
you
makes
can
sense.
do it. Yeah. You got this.
You have trouble with film language. I've noticed that, but that's okay because we're here to explain it to you. It's just a subtlety, you know.
I just remember they didn't even try and show her saving Hungry Girl. There's no way that they could do that. It looks too awkward and weird, based on her like where she's hanging on the sign.
So, we reach the Pepsi sign. They are.
I don't love Pepsi, but we've established this.
They're on the Pepsi sign. She's crawling along it, and he's after her, and he says,
"He's really big mad.
He's really mad, and he says, "You're just like your mother," which is fucking insane.
Classic villain line. You're just like the aspirational character.
Just to be clear, these two are nothing alike.
I don't even know what. Imagine
we
being
don't even
him.
know what he's referring to.
You're just like the pregnant woman I shot because she didn't want to lose the healing spider.
What?
Yeah.
You're just like her.
That's who you're like.
You're just like the woman I shot fighting over a jar.
In much the same way that she didn't give up for some reason, you have elected to split yourself into multiple versions of yourself to stop me.
Just like your mother.
Set off fireworks that have miraculously hit me several times, just like her. It's such a cliche villain line.
Well, and so
you're just like them.
Once again, though, if you were trying to make this funny, it's like, what would you have her say back? It's like, there's a couple of options, but I quite like what they go with, which is her saying, "Yes, I am."
Yeah, I did appreciate that. I appreciated that. That was great.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Cassie. Just Chad yes it.
Yeah, you got it.
You know what? You're right. I am just like her. However, she was. I never knew her.
Same thing in Secret Invasion. Remember, the bad guy said it to Amelia Clark. "Oh, you're just like Gravik." Remember, they did. It's so generic.
Yeah. Well,
if you're
we're not so different. You and I is the other one, right? Where they go like, "You and me aren't so different." Which, to be honest with you, he could have fucking said. He could have done that, and I would have bought that this would be the film. He would say, "There's not much, you and I, we're the same. We're working so hard just to have a chance," or something like that. Just some generic shit. It's always
as a general rule, don't write your villain saying you're just like ancestor, and similarly, don't have them say we're the same, you and I.
if there's a connection,
you have a really good idea. If you have a really good idea for that, and there is a meaningful connection thematically or whatever, then go for it. But
but even then, you usually let the audience pick it up and point it out themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of having them. Oh, is this in like some shitty screenwriting handbook?
It's gotta be.
Like where they just have a list of these lines where if you're just stuck, turn to the page of miscellaneous interchangeable villain lines and just grab it and plop it into your scripts.
Plop is a good word for this film.
Yeah, plop it in. You're plopping it in. Plops. You're dropping it particularly haphazardly, I feel, is what plopping it is.
So
Madam Plop.
The sign is falling apart. And as pieces fall on him, trapping him sort of on the sign at the back, she says, "Those girls were never in your future. I was."
Which
what the fuck does that mean?
Not only is that a bizarre question, but then it raises the question of why the fuck did he get visions that they were going to kill him?
I don't know. He was cursed because he stole the spider. That's what the guys say back in the Amazon.
Yeah. But I guess it was all a lie to mislead him into a situation where Madam Web gets him.
When she said that, I was legit so confused. I was like, why would she even say it? What?
Why would she believe that?
I guess they thought it was badass, but like it's so fucking confusing because I guess she's right because his fate was to be killed by her, not them. Okay.
Yep. And then he falls.
He does fall. It's hilarious.
It's like he's on a blue screen holding his arms up and screaming, "No!"
Oh, did you mention, because I had to step away, did you mention how when he's walking towards her on the sign, I remember her saying, like, out loud, so that intended for us to hear as an audience, she was like, "Come on, keep coming."
Yes, that's right,
yeah.
She did.
She says that out loud as he's like right there walking towards her.
Come on, kill me! Come on!
Gives up the goat. Shut up!
What did you say? And it's like, what? What did you say? Did you say come here? No, I'm gonna walk away.
This has the This has the same energy as when I think it was in The Desolation of Smaug, when Bilbo said out loud, "The Black Arrow found its mark," and Smaug went, "What did you say?" to imply the weak spot on Smaug's chest.
Right.
And Bilbo said it out loud because the audience really needed to know what he was supposed to be thinking at that point. And when it's utterly retarded to say that out loud.
I have pulled up the most relevant screenshot for what happens next.
Yeah.
So he falls, and as Fringy mentioned, he has the stupid oh no.
No.
And what's so weird is you can see this distance. It's not that far I guess we didn't mention this, but there's earlier parts in this film where he jumps off of places and lands that are huge distances, more than this. So
yeah, he can
very
easily recover.
Strange. He's also been hit by 2 cars, one being an ambulance in midair.
Yeah, but this is a Pepsi sign. It's not even the Pepsi sign, it's one of the letters. It's like, is it the S or the P? Or
it's clearly the B from Beppis that hits him upside down.
Yeah.
So
how much money did Pepsi give this movie?
Well, yeah,
to be the hero that kills the villain.
Pepsi kills the bad guy, it falls on him and he just dies. There's no reason to think this would kill him.
It falls on him perfectly too. It's like
yeah, you can see you could see him through like is it the P that lands on him? But you could see the you could see his face like in the loop of the P, and you see the little CGI blood behind him on the pavement.
Can I just say, by the way, this is looks like the Marvels. They put the villain death in the fucking trailer. So weird.
Yeah. I don't know why, but I don't know what they were thinking with that Marvels one. She explodes, and they're like, "Yeah, let's chuck that in the trailer."
Well, we don't want people to be like worried or anxious that the bad guy wins. You know, we'd better throw into the trailer that don't worry, guys, the good guys win, the bad guy loses.
Do you hear that? Apparently, they shot an alternate ending for that where Captain Marvel also dies.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, apparently that was the case. They shot an alternate ending where she like explodes.
Do you think that when they pitched that to Brie, she was like, "Sure"?
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe.
They're like, I would have thought you'd be upset. She's like,
"We're not getting rid of you just yet." Oh, okay.
Yeah, then she equally is like, "Fine, that's fine, whatever."
Yeah, all right. But anyway, that's the end of Evil.
He's out.
Spider-Man.
That's
He's
it.
done.
We'll miss him.
He was so great. Madam Web.
Well, yeah, so she, you think like, oh, we did it, bad guy's dead, but no, she falls too, and as she's falling, you see fireworks are slamming into the water around her, and unfortunately...
Well, she falls into the water. Luckily, she falls into the water when he fell on the pavement.
Yes.
But also, she fell into the water from pretty high to the point that fall might have killed her.
Nah.
She fell off the top of a
web.
building. Like, what is that? Like a good 30 meters? Can you? I mean,
oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you can absolutely fall into water
on your back. On your back.
Oh, on your back.
Because if you did like the emergency
I don't know about your back,
where you like you hold your arms together and you.
Well,
go
no, I can.
down,
the water, the water's already broken up because of all the fireworks. So she's not slamming into a flat
right.
surface.
She's
She's fine.
Yeah.
The web, Fringy, the web.
The web does guide her to safety, but the web taketh as much as it giveth, and
the web giveth and taketh away.
A firework. This shit was. I knew about some of this, like the character from the comics, right? But I didn't know they were doing this. So the firework goes into the water and slams right into her eyes, and it's just like, what? Why?
This
and
Would it lose momentum because it's water against fire?
Yes, it would. It would lose a lot. Bullets slow down dramatically when they hit the water.
Yeah, she was like pretty far down into the water already.
3 feet, you're basically bulletproof after about 3 feet.
She was very far down. She was really
very
far down.
She's probably like 30 feet down. She was down far.
And
I don't know why, but
leagues.
That kind of reminded me of how, like, in the like reboot New Timeline X-Men films, that the reason why Charles is bald is because the apocalypse thing made his hair fall out.
Oh my god, that was so funny and stupid.
It reminds me of that, where like you come up with these really weird and stupid origins for the way that a character is supposed to look.
Well, so this also
so I lost my hair.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that also crippled her.
I guess I don't know if she's crippled or if she just uses the chair because she's blind and she doesn't want to use the cane.
I don't know either.
I don't know. I have no idea, but I mean, yeah, we only see her in a wheelchair after this.
So yeah, they drag her out.
You can't skip the payoff. Yeah, that's right.
They drag her out of the water, and this is the big payoff of the movie. This is what you've all been waiting for, chat. We've built this up, and finally we can have it. She has indeed kind of drowned. What do you need to do with someone who's drowned or close to just being permadead when they've taken in too much water? You need to give them CPR. There's a desperate moment there. You got to get them, or the compressions anyway. And so the music is just losing it because it's the music itself knows what a big moment this is. It's like I hope I can do it well, and the actresses knew as well. This is huge. So they perform the compressions between them, and the camera's just spinning around like, good God, look at this. And they set it up. They really did. If anyone claimed they didn't set this up, you'd be fucking wrong, because they did. Several times. And you know what? It's Madam Web's teaching that, in turn, saves Madam Web.
Well, she is a really good teacher.
She is a really good teacher, that's true. Obviously, she's blind and possibly paralyzed, but, she doesn't need to comment on that.
Well, remember, she comments later about that. All right.
Not at the time, okay? Not at that time.
Look, right. She just got fished out of the water. Okay.
She's just happy to be breathing, which is fair. She's done.
But
she's
she
been
is
through a lot
weirdly
today.
content with the fact that she can't see. You would think that it would be the main thing on her mind at that point of like, oh,
Mm-hmm. And we're done with that. So then we see that Peter Parker is born. We still don't mention his name though.
A nondescript child is born to May Parker, potentially. We don't know who it is. We're not legally allowed to say who it is.
Uncle Ben is there, but his dad is not. He's off somewhere else.
Yes,
I guess
Richard is not there.
He is not present. That to me feels very much like they actually genuinely feel like Uncle Ben. Like he's like the dad always from the very beginning. Like, not that he was his later father figure and that he had a dad. Like, it's just, and I don't know, it feels like the meta seeping in. It's like, yeah, that's Uncle Ben. That's his dad. It's like, well, he is in the broader, metaphorical sense, or I guess philosophical sense.
I think Rag said May was Mary is the name of the
Mary.
stepsister. Yeah.
Not May. That's
sister-in-law.
Yeah.
But
Because
anyway.
remember, Ben Parker's brother is Richard Parker.
Yeah. Right. So all of it is it doesn't add anything to the film at all. All of those little bits.
No, it's and it's so funny because you remember how people felt that way about they felt that way in Joker about like the Thomas Wayne and the Batman stuff, but like that was way more tethered to the story.
Oh yeah,
tied in.
This
case,
there's so much
it does feel like, well, we're Spider-Man adjacent, so we might as well have an adjacent Spider-Man thing going on.
Dude, that was an explosion of meaning. A casual piece of violence during this like revolution from Joker creates the Batman. Like that's so fucking interesting. But
that's cool. And also Thomas Wayne was a character.
Yes,
he was. Thomas Wayne was a character.
So she's in the hospital bed and surrounded by her wonderful family, and they say, "We're not going to leave you, Cassie." And then she says, "I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for you." And then they say, "Right back at you." I just
good stuff. Wow. It's really good. It's really good.
They are bonded.
They are family. In fact, the nurse says, "These all family," and she says, "They're all mine."
Oh, see?
No. What? Oh, that made me laugh too because the nurse comes in. They'd better be family. They are. Nurse leaves.
It's like
that's it. That's the scene. That's it.
Were you not coming in here to run some kind of test?
No, just to check.
Do you see just so that
Madam Web could say that they're her family.
Both those interactions are both not needed because we're supposed to draw that from watching them as people, but then they do a third one. Being, "Do you need anything?" And she says, "No, I have everything right here."
Mm-hmm.
It's like, stop.
And then they ask, because that's the same scene where they ask her, "Oh yeah, how's it feel to like be blind?" And then she just says, "What does she say? I can see better than I ever have."
Oh, some
Get
bullshit,
more
yeah.
cliche lines.
Yeah, she says like I can see better than ever.
It's like, yeah, but I meant how does it feel to like literally not be able to see? That's what I was asking.
Well, and they say as well about Peter being bored. The baby is doing great. Ben is happy. All the fun and none of the responsibility. And then she says, "That's what he thinks." She's like, I need you to understand. She's memeing about Mary and Richard dying.
Yeah, like that is pretty crazy, isn't it?
What a
She's
cunt.
memeing about the tragedy of Peter's life and Uncle Ben taking
And she
on.
knows, but she knows she can change
And she
the
won't
future.
do anything
Yep,
about it.
no, because we
but
need
she-
Spider-Man, and
but
that's the only
won't
way that
create
happens.
Spider-Man. So sorry, Mary. Sorry.
Sorry.
Richard. See ya.
Wait,
Goodbye. Sorry,
but he can
Ben,
get-
as well.
Yep.
Sorry, Ben. You have to die.
But he can
Peter.
become Spider-Man, and Ben can
No,
live.
No,
Ben must
the web
die.
says.
Ben must
Oh
die.
yeah, that's right. Ben
Remember,
must die.
Ben must
Of course.
die.
It's
He must.
prophesized.
The
He's
web has
not-
spoken,
doomed.
Rags. It's a canon event.
You
Ben
can't
is-
interrupt the prophecy.
Doomed.
Ben must die. He must.
Ben
He
must
has
die.
to.
The
A
ritual.
million trillion universes are stained with the blood of countless Bens.
Of countless Bens.
On the altar of Uncle Ben.
It's funny to think about.
Oh,
like, when
I could
people-
imagine that as like an eldritch horror movie where one Ben Parker realizes that the universe has guiding forces that ordain his death.
It's so
And
fucking
then he just
dumb.
runs around in a nether realm with a river of Ben Parker
Yeah, there's
blood.
just Ben Parker hell where all the Ben
Yeah.
Parkers are. Like,
All the Ben Parkers.
Well, we did the we had this I guess for those who don't know, we had the whole when we were talking a lot of Spider-Man stuff. There are people who seem to be like really intent that Ben absolutely must die.
we
Ben
can't have a
must- he's
Spider-Man
got-
without Ben Parker being fucking
Well,
killed.
I suppose is there like a version in a timeline of like a Ben? You know, in the same way that
Well, yeah, it doesn't-
Flashpoint had Thomas Wayne Batman. Is
But it
there a
doesn't-
Ben?
To clear up, doesn't have to be Ben. It has to be someone. It can be like the
The father mentor figure, father
yeah,
figure.
yeah.
Yeah,
I think
someone.
anyway. Yeah, someone's got to fucking die. Okay, the web spoke.
That's right.
Oh, Web
Madam
has
and Madam Web she's watching over all of this grinning, and then they start playing evil music because she's the villain. It's all going according
Dude,
to my plan.
we're so close to the end. We may as well carry on, right? So we're doing the
Yeah.
wrap up, and they're all like living together now in the web house because they're the web family, and they're gonna be saving lives and shit.
The
And-
web, yeah, the web.
And they
the
see
web
her and they're
tower,
like,
yeah.
"Can you see us in the future?" And she says, "Yes, I can see you standing up for what you believe in."
Whatever the
speech
fuck
is-
that is.
That speech is I love that part the best because it's just oh god no.
Yeah, and she
You're
says,
just-
"You
you're
are
not
always
doing
more
this."
powerful than you thought, than you know." And then it cuts back to the girls, and they just go, "Makes sense to me." Nice. Yeah. And,
Oh yeah, and this is the final 25% of the 1 minute where you see them being like Spider Women
in their
fighting
outfits,
in
yeah.
costume.
Well, the last line for the movie is, "Whatever the future holds, we'll be there." So generic.
Anywhere.
No, you won't.
You
And
won't
you-
be anywhere.
Oh, and dude, like, they're having their full outfits at the end. It looks
Oh,
terrible.
Ultra cringe. Ultra cringe. The Madam Web costume with the big like glasses that she's wearing, the big red glasses.
Those
Mhm.
fucking
Like,
Yeezy
Clear-
visors.
they don't have powers. These three girls are just normal. Well, they're far below average, but they're like shitty teen girls.
Well, she's gonna
They're
take them to
not-
the Amazon
they
while she's
don't-
researching spiders.
They get them all bit by
Yeah.
spiders, so they get random spider-related powers. One of them's gonna have like legs growing out of her back, I
I, think
guess.
I thought that was meant to be like the mechanical, kind of like in
Well, I-
Spider-Man 2, or like the Iron Spider.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't know. Well,
I don't know.
one of them's gonna
Maybe
get
they
electric
had
beam
Iron
webs.
Spider. Well, yeah, psionic webs. That's yeah. I don't know how that's gonna materialize, but all right. And then one of them is just gonna have normal web shooters.
What a film!
Yes, and that's the end.
Like
What
I
an
said, I feel I have
incredible
made my
movie.
argument for why this is fun to watch.
It's funny. It's a funny movie.
I've looking back on it and talking about it again, it has gone up in my estimation as a so bad it's good kind of movie.
It's so funny. It's
If-
hilarious.
Yeah, there really is a sort of there really is a there's just don't stop. There's just I mean,
look at it.
No, I won't look at it. I will not look at it. This is madness. They put that on her face.
It looks so awful.
It looks so bad.
Is she wait, is she there in spirit? Is that what that is?
I think that's what it is. Yeah, she's in spirit.
It's one of her projections. It's one of her projections, right?
Yeah.
Her spirit
by the
projections.
Way, that shot, like at the end of I'm pretty sure that's reused. The shot where they were looking at what's his name falling out the
they've
oh god, it is.
I think you're right.
It and then took out the background because I guess they didn't shoot anything.
Also,
that.
Gary said he thinks that this was added way later to try and bait their Avengers.
Yeah. I can believe that totally.
So fucking cringe.
But it's so funny because there is no future here. The best I could imagine, the best would be that they would pick one of them to do maybe a Spider-Woman movie about, if they were up for it. Which why would they be? You know, that to me seems like the best that they could hope for in terms of continuing this. But why even bother? It's a meme. Just give up. Move on. Try something else.
I don't even.
Dude, it's just such a funny movie. It's very totality is funny.
It is everything about it. You know, like we started off with all of the it took us an hour to get to the movie because the marketing and the interviews and the posters and the fucking ocean spray cranberry juice was so weird.
Wait, what was the art, the thing that we were meant to look at, right? The meme?
Oh yeah, the Baowen
really
thing.
Excited about?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
We gotta see it. Wow.
Because I haven't looked. I wanted to save myself until I'm ready.
Dude, this movie makes me laugh. Like in its very being. Just even the word Madam Web saying them is funny.
I think
don't know
the
what
picture of her with that big red visor on her face.
Oh, that must have been really tough to shoot, you know, in terms of just showing up on set, putting all of this on and all right, action.
That's wild. That's the best you came up with? That looks awful.
$80 million. Which I feel it's so funny. That is dramatically less than a Marvel movie typically costs, but it's still a lot of money to spend on a film.
And this doesn't feel
like it costs $80 million. Yeah.
This doesn't feel like an $80 million one.
It's an hour longer and costs $20 million more than this, and
it was it had a bigger cast, a better cast. It was a very, very immersive 2030s, 40s period movie, right? That was an hour longer. You're right. Had a much better soundtrack.
Bigger
amazing cast. Many locations. All these sets, and this is just
how much did it cost to just go shoot in a forest? How much does it cost to just go to a diner and book it out and then shoot a few scenes there?
Yeah, it's just a diner. It's just a random warehouse. It's just a bed or an apartment.
To a roof at night to just shoot, though it probably was green screen. That's the thing as well, and that's all extra.
You can't just bring cameras
to a
someplace.
location. You can't just work overnight. None of that.
Baowen was the Great Responsibility one.
Wait. That's.
I guess there's a new one hit off the press.
We got memes incoming. That's the thing.
By the way, also the memes in the Discord, the EFAP memes, they have been really good today. A lot of the EFAP memes have been.
They're always good.
Greatest memes.
They are always good, but some days they're always gooder than others.
Right, come on, Mola. I want to see these memes.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I've only got one. I'm not a meme master. As far as I'm concerned, Rags, if you want to post any from the Discord, you're welcome to.
I do. I have. I posted a fair amount of them.
Oh, I've put them up.
and-
How's it been going?
Oh, well, we've seen those already then. Yeah, like the one with Kylo Ben.
Yeah, well, that was the main one from Baywin, but there are indeed more. One sec.
Well, now I'm really excited. I want it.
This one is,
hey.
is representative of something that people have been pointing out, which is that I guess Jay has finally been vindicated.
Jay has been vindicated.
Spiders
as he
can
often
indeed
is.
see the future, and Madam Web is proof. But I will say this is not something that Madam Web came up with. It's not something that EFAP came up with, so...
Yeah, they owe us money.
I think we're owed a few royalties, yes.
I think we're
What
owed a little bit of
royalties
that
there are
sweet...
for this
Yeah.
film.
What royalties?
We're owed like 1% of the profits of this movie.
Oh yeah, the profits that I'm sure will materialize in good
If
time.
all of you need to go out and get tickets for Madam Web so that maybe a little bit of that will trickle back down to EFAP. Which is funny to think about, that we're telling people to buy tickets instead of them just giving that money to us.
Don't, like I said, don't spend any money on this movie. No.
No,
like,
it's shit. This movie's, memes aside, this movie is shit. This movie is terrible.
Yes. Funny. Very funny. To the point where I did defend it as a so bad it's good. I do believe it qualifies.
Yeah, I think so too. I think I've come around on it. Originally, I wasn't thinking so, maybe, but now I think I do. Yeah, I think I've changed my mind on it. It's no wish upon, but then again,
Oh, God, no.
what is? So,
I think that
it's no Batman and Robin, but it's something.
No. But whoever I watch it with, I would just be very excited to see him punch the firework into the helicopter. That's such a great moment. That I think if I were to be making some kind of parody film, I would probably have that in there, just as a reference to the great Madam Web. Why wouldn't I?
We got some good ones.
Oh, we used to get a lot of movie posters. You know, but
we haven't had a meme fap in a while. We gotta catch up on our memes.
We do. We got so much to catch up on. We got so many
I know.
things. Fucking Halo
This
shows
is
come
good.
out.
I like there's multiple versions of each of us.
Spiders can tell the future.
Spider milk. Face with a hand up. There's been a number of memes about it. There was a let's see. Let me go grab it.
I mean, the ocean spray is still, to me, some of the toppest of tier of fun. It's almost like the people who were in charge of the marketing wanted it to fail. They were just like, this is a big experiment, we're just waiting for people to notice.
It's like seeing Kylo Ren on a bag of salad, you know?
I think they have those, like Baby Yoda on
Yeah,
a
that's what I'm
cabbage.
saying.
Yeah. Because why not? This clearly...
It's just someone made that.
And they were right to. Such a bad image. But like, it's the right kind of bad. I'm very happy that it exists. Oh. Well, hey, we're closing in on good old. Oh my God! Wait, I think he actually put out tweets. He actually put out tweets saying it was awful, right? Oh shit! No, that was Echo. I don't know. Maybe he approves of Madam Web. I don't know.
I think he said Madam Web was shit.
Damn.
But what does that work?
Isn't it crazy how you could look at Echo and be like, yeah, Echo's really good.
Echo's
Madam Web's
fire,
bad though.
yeah.
But Madam Web is bad.
It's Sony. It's because it's Sony. And when it's Sony, they actually get like looked at accurately for like how bad they are.
It's time to clap.
They'll all come around eventually. It might take a while. Might take years.
It's kind of sad.
Eventually.
I would like to see Madam Web interact with Venom and Morbius.
Yeah, that'd be really
It would be really funny.
Yeah.
But they're not gonna do it.
Oh,
No way.
And then Craven shows up too. All of them together.
They have a meeting
It's,
with Dakota Johnson. She's like, "I'll never be a part of this ever again." It's like, no, but do you look? I know it's not art, but do you appreciate
I'll give you $10 more billion?
Yeah, like, do you understand the memes? Like, do you understand? She's like, no. And you're like, okay, well, we could we'll pay you. We will. You need to have this
We'll
happen.
pay you a lot of money.
Good time. But yeah, that does take us to the end. I'm so sorry. There is
this grand adventure.
The web can only take you so far. You know, we've learned a lot today. We've understood the drastic.
It was our fate to be here. We were fated to be here. The web, the spiders. The spiders brought us here.
I feel like there's just so much you can learn from this film that we've covered that I think everyone's going to take with them now, wherever they may go. Oh my God, it's the Fringicopter.
It's really good. Yeah.
Peter's in there.
Look at him, here, Peter. He's so happy.
This will be created in 3D to promote the EFAP movie, of course.
This is moments before destruction, Rags. He's about to crash into the tree in front of Joe Swanson's house.
Oh no!
But it's a Fringicopter, so it's fine. But yeah, well, you know what? Before we start to wind down, Jay Longbone, what have you been up to lately? Where can people find what you're doing?
Oh well, you know, link to my channel, Jay Longbone, description, so check that out. But I'm not gonna say exactly what I'm coming out with yet. I got one video I'm gonna come out with soon, probably next week. And I just got done filming a review that I've been promising for years. So, you know, that's going to be out soonish. Yeah, that's about it.
Well, it's worth mentioning to everybody that the porn films that me and Rags watched with you are out now, right? The edits of those?
Well, yeah, one of them is out. The one, that's right. We still have to watch the third one.
Of course, we have to.
Yeah,
I mean, we have to.
Yeah.
It says this is where the web is fading us that we have to watch another porn film with you.
Oh, yeah, there's webbing, all right.
See, people are like, what porn film? I was only joking. They're intense sort of dramas that are very romantic, and I just there's some booby in there. That's all. Me and Rags have plenty of commentary to provide as to the nature of the writing. We're very much invested in the stories and that they take care of the characters.
Oh yeah.
Sure, I don't remember a single character's name, but that doesn't mean anything. I didn't remember the characters' names in Madam Web, really, and look how incredible that was. So, you know, it's
Well, yeah, the 365 Days sequel reaction with these two fellows on my right. I don't know, whatever angle you're looking at this in, like Mauler and Rags. That's out on my channel now. And it's out on Twitter, the uncensored version, because YouTube's powerfully uncool. So,
well, there you go.
It's really good. They really are. They really are good. Watch it. I had a lot of good time.
Easy recommendation, especially if you like the combo that was present in the old Gotham High reading, which, you know, what an adventure that was too. The full version of that is out. You guys can all check it out if you didn't know already. And you'll see Jay Longbone nice and present in plenty of EFAP movies to come, of which there are close to like 100 that need to be released now.
Oh, yeah.
But all good fun. Friggy, Rags, anything you guys wanted to say?
Oh, no. I don't have anything to say after all this. I think we've said what needs to be said.
I mean, it was mentioned last week, but EFAP TV, Halo, that's what I am presently working on, making good progress, and that's an adventure you can look forward to soon now. And otherwise just working in general, yeah.
All your work on the good old EFAP TV Lokis have been coming out every Wednesday. Those are...
Yay!
Yes, those are coming out. So we're up to episode 2 with the Brad episode.
Yeah, they've had the Brad episode.
Brad. Yeah, plenty more memes inbound.
You'll
we're not even
fully
halfway
understand
yet.
the enigma that is Loki, with guest Jedi Brooks. So enjoy that too. And Lord of the Rings, all 3 of them separated, have been up for 2 weeks now without any YouTube pressure on it. So those will be coming out probably next week, I'd imagine. Not exactly sure what days, but you're going to get swamped with Lord of the Rings stuff that some of you may have seen already. You know, if you can help us out, give it a little watch if you liked it, because the other one is going to be going unlisted. The trilogy as a whole, because YouTube will just not allow... Like, them being released separately, you're allowed to do. If I put them all into one video, it hits it with copyright that attacks things that aren't even, like, 2 seconds. I don't know what's going on, but I have given up. I can't deal with it. As in, I can't actually deal with it. There's nothing I can do that'll make YouTube stop. So I had to split them into individual films. So those will be released. As I said last week, the sort of output numbers will be changed accordingly. And then I'm currently rendering them all, but there is 20, I want to say 26, there may be more or less than that, videos that are all broken up into the topics, and those will be released once per week on a Friday, which means you'll get a smaller Lord of the Rings video every week for 26 weeks, something like that. It'll be weird. Plus, obviously, Stargrift, plus, obviously, EFAP, plus, obviously, Loki/Halo, and those are coming out, and then anything else that happens to pop up. So, you know, like the War Arc. You're getting them once per month. So the next one for that is going to be here in, like, 2 weeks, maybe a bit more than that. So, you know. And then, of course, if you're keeping track of me on other stuff, like Open Bar, the catch-ups for that, and Real BBC, you're pretty much getting a lot of stuff every day. And isn't that wonderful? Oh yes, and I will get back to streaming more Arkham City. I'm going to try and do one per week of those because I got a lot of stuff to do. Those are the updates. Anything else from anybody else before we sign off?
I think that about covers it.
Yep.
Very well. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Oh yeah, and catch-ups will be coming out as well, as we will do a catch-up for this episode too. Thank you very much for the kind messages, kind donations. Fun company. Hope you enjoyed this breakdown of one of the greatest films of 2024. We hope to see it win an Oscar. Or maybe a Razzie. But we'll see you, folks. Bye-bye.
See everybody. Bye.
Wait, did you say web?